The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Sid, why is there a dead seagull in the fridge? That's my lunch tomorrow. Well, he decided to keep it for then because I wasn't hungry for seagull for dinner. You guys eat seagulls? Well, of course. Of course. Oh, I mean, you gotta keep those brats under control somehow. Well, let's get on with this day in history for March the 15th, 2024. In 44 BC, Julius Caesar is stabbed to death by Brutus, Cassius, and several other Roman senators on the Ides of March in Rome. In 221, Libel, a Chinese warlord and member of the Han royal house, declares himself Emperor of Shuhan, claiming legitimate succession to the Han dynasty. In 1493, Christopher Columbus returns to Spain after his first voyage to the New World. I wonder if he brought back any souvenirs. In 1783, in an emotional speech in Newborough, New York, George Washington asked his officers not to support the Newborough conspiracy. The plea is successful and the threatened coup d'etat never takes place. In 1917, Nicholas II, the last Russian Tsar, abdicates and nominates his brother, Grand Duke Michael, to succeed him. Good night. This has not been a good day for people in power, has it? It really hasn't. In 1962, 5 research groups announced the discovery of antimatter. In 1972, The Godfather, based on the book by Mario Puzo, directed by Francis Ford Coppola, and starring Marlon Brando and Al Pacino, premieres in New York City. Academy Award Best Picture, 1973. In 1945, Billboard publishes first album chart. King Cole Trio is number 1. In 1869, with 10 salaried players, Cincinnati Red Stockings become baseball's first professional team. Am I the only one who wonders who they were playing if there were no other teams? There does seem to be a problem with their business plan. I'll give you that. That was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Luke Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show starring Bud Abbott and Luke Costello.
Hey, Costello, come over here. Look at you. Look at yourself. You're all covered with dust.
Huh?
You're all covered with dust. When did you get so dirty?
I was over at your house, Abbott. I've been helping your wife do her spring cleaning.
My house isn't that dirty.
Oh, no? When I got through cleaning, we found 4 new rooms. Hey, Abbott, I nearly got... No, Abbott. Hey, Abbott, and I nearly got arrested, too.
No, nearly got arrested. How come?
I ran out on the porch to shake the dust mop, and a woman across the street called the cops.
Why?
She thought I was choking your wife.
Oh, talk sense. You know you ought to have a house of your own and settle down. Find some nice girl. Why is it you don't ever seem to get along with girls, Lou?
Abbott, when it comes to girls, I really got a late start in life. You see, my parents were very strict.
You mean they wouldn't let you go out with the opposite sex?
They wouldn't even tell me which was the opposite sex. Only this morning, my father told me never to go out with girls.
Where's your father now?
Out with girls? But since I'm out here in Hollywood, Abbott, I found out about girls. I've rubbed shoulders with Lana Turner, I rubbed shoulders with Hedy Lamarr, and I rubbed shoulders with Betty Grable.
And what did you find out?
They all wear shoulder pads. But I don't worry about girls. I'd rather have my canary. She's so smart.
What do you mean so smart? What's so smart about a canary?
Can you take a bath in a saucer?
Talk sense. How about Marilyn Maxwell? Don't you date her anymore?
I called Marilyn yesterday to go nightclubbing with me, but she wouldn't go.
Well, so what? There are other fish in the sea.
Yeah, but how would I look dancing at the Macambo with a mackerel?
Costello, you're the dumbest man I ever met. You're a baby baboon. Well, did you hear me?
Yes, Daddy.
Listen to me, you nitwit. Tomorrow's Marilyn Maxwell's birthday. Now, if you want to make a big hit with her, why don't you buy her a nice present?
Well, I only got a few dollars, Abbott. I can't buy her nothing expensive.
Oh, have no fear, Costello, but Abbott's your pal. He'll help you. You know me.
Yes?
I'll show you how to make some money fast. We'll invest your money in the stock market. Now, you know my brother has a seat on the curb.
Yes, I know. Isn't he afraid he'll catch cold sitting there with his feet dangling in the gutter?
No, you dummy. When I say he has a seat on the curb, I don't mean he sits on the curb. I mean his seat is on the curb.
No matter how you look at it, Abbott, he's a loafer.
He's not a loafer, he's a broker.
He ain't any broker than I am.
Costello, he's not broke, he's a broker. A broker is a trader.
Your brother's a trader?
Certainly. He's one of the biggest traders in the country.
Bigger than Benedict Arnold?
Costello, Benedict Arnold was a traitor. My brother is a trader. He goes into the market and sells short.
He sells shorts? Oh, you mean he's an underwear trader?
No. Now, my brother sells short in the market. He's a bear. A man that sells his stock short in the market is a bear.
Any man that will sell his shorts in the market deserves to be bear.
Oh, Costello, there are two kinds of traders in the market. There are bears and bulls.
Now they got bears and bulls in the market?
That's right.
No wonder the meat I've been getting is so tough.
You idiot, I'm not talking about a meat market. I'm talking about a stock market. The traders are called bears and bulls. The bulls are short and the bears are short and the bulls are long. And they're always fighting each other, and that's what makes the market go up and down.
They got long bulls fighting short bears, and the market is going up and down?
Yes, certainly.
No wonder the joint is jumping. Hey, Abbott, have you ever been mixed up with them bulls?
Why?
You sound like you had a couple of snorts.
Oh, you dummy, I'm only trying to explain to you that my brother is a broker and he has a seat on the curb.
Did he always have a seat on the curb?
No, he used to have a seat on the exchange, but the bottom dropped out of his shares.
The bottom dropped out of his shares?
Yes.
Well, if he's too cheap to get new bottoms for his chairs, let him sit on a curb.
Oh. No. He's doing all right. He made a fine investment. He just bought some gilt-edge debentures.
Then why don't he get up off the curb and sit on the debentures?
No. Shut up and listen to me. My brother is a broker. He takes people's money and invests it. He puts it in something.
What does he put it in?
Well, sometimes he puts it in oil.
He puts money in oil?
Certainly. Oil is a solid investment.
Oh, I see. He puts it in solid oil. Then I suppose he pours vinegar on it and eats it. Now, there's a pretty picture for you. A bowl of crispy 10s and 20s with mayonnaise on the side.
Oh, no. You simpleton. You can't make a salad of money. Money is legal tender.
No wonder it's tender. Your brother keeps digging it and deeping it in oil.
No. He does not dip it in the oil. He invests it. Here, I'll give you an example. Suppose you want some steel stocks or copper stocks, or you want to get into American cans.
That did it, Abbott. This time you've gone too far.
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't say nothing when you told me your brother sits on a curb in his shorts. I didn't call the FBI when you told me that he was a traitor. And I didn't squeal to the Humane Society when you said he chases long bulls and short bears around in the market. But when you have the nerve to tell me to steal stock so that a copper can throw me in the can, you have not only blackened my good name and impugned upon me, but you have cast a smog over the United Nations Conference. And that's not good.
Experience is the best teacher.
Tense excitement aboard a powerboat and blue Gulf Stream water thrashed to white foam. Mrs. Dorothy Allen Newstead plays a fish. But what a fish! A big, vicious fighter, tireless, gamey. It takes 35 minutes to land him. And, whoa! He's a yellow-bellied cobia weighing in at 69 pounds to set a world's record. As Mrs. Newstead, holder of the International Women's All-Tackle record for cobia, said,
Experience is the best teacher in deep-sea fishing and in cigarettes, too. After all the different brands I smoked during the war shortage, I really appreciate Camels.
Yes, during the wartime cigarette shortage, experience taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Folks smoked whatever cigarettes they could get, compared more different brands than they'd ordinarily try in 10 years. They tested one brand against another in their T-zones. That's T for taste, T for throat. Result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
The rich, full flavor and the cool mildness of Camels suit millions of T-zones to a T. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Time now to light up a Camel and listen to Skinny Anna sing...
Heartaches, heartaches. My loving you meant only heartache. Your kiss was such a sacred thing to me. I can't believe it's just a burning memory. Heartaches, heartaches. What does it matter how my heart breaks? I should be happy with someone new, but my heart aches for you. What does it matter how my heart breaks? I should be happy with someone new, but my heart aches for you.
Something nice for her birthday. Now, why don't you get her a nice mink coat like Mrs. Wetwash wears? Now, that's an eastern mink with fur 5 inches long.
It looks more like a western skunk with 5 o'clock shadow.
But you should give Marilyn something expensive. She never forgets you.
You're right, Abbott. Last year she gave me a lovely present, a Japanese harikari sword with a complete set of instructions.
You talk sense. If you invest those few dollars on the stock market, you can make enough money to buy her a mink coat, Lou.
if it isn't Mr. Abbott. Oh, I see you're going back in vaudeville.
Mrs. Wetwash, I am not going back in vaudeville.
Then what are you doing with that trained seal? Oh, pardon me. It's Costello.
Now, just a second, Mrs. Wetwash. I don't look like a trained seal.
Maybe not, but I'm thankful I'm not a herring.
You ain't half as thankful as the herrings are.
Cut that out, Costello. Mrs. Wetwash, Costello wants to make some money quick. Now, your late husband made a lot of money. Could you tell us how he did it?
Well, my husband was a powerful man. He was a magnet.
He must have had a powerful magnet to pick up a load of scrap iron like you.
Why, you cut-rate Sidney Greenstreet. Mr. Abbott, why does Costello need all this money?
Well, it's Marilyn Maxwell's birthday, and Costello wants to buy her a mink coat.
A mink coat for Maxwell? What do you see in Marilyn Maxwell? Why, take away her blonde hair and her good looks, and what have you got?
I don't know, but you can deliver it to my house tomorrow morning.
You're impossible. Goodbye.
Well, Costello, that settles it. We're going to the broker's office and invest your money. Come on. Well, here's the broker's office, Costello. Let's go and invest your money. Then you can buy Marilyn that mink coat.
Abbott, I think it's better if I buy her one of them machines and let her whip up her own mink coat.
Now, wait a minute. What kind of a machine whips up a mink coat?
Ain't you never heard of a mink's master?
Never mind that. Come on, let's go in.
Hiya, fellas.
Well, Skinny Ennis, what are you doing? Buying some stock?
Yep. I got all my money invested in the Doodah Company. They make zippers.
Zippers?
Sure. Ain't you never heard of zippity-doo-dah?
Get out of here.
How do you do, suckers? I mean, gentlemen. I'm a stockbroker. What can I do for you?
Well, my friend Costello here would like to invest in a quick-moving stock.
Okay, then grab this kitchen chair and this whip and follow me.
Why do I need the kitchen chair and the whip?
I'm going to take you in the back room and show you some of our wildcat stock. You can sell short and be a bear or buy long and be a bull. Now, what would you like?
I'll take a short bear with a bowl of pretzels. And see what those wild cats in the back room will have.
Tell the man what stock you want.
Look, mister, give me 50 shares of Walter Winchell and 40 shares of Hedda Hopper.
Walter Winchell and Hedda Hopper. What kind of stock is that?
American Tell and Tell. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the last joke that Luella Parsons will ever write for this show.
Costello, I'll give you a good tip. Get in on Hiawatha Canoe.
Mister, when I get in a canoe, I don't need any tip from you. I can tip myself and get a quicker turnover, too.
Talk
By
sense.
myself.
Look, Costello, do as the man says.
All right. Here, give me 10 shares of Hiawatha Canoe stock.
Attention, latest stock quotations. Hiawatha Canoes 51, Hiawatha Canoes 63, Hiawatha Canoes 81.
Hey, Costello, you hear that? Your stock has gone up 26 points already.
Hooray, I'm rich. Come on, let's go to the first store. I'm going to buy Marilyn the best mink coat in town.
Well, Costello, they've certainly got plenty of fur coats in this store. Come
yes.
on, let's ask the lady where the mink coats are.
Pardon me, miss.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello. You fought, little mon, you.
Well, miss, what are you doing? What are you doing here at the Furriers?
Oh, I'm putting my new silver Fuchs coot in storage.
Storage?
Storage?
Oh, Abbott, you know what storage is. That's where you fill the pockets of your coot with mothballs and hang it in the closest.
Well, I must be dashing off. As we say in Russian, apanya via kalyapina can pushka toyo.
And a pan of veal scallopini and a push to you, too.
Costello, hey, I think this chap is a Furrier. Pardon me, sir, are you the salesman?
Yes, as Mrs. Nussbaum said to Fred Allen, you were expecting maybe Lauren Bagel.
Listen, I want to buy a fur coat, and I don't care what it costs. What have you got for about $65?
$65? Well, here's a lovely little number made from the fur of an animal called the whipsonub.
What is a whipsonub?
A whipsonub is an animal that lives on onions and garlic. And believe me, one whip's enough.
Hey, look, Mr. Costello wants to buy a mink coat from Marilyn Maxwell.
Well, as Mr. Anthony said to young Widow Brown, you have a problem. Now, here is a lovely mink coat for $3,500.
All right, well, that's all right. Come on, Costello, buy the coat and have it sent over to Marilyn Maxwell's house. We've got to get back to the broker's office and see how your stock is doing.
Fine, I'll deliver it to Miss Maxwell. That'll be $3,500.
Okay, here's my check. And as Lady Godiva said to her horse, I'm putting everything I've got on you.
Come on, Costello. The broker's office closes in 10 minutes, you know. Hey, look, Costello. Hey, they're marking up the quotations on Hiawatha canoe stock.
Hiawatha Canoe 95.
Quick, Abbott. I gotta mark down my profits. Give me a pencil.
Hiawatha Canoe 63.
Give me another pencil.
Hiawatha Canoe 21.
Another pencil.
Hiawatha Canoe 9.5.
Pencil.
Hiawatha Canoe wiped out.
Pencil. Pencils. Pencils. Anybody want to buy any pencils? Pencils for sale.
Presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of It Happened in Brooklyn. And here's Marilyn to sing for Camel fans everywhere for sentimental reasons.
I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I'll give you my heart. I love you, and you alone were meant for me. Please give your loving heart to me and say we'll never part. I think of you every morning, dream of you every night. Darling, I'm never lonely whenever you're inside. I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I've given you my heart. I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I've given you my heart. And I've given you my heart.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, 3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor? The brand named most was Camel. And this preference is not confined to doctors. Today, more and more people are finding that Camels suit their T-zones to a T. Try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. See if Camel's rich, full-bodied flavor of choice tobaccos doesn't charm your taste. If Camel's cool mildness doesn't agree with your throat. Yes, try a Camel now.
Well, Costello, you did it again. You lost all your money in the stock market. You're penniless. You're poverty-stricken. Why, when you walk down the street, everybody will say, there goes that tramp Costello.
Abbott, some people will say, there goes that tramp Costello, but my friends won't say that.
No? Well, what will your friends say?
There goes Mr. Costello, the tramp.
Yeah. You idiot, you know nothing about handling money.
Abbott, when it comes to handling money, nobody can hold a candle to me.
Why not?
It burns.
Costello, this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous, Costello. Look, hey, here comes Marilyn Maxwell, and she's wearing the coat. Remember, you've got to get it away from her some way and return it to the store. You'll go to jail.
Oh, there you are, Louis, my darling. How can I ever thank you for this beautiful mink coat? It's the nicest present I ever got.
Marilyn, it ain't good enough for you. I'm going to take it back and get something better.
Louis, what could be better than mink?
Box of candy?
Costello, if you don't get that coat, you'll get 10 years in jail.
Louis, honey, I know it's your birthday next month, so what do you want me to bring you?
A cake with a file in it?
Oh, Louis, you're so romantic. It's such a gorgeous night. Just look at that lovely moon and those bright stars.
Yeah, a guy is nuts not to be out catching eels on a night like this.
Well, thanks for the coat, Louis. I'm going home now. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now you've done it, you idiot. You've got to return that coat. You have to break into her house and steal it.
Abbott, my uncle broke into a girl's house and stole back a diamond ring he gave her.
Now, which uncle was that?
Uncle 914758.
Yes, but the trick is to break in without getting caught. Now, here's what we'll do. Merle Maxwell is crazy about Von Monroe singing. You call her on the phone. Make believe you're Von Monroe and invite her here to the studio. And while she's out of the house, you break in and steal a coat.
Abbott, Merlin likes Al Jolson singing, too. Why don't we let Larry Parks call up? Let him get the coat.
Oh, get on the phone, you idiot, and try to sound like Von Monroe.
Okay. Oh, I'll sound like Von Monroe. Wait till I tighten the muscles on my tonsils.
Hello?
Racing with the moon.
Hello? Who is this?
Racing with the moon.
Who is this?
It's Vaughn.
Vaughn? Oh, you mean Vaughn Johnson.
No, listen.
Racing with the moon.
Oh, it's Vaughn Monroe.
In poison.
Oh, Mr. Monroe, it's so nice of you to call.
Marilyn, I'm down here at the studio. How would you like to come down and sing a duet with me on my program?
Oh, I'd love it. I'll be right down, and I'll wear my new mink coat. It's a Lulu.
Racing, and don't bring Lulu.
What?
Well, you see, my program is informal, so you better leave your mink coat at home.
Well, all right, Mr. Monroe, if you say so. I'll be right over. Goodbye.
She fell for it, Abbott.
Good. Now we'll go over to Marilyn's house and sneak in the window. Then you get the mink coat.
Abbott, I'm sorry I didn't give that coat to Mrs. Wetwash.
Why?
Her windows are easier to open.
Never mind that. Shh, Costello. What? Now that's Marilyn's window up there.
Yeah.
Get a ladder. Place it against the house, and I'll climb up and open the window for you.
Okay, here's the ladder. Start climbing. Sorry, Abbott. That's no ladder. It's a Venetian blind.
Lucky, moron. Hey, wait a minute. There's the fur coat on that chair. The window's open. Reach in and grab it.
Okay, Abbott.
Well, burglars, eh? Come along with me. I'm taking you to jail.
Oh, look, officer, we're Abbott and Costello. Now, if you'll forget about this little incident, I'll give you 2 tickets to our next broadcast. What do you say?
Threatening an officer, eh? Get in the squad car, the both of you.
Calling all cars. Attention all cars. Attention all cars.
That's the police radio.
Calling car 18. Attention car 18. You are now car 19. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Order in the court. Costello, you are charged with stealing a mink coat. What have you got to say?
Your Honor, I can explain the whole thing. I'm in a jam because of marmalading circumstances. Therefore, it becomes necessary to interrogate the corpus delicti and taking into consideration irium, lanolin, and jabrandi. It is insidious, immaterial, and irrelevant.
How can you say that?
It's easy when you don't know what you're saying.
Costello, will you keep quiet?
There's enough of this. Costello, I sentence you to 5 years and hard labor.
You mean breaking rocks at Alcatraz?
No, real hard labor. Finding apartments for California veterans.
Come on, Costello. Let's get back to NBC Studios and explain the whole thing to Marilyn.
Oh, Abbott. Oh, Abbott, I'm ashamed to face Marilyn.
You should be ashamed gambling your money in the stock market when you know absolutely nothing about it. Giving a check for $3,500 when you have no money in the bank. And then stooping so low as to steal the coat back. Do you realize The humiliation that you have caused me? My partner, why do you do these things to me?
Oh, I'm a boy. I wouldn't blame Merlin if she never spoke to me again.
Oh, Louis, the most exciting thing has happened to me. I just had a date with Von Monroe. He's so sweet, and he's interested in my singing, and he's going to be my manager.
Abbott, you did this? Merlin, why don't you let me be your manager?
Costello, you know nothing about girl singers and what it takes to make a girl successful?
I do, too. First, a girl has got to have a good voice.
And?
Well, it helps if she's pretty.
And?
And it don't hurt nothing if her father is president.
Louis, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but Vaughn said it was wrong for me to accept that mink coat from you, so you'll have to take it back. Vaughn said so.
Well, Costello, aren't you going to say something?
Racing with the moon.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Marion, Indiana, USAF Station Hospital, MacDill Field, Tampa, Florida, U.S. Naval Hospital, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, U.S. Marine Hospital, Memphis, Tennessee, and Veterans Hospital, McKinney, Texas. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, it looks like Von Monroe has cut you out with Marilyn Maxwell. Well, what are you going to do for a date tonight?
Give me that phone. I can get plenty of girls. I'll get a date. Hello? Let me talk to Jane Russell. Yes, I'm a very, very dear close friend of hers. Who are you? Uh-oh, her husband? Bob Waterfield, the football player? Oh, just tell her that Bob Hope called.
No. Come on, Costello. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Listen to Abbott and Costello next Thursday when Costello tells his version of the famous story, The 3 Little Pigs, which incidentally has nothing to do with the bears and bulls that you heard about tonight.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco. Try Prince Albert and learn the reasons for this popularity. Get acquainted with Prince Albert's rich, full flavor. Enjoy Prince Albert's tongue ease. PA is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, and it's crimp cut to smoke slow and even. Get Prince Albert for real smoking joy. Don't miss Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night. Red Foley sings American folk songs in a new, heart-stirring way. Plenty of foot-tapping music and laughs. So don't forget to tune in to NBC Saturday night for Grand Ole Opry with Red Foley, the Duke of Paducah, and Minnie Pearl.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Abbott and Costello will soon be seen in the new Universal International picture, Buck Privates Come Home. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The time is here, and Santa Claus is near. Hang up your ear, Bob Hope is here to fill it full of cheer.
Ah, thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope, and to assure you of having a white Christmas, tonight we're only going to lay the whites of the eggs.
Ah, it's nice Christmas weather we're having here. It's been raining so hard here this past week, I hear Santa Claus is trading his reindeer and sleigh in for 3 seals and a surfboard. I drove my car downtown today to do my Christmas slopping, and a cop gave me a ticket for crossing the street against the tide. Instead of a Christmas tree, we're going to put a lighthouse in our living room this year. Boy, and it was really wet today. I went into a bakery to buy a 2-pound chocolate cake, and when I got home, I had 3 gallons of cocoa. Yes, I did some more Christmas shopping today. I want to send my uncle something he'll like. How do you wrap up a saloon? On Christmas Day, my uncle's going to be Santa Claus in a nudist colony. They sent him his costume today, a long white beard and a bottle of Mercurochrome. If it's a cold day, he won't need the Mercurochrome. Shirley Temple was in the store today. She asked Santa Claus for a doll. Then Santa Claus asked her if she could get him the right answers to the movie quiz. I bought a present for my little niece, Bessie, a doll that will hit back. It's a mama doll. It's a mama doll. On the way out of the store, a guy bumped into me, and the doll said, Mom, and the guy looked at me and said, Pardon me, madam. I wanted to buy a tie. I told the clerk I wanted to see something in stripes, so he brought out my brother from Alcatraz. The warden up there told the boys it would be nice if they could get a tree for Christmas, so 10 of the prisoners went to Yellowstone Park to get one. That was 6 years ago, and they haven't found the tree yet. My brother always tries to come home for the Christmas holidays. Last year he built a boat, and all the other prisoners laughed at him. He couldn't get it out of his cell. The warden hung a sign on my brother's cell, do not open till Christmas, 1945. Say, Bill, tell our listeners who we have hanging on the tree waiting to entertain tonight.
All right, Bob. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we bring you the favorites of millions of readers of the cartoon strip Blondie. Blondie and Dagwood Bumstead, as portrayed by Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake. Then we have Skinny Ennis and his band, 6 hits and a miss, Jerry Colonna through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, and Bob Hope through the courtesy of the old man with the whiskers.
Santa Claus?
No, Joe Miller.
That's Bill Brightmoller Goodwin, folks, who doesn't care if angels with dirty faces never wash as long as they clean their teeth with Pepsodent. Bill's a little tired. We've been wrapping packages all day to send to each other. You should see me wrap them. It took me 2 hours to wrap one package today. Then I had to unwrap it again. I was in it. I wrapped up one package and put a sticker outside marked Unbreakable. The clerk in the post office looked at me and said, You want to bet? Boy, you really have to get up to get to that post office early, get waited on. I was there at 5:30 this morning. First time I ever mailed a package in my nightgown. I got there at 5:30 and stood right on the line, the California-Nevada state line. Everybody was licking stamps and addressing packages. I reached out for a pen on the table. When I got my hand back, it had a dozen Christmas seals on it. Somebody shoved me, and I went right through the parcel post window. Cost me $60 to get back to Hollywood. Come in.
Mr. Hope?
That's right.
I suppose you've heard about the peace conference they're having in South America. Why don't you broadcast from there?
South America? Why should I?
I've been listening to your program, Peru.
Music, Skinny.
Jingle bells, just jingle all the way. Girls and boys, he's loaded with toys. Santa's on his way. Hear the sleigh bells ring, ting-a-ling-a-ling. Better watch out, better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town in a couple of days. Making a list, checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming back to town. He sees you when you're sleeping, knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. Better watch out, better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus, he's coming back to town. Jingle bells, away. Oh, what fun the kids will have waiting for Santa Claus. Come on, Dancer, Prancer, and Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donder, and Blitzen. Santa Claus is on his way, trucking on down in a fancy sleigh.
He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows that if you eat too much,
you'll have a tummy ache.
You'd better watch out, children.
Don't you cry. Don't you dare to tell a lie. Santa Claus is coming. He's coming back to town.
Yes, sir, that was our 6 hits and a miss, singing Santa Claus is Coming Back to Town, and here's Bill Goodwin with a word from the man with the money.
Thanks, Bob. Well, here it is practically almost the night before Christmas. So how about writing Santa a letter and saying, Dear Santa, I'd like some nice gleaming pearls for Christmas. Not the kind you wear around your neck, but the kind you smile with. I want better-looking, cleaner-looking teeth. What can you do for me? Signed, Lonesome. Well, that's easy, Lonesome. If you want better-looking teeth, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium will help you. Irium is the lively ingredient that gives extra cleanability to Pepsodent. It helps Pepsodent quickly remove unsightly surface stains from teeth. There never was a toothpaste like Pepsodent because no other toothpaste contains Irium. If you want to polish your teeth to full brightness, if you want to see them glisten with natural brilliance, if you want them to feel pearly smooth, then treat them to a twice-a-day brushing with Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium. Your teeth will soon flash their appreciation.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've all seen those well-known chick young comic strip characters, Blondie and Dagwood, in your daily newspapers. In most of your theaters this week, you'll be seeing them in the new Columbia picture, Blondie. Tonight, we bring you for the first time on the air, Blondie and Dagwood Bumstead. America's typical married couple is played by Penny Singleton and Arthur Lake.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. America.
Hello, Walter.
Say, I'll bet it was a real treat for you two to play that young couple, Blondie and Dagwood.
It certainly was, Bob. We've seen them in the comic strip so often, we felt they were old friends of ours.
Did you enjoy being married to Penny in the picture, Arthur?
Yes, sir. I married an angel.
You married an angel?
Yeah, Penny's from heaven.
Tell me, how did they happen to cast you two for the roles of Blondie and Dagwood?
Well, the director thought we sort of looked like them.
Yeah, but I thought Dagwood was supposed to be a dopey-looking guy.
Yeah, that's right. The casting director took one look at me and said, if he's alive, he's it.
I know those pages flutter, Arthur. But look, that's marvelous. I wish I could get a crack at one of those comic strip characters.
Well, maybe you'll get a chance, Bob. I understand they're going to make Joe Palooka.
Don't mind Arthur, Bob. He's an awful tease.
Yeah, sort of a comic strip tease. But I bet you two had a lot of fun making the picture.
Yeah, we always get along swell, don't we, Penny?
Sure. The only thing we don't agree on is politics.
I see. You're both Democrats. Tell me, why didn't you bring Baby Dumpling along with you tonight?
He had to stay home. He's filing his income tax.
Oh, he's a Republican. Well, you know, I've always wondered how a couple like Blondie and Dagwood would spend Christmas Eve.
Well, Bob, why don't we just drop in on them and find out?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take you to the home of Dagwood and Blondie Bumstead. It's Christmas Eve. Dagwood is in the kitchen doing the dishes, and Blondie is atop a ladder trimming the tree. Music, Skinny.
Dagwood, go to the door.
I can't. I still got 2 more dishes to do. Okay, Blondie, I'm finished.
Dagwood, if you break any more dishes, we'll have to start going to the movies again. Dagwood, will you please go to the door?
All right. Gee, I sure hope it isn't company. I'm dead tired.
Hello, Dag.
Well, Bob Hope, come on in, Bob. Blondie, look who's here.
Well, Bob, this is a surprise. If I'd known you were coming, I'd have trimmed the tree with Pepsodent.
Yeah, well, if I'd known you were going to do that, I'd have brought along my teeth. It's just a joke, you know. I'm not...
Hey, Bob, you're just in time to help us trim the tree.
Okay, wait till I hang up my coat.
Wait a minute, Bob. That's a Christmas tree. The hall tree's out there.
Well, maybe it would be better if you trimmed the hall tree instead.
Oh, no. That was our Christmas tree last year.
Yeah. Look, that's how we got a whole tree this year. That was Dagwood's idea. I guess there must be some truth in that saying. Clever men make good husbands.
Don't be silly. Clever men don't become husbands.
How long have you been married, Bob?
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Well, anyway, I'm glad I came over to spend a nice, quiet Christmas Eve with you. Say, that reminds me, how come Baby Dumpling is so quiet tonight?
Oh, we have a new system. When he's good, we let him listen to the Lone Ranger.
I suppose when he's bad, you make him listen to Bob Hope.
Oh, no, he's never that bad.
Dag. Take that dag out of my bag.
You shouldn't insult our guest. Why don't you use your head for a change?
Sounds like you'll have to use more than that for a change. Well, it's a wet Christmas anyway.
Here, be quiet, Daisy.
Oh, so that's Daisy. Does he bark very much?
Only until 10 o'clock. Then he goes to sleep.
Yeah, well, what happens if a burglar comes at midnight?
Oh, we don't like to disturb Daisy, so I just kick Dagwood.
You kick Dagwood?
Yeah, and he sits up and barks.
Yeah, just like this. Pretty clever, huh?
Yeah. If you could jump through a hoop, I could get you 6 weeks at the Orpheum.
Come in.
Oh, Merry Christmas. I'm here to tune the piano.
Oh, but we haven't got a piano.
That's all right. We brought one along. Wheel her in, boys!
That's smart. Do you mind if music and everything? Do you mind if I help trim the trees?
All right, but be careful going up the ladder. It's a little flimsy.
Flimsy? This is the first time I ever tried to climb a Venetian blind.
Come in.
Merry Christmas. We're from the If You Got 'Em, We'll Get 'Em termite exterminator.
Yeah, but mister, we haven't got any termites.
That's what you think. Come on, boys.
Hey, what's the big idea of tearing down our wall?
Listen, buddy, you can't be subtle with termites.
Come in.
Bumstead, I've come for the rent.
Oh, the rent. Look, Mr. Scrooge, it's Christmas Eve.
Well, Merry Christmas, and I still want my rent.
Look, mister, give these people a little time, and I'll let you have 2 tickets for the Pepsodent show.
I'm looking for money, not sleep.
Say, what's that?
Oh, that's just Baby Dumpling. He loves to celebrate the 4th of July.
4th of July, but it's Christmas now.
Yeah, but how long will it last?
And besides, are you going to let a little thing like the calendar interfere with Baby Dumpling's happiness?
Yeah, wait till the 4th of July. I'll think of an answer for that.
There he goes again. Isn't he cute?
Yeah. Any minute now, I expect to see Edward G. Robinson shooting back.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't try to light them all at once.
Oh, no, he wouldn't do anything as foolish as that. He takes after his father. Blondie, are you all right?
Yes, but what happened to Bob? Oh, Bob!
Here I am, Blondie.
Where?
You see that old stocking hanging in front of the fireplace?
Yes?
That's me. Thank you, Penny and Arthur. And now Skinny Ennis interferes with the silence of the night and gives you his version of Night and Day. You're on, Skinny.
Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. I think of you night and day, day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic's boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you night and day, day and night. Under this heart of me, there's an oh such a hungry yearning burning inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you day and night, night and day. Let me spend my life making love to you day and night, night and day. Night and day.
As the professor says, bees don't buzz around paper flowers. And the professor's right. Flowers without perfume don't attract honeybees. And teeth without luster rate 0 in any circle. But just because you brush and brush your teeth and get no shine is no saying they won't shine. Maybe a swing to a new kind of dentifrice will turn the trick for you. One good thing about Pepsodent tooth powder with Irium is that you can actually see and feel the difference in your teeth in no time at all. It's simply amazing the way Pepsodent tooth powder with Irium reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. What's more, a 2-a-day brushing with Pepsodent tooth powder containing Irium will keep your teeth at high shining luster.
I believe, oh man, I believe, oh man, to believe, oh man, that old man was dead.
And now Bob Hope brings you his interpretation of that song favorite, Old Man Mose. The scene, a lonely country road.
Say, Goodwin, I don't like to complain, but it was a silly idea to wrap our lunch in a road map. I have a TL for you. I think we're lost.
Now listen, Bob, we are not lost. I've been following Route 88 on the map for the last half hour.
Just as I thought. That isn't Route 88. That's a piece of spaghetti. Well, what if we are lost? This is wonderful, riding along in the great outdoors. I feel like a king. I just abdicated. You know, I knew I should never have gotten into this Camp Carefree on wheels.
Listen, you didn't call it that when you sold it to me.
Well, things could be worse. At least here we are in the bright California sunshine. Here we are in the bright California sunshine.
Bob, don't look now, but the sunshine is leaking through the roof.
Gee, Bill, it's pouring cats and dogs.
Bob, I think we're stuck in the mud.
Yeah, step out and take a look, Bill. You're wearing high-button shoes.
Say, we're in luck. Here comes somebody down the road. Maybe he can tell us where we can get shelter.
I'll talk to him. Hello, young fella.
Hello.
Well, Glucose Fripp, what are you doing around here?
I'm a traveling salesman, and I'm doing pretty well. I sell all day and I sell all night. Boy, do I sell.
Well, what are you selling, Glukie?
Oh, I'm selling stuff.
Yeah, what kind of stuff?
Oh, just stuff.
Yeah, but what kind of stuff are you selling today?
Mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes? Who buys mosquitoes?
Nobody.
Then why do you sell them?
Because there ain't no competition.
But you can't make any money.
I know it. Last week I didn't even make $5, which is pretty good even for me not to make.
If you're real careful, you'll just about not be able to make a living.
That's the way I figure. Besides, it takes my mind off my worries.
What have you got to worry about?
Oh, all kinds of stuff.
So we're back to that again. Look, Lukey, we want shelter. Don't you want to get dry?
Nope.
Why not?
I'm dopey.
You're Dopey. Well, I'm Snow White.
Gee, you sure are pretty.
Look, never mind the flattery. Are there any houses around here?
Yep.
Can you show us where?
Yep. But I won't.
Why not?
I'm no stool pigeon.
Bob, never mind. There's a house right over there.
Yeah, but it's haunted.
Say, go on.
I like him better that way.
Yeah. Come on, Bob. That's the house right over there.
This is a pleasant little place, Goodwin. It looks like Tobacco Road with a hangover.
Don't be frightened, Bob. Ring the bell.
All right. Number 6 in the hit parade.
Oh, gosh, Bob. Look at that face staring through the window.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Bill, but I think Death just took another holiday. Oh, hello, lady.
Sorry, we don't want any more bodies.
But look, lady, we're just wet. We're not dead.
What'll you bet?
Well, who are you?
During the night, I'm the housekeeper here.
Yeah, well, what do you do during the day?
I model shrouds.
Well, can you take care of us for the night?
We'll take care of you all right. Just follow me.
Bob, look at all those white hammocks over there in the corner.
Hammocks, those are cobwebs. Brace up, Bill. What are we, mice or men?
Well, I don't know about you, Bob, but I could certainly go for a nice piece of cheese right now.
Are you the Bob Hope for the radio?
Why, yes. How did you know?
I know everybody who haunts houses.
Nice, cheery place. This is going to be as gay as a weekend at the morgue.
Oh, just listen to that laugh.
Yeah, I wish you were coming from the audience.
Say, miss, are there really ghosts in here?
Ghosts? That's not the laundry you see up there.
Up where? Oh, Bill! Bill!
Bill isn't here.
Well, who are you?
Just a ghost.
A ghost? But I don't see you. Where's your white sheet?
Shh. I'm a nudist.
Say, Bill, where are you?
Here, Bob. Are you all right?
Yeah, but these ceilings are awfully low.
Well, they'll be okay after your hair lays down.
Say, miss, do a lot of people stop off here?
Oh, yes. Marie Antoinette came here one night, and we just talked our heads off.
Oh, well, that's fine. What's the matter?
I'm getting a message from the spirit world.
What do they say?
They'll give you Duke and 7 points.
I'll take it.
Attention all ghosts. Attention all ghosts. Better put on your rubber sheets. It's raining.
Bob, look at that ghost over there. He's jumping up and down.
What's that?
He's jumping up and down.
He's probably got ants in his sheets.
Bob Hope?
Yes?
I think I'll come over there and tear you to pieces and then jump on you and just stamp on your nose.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a monster.
Wait a minute, a monster?
Oh, yes. Didn't you know the devil is a sissy?
Frankenstein is going to finishing school. Come in.
Do you have ghosts here?
Yes, we have.
Well, if my father comes in, hang on to him, will you? I've been looking for him for 300 years.
Who are you?
Hamlet.
Say, what goes on around here? What's the matter, hatchet face?
The phantom is coming. Listen.
Greetings, Gate. Let's evaporate. Say, Bill, I can see right through him. Ah, yes, Gate. The ghost is clear. Are you really a ghost and an honest-to-goodness specter?
Yes, knave, and you didn't expect to inspect a specter, did you, Inspector?
I can understand why you didn't live long.
Mine was a short life, but a merry one. At an early age, I moved to a metropolis, and life began. Ah, metropolitan life. Can I interest you in some life insurance?
Look, are you the only ghost in your family?
Ah, no. My sister was a skeleton in the closet.
Sort of a chambermaid to Moz.
Yes, indeed. My entire family was very interested in spiritualism. In fact, as my father was very fond of spirits, once said, quote, unquote.
Say, Ghost, would you mind telling me how you haunt a house?
It's very simple. First, you hide in the closet. Then you put your hand out slowly, like this, and grab a throat. Then you squeeze tighter and tighter. Help! I'm choking myself to death!
Can I help you, Master?
Who are you?
I'm the former Miss Fitch, the Wichita Witch.
Ah, yes, you have a twin sister. I can never tell which witch is which.
Well, I've got loads of money. I'm the rich witch.
That sounds to me like a switch, witch.
This sounds to me like something I'm sorry I started. Say, I'm getting out of here.
Not so fast, Gate. The clock strikes 12. As it strikes, you shall all disappear one by one.
Bob, can he do that to us? Of course not, Bill.
I'll start on that facsimile of a man over there.
Who, me?
Yes, that pair of teeth surrounded by commercials. Mumbo jumbo, disappear.
So long, Goodwin.
It's a chilling experience, I tell you. Eerie, isn't it? Eerie! Eerie! Help! I'm in Pennsylvania! And now the former Miss Fitch disappears. Farewell, my bewitching beauty.
So long, kid!
So long, Fitchy.
And now for you.
Hey, wait a minute, Phantom. You can't make me disappear.
Why not?
Do you realize that if I disappear, America will be deprived of the Pepsodent show?
Ah, yes. You're welcome, America.
I found out Mose kicked the bucket. I found out Mose kicked the bucket. I found out Mose kicked the bucket. Old man Mose is dead.
Thanks for the memory. And as we bid adieu, the sponsor, cast, and crew, and I all join in wishing best of Christmas time to you. And thank you so much. Thanks for the memory of Singleton and Lake. Your Dagwood Blondie team was just as grand to work with as to see upon the screen. And thank you so much. Here's a tip to all you Christmas shoppers. Buy a gift for yourself while it's early. Treat your friends to a smile bright and pearly. Bright smiles are sent by Pepsodent.
Excuse me, Bob, but who's going to be with us next week?
Well, Bill, next week we're going to have with us that great radio team, Lum and Abner. We're really going down to Pine Ridge with them. Then we'll have Skinny Ennis and his band, our 6 hits and a miss, Jerry Colonna, and Bob Hope. Thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and may I wish you a Merry Christmas on behalf of the sponsors, Cash and Coop.
Until next Tuesday night at the same time, the Pepsodent Company bids you good night. Bill Goodwin speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to forgery detail. An accomplished check forger is at work in your city. His victims, small businessmen. You know his M.O. You don't know his identity. Your job, get him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, February 4th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of forgery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Elliott. My name's Friday. I was on the way home from the office, and it was 8:25 p.m. when I got to Collis Avenue. Number 4656.
Joseph, that you?
Yeah, Ma.
We're in the living room. We have company.
Oh, that's all?
Hello, Joe.
Well.
You remember Mary Fowler, don't you, Joseph?
I sure do. How are you, Miss Fowler?
Just fine, Joe, thank you. Doing some shopping out this way and thought I'd stop by and have a cup of tea with your mother.
Well, it's good to see you. How are things in the old neighborhood, huh?
Oh, pretty much the same. Oh, Miss Daly, remember her?
Mm-hmm.
Finally died.
Oh.
I suppose it was for the best, though. I was just telling your mother. Jim and Louise Watson finally moved. Jim got a new job out by Altadena.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. My, you certainly looking fine, Joe. Don't you wear your police uniform anymore?
Oh, my, no, Mary. Joseph's in the detective bureau now. Hasn't worn his uniform for years.
Oh, that's right. I remember now. That note you sent with your Christmas card year before last. What do you do now, Joe?
Forgery detail. My partner and I handle bum check cases.
My, that certainly must be interesting.
Have you had your dinner, Joseph?
Yes, ma'am. I stopped at a place out in Santa Monica and had something.
Yes, well, Mary brought me some nice coffee cakes. Pineapple filling. Would you like one with a cup of coffee, Joseph?
No, I don't know, Ma.
Well, you sit down in your chair there and rest yourself. You always look so tired. I have no idea how hard they work, those young fellas, Mary.
You remember Genevieve, don't you, Joe? My oldest girl?
Oh, yeah, sure. How is she?
Oh, just fine. Lots of boyfriends as usual. Going out all the time.
Oh, that's good.
She asked to be remembered to you. I think you and Jen were stuck on each other at one time, weren't you, Joe?
Oh, we went to a couple of dances in high school. And I think she started going steady with another fella, didn't she?
Young girls. You never know when they're well off.
Here's your coffee, Joseph. Set it here on the end table.
Thanks. I don't think I can use it, Ma.
It's delicious coffee cake. You smell how fresh it is.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, my, 8:45. I should have left half an hour ago.
Oh, you have to go, Mary? Seems our visits are always so short.
Well, I got a lot of ironing to do, and I have to make Carl's lunch. He's always so fussy about his lunch.
Yes, but I'll get your coat.
Well, it's nice seeing you again, Joe. Do you want to be remembered as Genevieve?
Yeah, tell her hello, will you, Miss Fowler?
If you're over our way, be sure and drop in and see us, won't you? Genevieve's home at the office by 6. She often says she'd like to see you again. Oh, thanks. Good night, Joe. You be sure to come and see us now. Jen will be looking forward to it.
Okay, Miss Fowler. Good night.
Yeah, and I'll show you to the door, Mary. You remember the door and neighbors, won't you?
All right, dear. I will. You take care of yourself now. Good night.
Good night, Mary. There's a person, Mary. She's having a hard time trying to find a husband for Genevieve.
Yeah. Hey, Ma, I'm not very hungry. I can't eat now.
No? Oh, it seems such a shame to waste. That's a lovely coffee cake. Been used to on the same case,
Yeah, same one.
Seems to me it's taking an awfully long time.
Well, we've been on it 2 months, yeah.
I'll never understand it when people write bad checks. Always get caught.
Well, it's easy living while it lasts.
Now, you know what the man's handwriting is like. Don't you know who the man is?
Well, we think so, Ma. We're not sure. There's hundreds of check men who work almost alike. Some of them even look alike. There's always a big enough field to pick from. Our problem's picking the right one.
I don't know much about it, but the whole thing seems kind of silly to me.
Well, how's that?
What's this man supposed to be doing? Going around your small neighborhood stores, cashing $15 and $20 checks? Well, if he got himself a job, he could probably earn that much in one day doing good, honest work.
Say, Ben didn't call before I got home, did he?
Wasn't he with you?
Oh, he was going to interview one of the bum check victims on his way home, a grocery store owner down in Highland Park. It might be him now.
Oh, now, don't hang on that phone, Joseph. His coffee gets cold.
Yeah. Friday talking.
This is Ben, Joe. Got a partial identification from that grocer's. Nothing great.
Which mug shot did he like?
Stanley Bubeck. Grocer thinks it might have been the guy who pushed the check. He can't be sure.
33 bum checks passed. Same M.O. Not one positive identification. Something's phony, isn't it?
It's got me stopped. We know the endorsements on every one of those checks was written with the same guy. Used practically the same story on every one of his victims. Those 33 people are either blind or they're kidding us.
Well, there's only one other answer.
Huh?
We're looking for the wrong man. For 2 months and 2 days in different shopping districts throughout the city, a man described as well-dressed and middle-aged had been passing worthless checks on independent neighborhood businessmen. Most of the victims were proprietors of small shops, meat markets, liquor stores, grocery stores. In none of the cases was the check written for more than $25. With the help of the stats office and our record bureau, we'd gone through the list of experienced checkmen until we found one man whose description and M.O. matched perfectly with that of the suspect. The man's name was Stanley Bubeck.
We can't locate him, Captain. Another thing, we can't get a positive identification from any of the victims.
And find a suspect they can identify. You've been tracking the guy for 2 months. What's the big mystery?
Well, we tabbed the man as Stanley Bubeck, and his record, his M.O., his description, they all tie in perfectly. Now we're not sure it's him.
What do you mean?
Well, if it is Bubeck, it's almost a sure thing that one of the victims could have made him on one of his mug shots. None of them can make up their minds.
Look, maybe one of you two'd like to be captain of forgery for a day, sit in this office and listen to complaints come in over that phone about this guy, the front office, neighborhood businessmen's clubs, retail merchants. They tell me they're trouble, so I'm passing them on to you. Now, whoever this paper hanger is, we want him, and we want him fast.
Lousy little $20 checks. We'll probably have a lot better target if you try something bigger.
And don't think he and 100 other checkmen like him don't know that. You won't find them stealing company paychecks and flooding the town with paper. They take it from the little guy, and they take it in small amounts, but add up those small amounts at the end of the year, and they'll scare you.
Well, that's the rotten part about it. None of those victims can afford a bad check.
And Grocer Donnelly stands on his feet all day and at a profit of $10, $15. He gets tagged with one bad check, and he's working for nothing.
We've got bulletins out on the suspect to all the small businessmen in town. They've all been alerted.
Excuse me. Captain Elliott. Yeah, okay, Don, right away. Don Myers. He went over the handwriting of those last 3 checks. Wants to see you.
Okay.
How about that special bulletin you got out to the prisons on Stanley Bubeck? Any replies?
Nothing yet, Skipper.
All right, stay on it.
Right, let's go, Bill.
It's a sour deal. I'd give a right arm for a line on this guy.
Yeah. Well, it'd move a lot faster if somebody'd help us follow those checks closer. The way it's running now, we hear about the paper 2 weeks after it's been cashed.
The Bubeck thing isn't helping much. No use trying another line if we get a 7.
Hi, Don.
Oh, hi. Just finished up on those last 3 checks that came in. You want to give them a look?
How do they shape up?
Well, you can see for yourself. Right here.
Yeah?
Here are the 3 I just went over.
Mm-hmm.
And here are half a dozen bad ones for cash last month. Now, the endorsements on this half doesn't match perfectly.
And those other 3?
Well, I'd say they were endorsed by the same person. Now, look here. You can notice the capital letters. Now, he still handles them the same way. Disconnected from the other letters in the first name. See?
Yeah.
But he connects the capitals in the last name. See?
Mm-hmm.
Not very bright.
Yeah.
Not much doubt in my mind. All the other handwriting factors tie in. Form, skill, shading. They all match up. The movement, terminals, they're all the same for my money. Here, the way he writes the lowercase letters. That cinches it for me.
How's that, Don?
Well, here. The inclination of the terminal stroke on the S. See it? Degree of slant above the horizontal is just about 55 degrees in all cases.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the finger movement in his capitals have plenty of freedom. They're not shaded much.
Yeah.
Nothing like this in his lowercase letters, though, you see? Here.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Not much freedom here. Lots of shading. And the pressure on the lifts. Here. They match up.
Mm-hmm.
Same on the downstroke. No, I'd say the skill is medium in all cases. Embellishments, both class 2.
No changes at all in the style?
Oh, he made the signatures look a little different. All 8 factors match up, though. It's the same person.
All we have to do is find him.
Hey, how about this fellow Stanley Bubeck? I thought you had him tapped.
Well, we're not too sure about him, but it's the only line we got to work on, so it'll have to do for now.
Mm-hmm.
Romero, the man in the office to see you and Joe. Name's Loomis.
Right, Fred. Be there in a minute.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Don. We'll check you later, huh?
Sure, okay. See you.
Let's go, Ben. How do you do? You Mr. Loomis?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Romero?
No, this is Sergeant Romero here. My name's Friday.
Oh,
How are
do you do?
What can we do for you?
It's about these checks, Sergeant. These right here.
Yeah?
You see, I run a delicatessen out on Sunset, and a few days ago, a new customer came in for a few things and paid for them with these checks. He came in twice.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I got the checks back today. They're no good. I tried to look up the man at the address he gave, but there's no such address.
Mm-hmm.
You can see one's for $15, the other one's for $20. The reason I asked for you men is because I know the man who runs the drugstore across the street, George Holmquist. He had some bad checks about a month ago. He said you took care of them.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Do you recall the man who passed these checks, Mr. Loomis?
Yes, I think I do. He told me he was new in the neighborhood and he was looking for a place to trade. Well, I guess we're all anxious for new business. I took the checks.
You got those mug shots there, Ben?
Well, yeah. Here we are.
Thank you. How about these men, Mr. Loomis? Any of them look anything like the person who passed the checks on you?
No. Let's see. Now, this one, yes, it does look like the man in a way. I don't know if I could be absolutely sure.
Stanley Bubeck, same M.O.
Beg your pardon?
Well, it looks like you're stuck with a couple of bad ones, Mr. Loomis. Probably the same man who passed checks on your druggist friend. We're doing everything we can to run this man down.
But what about the checks? Isn't there anything I can do about them?
No, sir, I'm sorry. Not right now. We would like to have you make out a crime report, if you will, and would you leave these checks with us?
Yeah.
Friday, Romero.
Here's Mr. Loomis.
This just came in for you. Reply from Salt Lake City, Utah on that bulletin you sent out under Stanley Bubeck.
Yeah.
He's been in jail for 5 months.
We sent a request to Salt Lake asking him to question Stanley Bubeck if he knew of any forger who matched his description or used his M.O. Bubeck could tell us nothing. Wednesday, February 6th. We threw away the results of 2 months of investigation. We went back and started from the beginning. Despite all precautions and warnings, the checks kept coming in at the rate of half a dozen a week. The same M.O. was used. The same handwriting showed up in the signatures on the checks. Again, with the help of the staff and the statistician's office and the record bureau, we waded through hundreds of names of known checkmen and compiled a new list of 38 possible suspects. Each one fitted the general description of the forger. Each one, at some time in his forgery career, had used the same general method of operation. Well, after days of legwork, we finally boiled down the list of possibles to 3 names: George Roberts, James Young, and a Harry L. Johansson. We got out a flyer to all the small businessmen in the areas where the forger operated. Another week passed. The worthless checks kept showing up at the rate of 2 and 3 a day. On February 21st, Ben and I answered a call from a druggist in the Echo Park district.
He bought some toothpaste and a carton of cigarettes, Sergeant. Asked me to cash a $20 check for him.
Did you ever see the man before, sir?
No, he gave me the same old story about being new in the neighborhood. That's when I remembered that police bulletin the department sent me.
Mm-hmm. Do you still have that bulletin?
No, I looked it over, and then I guess it got mislaid.
I wonder if you'd mind taking a look at these pictures here.
Not at all.
These right here.
Mm-hmm. Sure. This one right on top, that's the man.
You sure?
I am. It only happened a few hours ago. Do you know who he is?
Harry L. Johansson. That's the name we have on him.
It doesn't mean anything to me. He got real huffy when I wouldn't take his check. Stalked right out of the store. Very suspicious.
Did you follow him?
No, I told Ralph, my clerk, to follow him. Ralph.
Yeah, Mr. Butler?
You want to tell these officers about that man this morning?
Oh, I followed him down the street for a block and then turned the corner. That's where I lost him.
It's too bad.
Yeah, all I got was a license number.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of Northwest Airlines stewardess Jean Matson. You'll see her picture in leading magazines this week. Now, her actual signed statement.
There's one thing I really look forward to after a long flight. A good, mild smoke. That's why I prefer king-size Fatima. It's milder than any other long cigarette I've tried. Yes, I agree it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And so do more and more smokers every day. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor and aroma.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Best of all, long cigarettes.
September 21st, Thursday, 3 p.m. We took the license number, which the drugstore clerk had given us. We went back to the office and checked it through DMV. We found the car was registered to a Russell Burroughs on Pico Boulevard. We checked him out. He told us that he had loaned his car the day before to a friend of his. He identified the friend as Harry L. Johansson and gave us his last known address, 614 Elderwood Avenue. We got out a broadcast on the car. The Elderwood Avenue address turned out to be a single-story wooden frame house in the southern part of the city on the edge of the industrial district. It needed a coat of paint. A woman in her elderly 30s answered the door and identified herself as Mrs. Johansson. She invited us into the living room. There was a baby playing on the floor.
I don't expect my husband home for another 2 weeks, Sergeant. He's a cosmetic salesman. Travels all over the western states.
When did he leave on this last trip, Mrs. Johansson?
The first of the month. Why, is anything wrong?
What's the name of the cosmetics company that your husband works for?
Harrington Universal. Offices are down on East Main.
Mm-hmm. Do you know a friend of your husband's named Russell Burroughs?
Yes, I do. He's kind of a friend of the family. Please, Sergeant, if there's anything wrong, I ought to know.
We talked to Mr. Burroughs this afternoon. He told us your husband's in town. Burroughs loaned him his car.
Harry? That's silly. He's still on the road. He'd certainly let me know if he was coming back early.
You sure of that, ma'am?
Would you excuse me a minute, Sergeant? I'll have to put the baby to bed.
Certainly, ma'am.
Come on, Bonnie. I'll be back in a minute.
Kind of a funny setup, isn't it?
How do you mean?
Well, if Johansson's pushing bum checks, the money isn't going into his home here.
Wife doesn't act like she knows anything. Seems cooperative.
Well, afraid we're going to have to level with her if we're going to find out anything, huh?
Mm-hmm. You sure got a cute little girl.
I'm sorry, Sergeant.
It's perfectly all right. Just a few more questions.
Is it possible that your husband could be in town and you might not know it? I mean, could he be staying with a friend or some relatives?
No, if Harry was in town, he'd come home. Why would he stay with anyone else?
When did you last hear from your husband?
Last week. He wrote from San Francisco. The letter's right there on the mantel.
Oh, huh. Well, besides that letter, do you have any other samples of your husband's handwriting on her?
Well, I think so, yes. Where did you say you were from?
Central Division, Forgery Detail.
You investigate checks, bad checks?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
And you know about my husband?
His prison record, yes.
Harry promised me he was through with all that. He gave me his word.
Sorry, ma'am.
About a month ago, he had some extra money. He wouldn't tell me where he got it. Look, Sergeant, maybe you've made a mistake. Maybe it's not Harry at all. You're not sure, are you?
Did your husband use the phone much? I mean, for out-of-town calls, say?
No. Just that one toll call, a Long Beach number, I think. He has a business friend down there he used to call.
Do you know the number, ma'am?
I can show you. It's on last month's phone bill. Please, Sergeant, if Harry's done something wrong, he did it for us. Me and the baby. Harry's not bad.
Yes, ma'am.
He's done something. He did it for us. Harry hasn't had it easy. He wanted to get things for the baby. Clothes, a better house. All he
wanted was a little happiness. A little happiness.
You had it wrong, ma'am. You don't buy it with bum checks. Before we left Mrs. Johansson, we called and had a stakeout placed on the house, and then we got a sample of her husband's handwriting and the Long Beach telephone number that he was in the habit of calling. The next morning, Don Myers in handwriting compared Harry Johansson's letter with the signatures on the worthless checks. It matched. We called the Harrington Universal Cosmetics Company. They never heard of Harry Johansson. We called that Long Beach phone number. A woman answered and gave us the address where the telephone was installed. Turned out to be a swanky, modern apartment house. In apartment 18, we interviewed a good-looking brunette. She identified herself as Harry Johansson's common-law wife. She was well-dressed, and the apartment was richly furnished.
Well, what's it all about? What do you want, Harry?
Police business. You know where he is?
Well, what's he done?
Do you know where he is?
He drove into Hollywood this morning. Might be back tonight. I don't know for sure.
Is this your apartment?
Yeah. Mine and Harry's.
You're sure that Johansson's not here now?
Of course I'm sure. Why?
Well, and you won't mind if we come in and look around, huh?
I have a right to know what it's all about.
Johansson's wanted for forgery. Now, if you want to get involved, you help him hide out.
I'm not asking for that kind of trouble. Go ahead and look.
Take the bedroom, will you, Ben?
Right. Never mind, cop. Thanks for the help, honey.
I don't want any part of your troubles, Harry. I didn't know a thing about it, honestly.
Ben.
Yeah.
You better come along, too, lady.
Well, tell him, Harry. I don't know what it's about. What's the idea of getting me mixed up in this?
How do you think I was paying for this place? Taking you out. Buying us clothes for you.
I don't want any part of it. 3-room apartment, a couple of dresses. That's all he ever got me.
You got no complaints, lady.
Huh?
That's more than he bought his kids. 1 p.m. Friday. Ben and I took Harry Johansson to the county jail where he was booked for suspicion of forgery. We called Mrs. Johansson and notified her. She immediately contacted friends and relatives and raised enough money for a writ to have her husband released from jail. 3 days later, Johansson was arraigned and a date set for his preliminary hearing. After the arraignment, Ben and I took him back to the county jail for rebooking.
I'd like to ask you a question, Johansson.
Yeah?
You got any money of your own left?
Why don't you stick to your own business, copper?
That family of yours is having a pretty rough time. Your wife borrowed every cent she could find to bail you out. Now, what's she going to live on?
She's got relatives.
You know, there's the elevator.
Come on, Johansson.
They're not going to put me back in Folsom. Not in 100 years.
You've done 2 stretches already for hanging paper. You should have known better, mister.
You got it all figured out, haven't you, Fuzz? Well, I'm not going back.
Take it easy. You got a couple of more weeks on bail before the trial.
Yeah. A couple of weeks.
What's the matter with you? Don't you feel well?
They won't get me back to Folsom.
You're not making it any easier on yourself. All right, Archie.
Don't you cops understand? I hate it. Every lousy bit of it. I'm not going back to Folsom. I'm not going back. Now, do you understand?
It's a good idea, mister. You remember that when you get out. We booked Harry Johansson in the county jail. His bail was continued, and he was released pending a trial. During the next week, along with the district attorney's office, Ben and I helped prepare the case against Johansson. 3 days before the trial opened, we had a phone call from Mrs. Johansson. She told us that her husband had disappeared. Well, there was nothing we could do until he actually failed to appear in Superior Court at the appointed time. On Monday, April 3rd, the case of the State versus Harry L. Johansson officially opened. The defendant failed to show. A bench warrant was immediately issued, and we got out a broadcast and an APB on the suspect. Stakeouts were placed in his house and at the apartment of his common-law wife. 2 days passed. No sign of him.
Nothing, Joe. Bumley just checked it out.
Yeah. How about those 2 ex-con pals of Johansson's? Did you check with them?
Yeah, nothing there. I don't see how I can last out much longer. One suit of clothes, no money.
You still got a checkbook. When did the skipper say he was coming back?
On 7:30 tonight. 7:15 now.
I'll get it. Forgery, Friday.
Jefferson? This is your mother.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Ma.
I forgot to tell you when you called earlier. You're supposed to be home tonight by 8 o'clock.
What's that, Ma?
Mary Fowler, she's coming over to visit tonight, and Genevieve's coming with her.
Yeah, well, look, will you try to explain to them that I'm working and I can't get away? Huh?
Well, all right, Joseph, I'll try.
Well, if I possibly can, I'll try to make it home by 10. Will that be all right?
Well, all right, Joseph, I'll see what I can do. Genevieve's going to be disappointed.
Yeah. If I'm later than that, don't wait up for me, huh?
Yes, all right then.
Bye, Ma.
Yes. Bye, Joseph.
Oh, hi, Skipper.
The call just came in.
Yeah.
They found Johansson.
Captain Elliott, Ben, and I drove out the highway to the Tahunga Wash. We turned off and headed into the Mount Gleason area. Captain Elliott directed us onto a dirt road. Halfway up one of the mountains, we spotted a group of cars pulled off on the shoulder of the road. We parked behind them, got out, and started over.
Who found the car, Skipper?
One of the people living back in the hills. Spotted it on his way home from work.
Mm-hmm. Coroner got here in a hurry.
Yeah. Hi, Dave.
How you doing, Joe? Captain Elliott.
How long's he been dead?
Since last night, I figure. Come on over.
Yeah.
You talked to the man who found Johansson's body, Dave?
Yeah, he didn't touch a thing.
What'd you find?
Powder burns on the temple, powder on the hands. Boys from homicide found the note. It's on the seat right next to him. Here it is, here. It's been checked.
Yeah, thanks.
All ties in, huh, Dave?
Pretty tight, yeah. Gene Bechtel from homicide wants to talk to you, Captain.
Okay, be right back, Joe.
Right.
Who do you address the note to, Joe? His wife?
No, the girlfriend.
Look what he wrote it on.
Yeah, blank check.
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On April 9th, an inquest was held in the coroner's office on the main floor of the Hall of Justice, Los Angeles, California. In a moment, the results of that inquest.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. The working detective comes in contact with many people in his daily tour of duty. People who are willing to cooperate and those who won't even try. It's a difficult task, but the police officer has been trained to try to please everybody to the best of his ability. So with a cigarette, the people who make Fatima try to please all long cigarette smokers. They carefully select and blend the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos to make Fatima extra mild, the best of all long cigarettes. Now, if you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, smoke Fatima. Every pack is extra mild. Fatima.
On April 9th, the coroner's jury returned a verdict that the death of Harry L. Johansson was caused by a gunshot wound in the head, self-inflicted. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Coming up, Duffy's Tavern. More good times on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you late meet the Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Sidney Greenstreet. Yeah, from them spy pictures. Yeah, that's right. Sort of like a Matter Harry. Only this is a much badder matter. Yeah, you've seen the guy, Duffy. You know, sort of a Herbert Marshall accent, a Peter Lorre personality, and a Turin Bay window. Huh? How's business here tonight? Well, it's a very small crowd. You know, the stores are open till 9 o'clock this week, so the Shoplifting crowd ain't arrived yet. Well, I'll call you back later, Duffy. So long.
Yeah, do you think if I asked Mr. Duffy, he would lend me some money?
Duffy, Eddie, why not be more practical? Ask Santa Claus. Duffy, asking Duffy for money. Have you blew your premium?
Yeah, I guess it is kind of crazy. Yeah, it must be these strange cigarettes. You never know what they sell you these days.
Yeah, you don't realize how cheap that Duffy is, you know. With him, it's a sickness.
Yeah, Duffy's disease.
Poor circulation of the bankroll. I can't understand it. What good does his money do him?
Huh?
Well, you know, Eddie, money can't buy happiness.
Uh-uh.
So he's got the dough and we ain't. But, Eddie, we're happy.
Yeah, we're happy.
Sure, we're happy.
Sure.
Sure.
You start laughing, Mr. Archie. I'll be right behind you.
Eddie, I guess you just ain't a philosopher.
Well, I hope that Sonia Jones ain't a philosopher.
Huh?
My girlfriend, you know.
So you'll break the promise.
Mr. Archie, that's a promise that would kill me to break. And so would she.
Eddie, you mean she would inflict you physical injury? I thought she was in love with you.
You'd be surprised how fast Sonia's tender embrace can turn into a half Nelson.
Yeah, huh? Well, why do you take it? Why don't you leave her?
I guess it's love. She beats me and wipes up the floor with me, kicks me down the stairs. But then when she takes me in her arms and says, I love you, you brute, I'm a goner.
Well, Eddie, I guess we're all immune to flattery at times.
What?
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
What's going on?
Well, Eddie here wants to buy a mink coat. I'm trying to talk him out of it.
Archie's right, Eddie. Don't get one. A mink coat looks too flashy on a man.
Oh, Finnegan, you see, Eddie is, like the French say, in amour.
Where?
He's in love.
Oh.
This dame.
Oh, I get it. And she's a gold digger.
Well, this one's more of a fur trapper. You see, I promised her a mink coat.
Oh, you did? Well, you don't catch me buying presents. Believe me, when a guy spends a lot of dough on dames, they think he's a judge.
Well, what do they think you are?
But it don't cost me no dough.
Finnegan, where did you get this skeptical attitude toward dames?
Oh, from me father. He tipped me off about dames. You know, he married one. He always says to me, got a funny way of talking.
He probably inherited it.
Clifton, he says all women is gold diggers.
All women? That's rather a generalization on your father's part, ain't it?
Oh, yeah? Look what happened with him with me mother. He thought me mother was marrying him for love, and what happens? The first thing after the wedding, bing, she quits her job. Boy, you're not going to catch me getting married.
Well, don't worry, Finnegan. The dame that marries you will still be single anyway.
Oh, is that so?
Say, Archie,
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
what size neck does a man have?
Well, that varies as the man varies.
Well, what size is your neck?
You mean normal or expanded?
I mean skinny, like it is now.
Miss Duffy, it happens me neck looks a little skinny now because this collar is the wrong size for me. It's too large.
What's your regular size?
12 and a half. Look, why are you so anxious to know about guys' neck sizes?
I'm buying a fella a tie.
Oh. Well, why don't you buy him a rubber one, then he can stretch it to suit himself? Who is the fella?
My old boyfriend, Breckenridge Hartenfelder, the battleship painter.
Oh, that Gangplank Gauguin. Is he in again? He's certainly been avoiding you for a long time, ain't he?
That's not true, Archie. I thought he'd been avoiding me, too. But I forgave him when I found out that he had a perfectly legitimate reason for keeping away.
What was the reason?
He was engaged to a girl in Brooklyn.
Well, that's very legitimate. Then you are taking him back?
Yes.
Jiminy Christmas.
That had nothing to do with it.
Oh, my. Oh, me.
Eddie, why don't you grab the horn by the dilemmas? Call up Sonia and tell her you can't buy her the coat.
Not me.
Eddie, where is your spirit?
If I tell her I ain't gonna buy the coat, my spirit will be asking where's my body. I've got to raise that money.
Hey, look, Arch, why do minks cost so much?
Well, mainly because they're so scarce.
Well, why are they so scarce?
Because of their rarity.
Oh, I see.
And another thing, it costs quite a bit to convoy them from Russia. They come from merminks.
Yes? Are you sure they all come from Russia?
Oh, certainly. They were originally known as minks. Yeah, that's their native habitat.
I wish Sonia Jones knew as little about minks as you do.
Oh, yeah? I'll prove it to you. Leave us ask Bob Graham here. He's a college guy. Hey, Bob.
Yeah?
Bob, I say that all minks come from Russia, right?
Wrong.
Go ahead and sing. What, this guy don't know about botany. He'd fill a hole in the ground.
What a difference a day made. 24 little hours brought the sun and the flowers where there used to be rain. My yesterday was blue, dear. Today I'm part of you, dear. My lonely nights are through, dear, since you said you were mine. What a difference a day made. There's a rainbow before me. Skies above can't be stormy. Since that moment of bliss, that thrilling kiss, it's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day made, and the difference is you. It's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day makes, and the difference is you. When you find romance on your menu, what a difference a day makes, and the difference is you.
Well, come on, Eddie. Now get on that phone and call Sonia.
Oh, some a diddle, man. Well, okay. Now, Sonia? Yeah, this is Snookum. Do you still love me? That's fine. Now about that mink coat. I don't see how I... Huh? Massacre, huh? Teeth all over this thing. What's that with the skull? Oh, fracture. Neck too. Well, son, I'll see what I can do. Yeah, goodbye. Well, she's got a point there.
Eddie, what are you, a man or a jellyfish?
I'm a man who's about to be pounded into a jellyfish.
Well, Eddie, if you want to dance, you got to pie the piper.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, that dirty crook, Dave Hossinger, here again.
Yep, it's Leon.
Look, Hossinger, you crook, I told you to keep out of this place. Every time you come down here, you have swindled me, robbed me. Time after time, you made a sucker out of me. And here you are again. Hossinger, ain't you got no pride?
Oh, now, Archie, you know very well that if I stopped coming around here, you'd miss me.
Look, Dave, if I ever feel that I miss you, I can always go and look at your picture in the post office.
Archie, why don't you look at it sensibly? If I didn't swindle you, some stranger would.
Dave, I don't think that's a valid argument.
Oh, you're just sensitive. Now let me open this suitcase, Arch. I have here one of the biggest bargains.
Dave! Think you even gonna talk to me first?
Oh, I'm sorry. How have you been, Arch?
Fine, Dave.
Good. Now, as I was saying, I have here a real bargain. Here, take a look at it.
Oh, Eddie, look here, a mink coat.
Yep, a genuine mink coat worth $2,000. I know you haven't got $2,000, Eddie, but I'm your friend. Take it for $50.
But I ain't got 50.
Take it for $25.
Just a second, Hossinger. Is this real mink?
Well, of course, huh?
Then how can you afford to come down from 50 to 25?
Well, the answer is very simple, Arch. I've got my own mink ranch. And through feeding them specially enriched food, I have produced a species of mink which is today known far and wide in the fur trade as the Hossinger Vitamink.
Vitamink, huh?
Mm-hmm. And that's why I can sell the coat so cheap, you see. The Vitamink is a giant mink. So long that one mink makes a coat.
Well, sounds logical, all right. But somehow or other, I still got a feeling that...
Archie, there's a gentleman here to see you.
Oh, I'll be right back, fellas. Eddie, come here.
Yeah.
Eddie, don't give him a quarter until I see you. I still got a feeling there's something Danish in Denmark. I'll see you in a minute. Well, good evening, Mr. Greenstreet. Well, Mr. Greenstreet, as one says to the prodigal guest, welcome to your fatted kid. And furthermore, please feel constrained to accept our behoovle.
As a citizen of an allied country, I demand an interpreter.
It won't be necessary. Just talk slow and we'll understand you. Yeah, have a chair. No, not that one. Take this one here. Charlie Lawton used this one last week, and it's about on its last legs anyway. By the way, do you know Lawton?
Yes.
Yeah, huh? You seen him since he was here last week?
No, he can't have visitors for 3 more days.
What's wrong with him?
The doctors are puzzled, but they think it's asphyxiation.
Oh, well, he couldn't have got it here. He didn't eat a thing. Well, anyways, I'm glad you rolled in on us.
Say, oh, hello, Mrs. Duffy.
Huh?
Oh, excuse me, mister. I thought you was Mrs. Duffy wearing slacks.
Oh, Sidney, this is Clifton Finnegan.
How do you do?
By George. I wish Peter Lorre could see you. It would scare the pants off him.
Oh, hey, I know who you are. I always see you with Peter Lorre and Humphrey Bogart. You're very good, too. You always steal a picture from him.
Thank you, sir.
Of course, it's easy for you. All you got to do is stand in front of him.
Finnegan, please, no remarks about Mr. Greenstreet's obesliness.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Greenstreet.
That's all right. Your suggestion about standing in front of Bogart isn't bad.
You don't have to do that. You'll be great even if he stood in front of you. You're a terrific actor. Malted Falcon.
In Hollywood, we called it the Maltese Falcon.
Maltese? Well, I hope as you never walk into a Hollywood drugstore and ask for a chocolate Maltese. But you're a great villain, you know, very believable.
Hey, Archie, I don't have too much time, and Hey, Bud, don't I know you from someplace?
Do you?
I've seen that face before. You, wanted for anything?
Well, they may use me in Forever Amber.
Oh, now, look, pal. You don't have to be cagey with me. I know you from someplace. Ever been in Sing Sing?
No.
No, I've seen you in connection with some crooked... I mean, I know you're in my business. Was you ever in Alcatraz?
No.
San Quentin?
Mm-hmm.
Joliet? Dannemora? Leavenworth? See, what do? Go to some small, exclusive place?
Well, look, old boy.
Dave, please, I'm talking to this gentleman right now. Excuse us, will you? Miss, Sidney. Look, this guy Hossinger thinks that you're a real crook.
Is that so? Well, it happens quite often, and I consider it rather a tribute to my...
Greenstreet, please, don't be such a ham. You see, the point is that this guy Hossinger is offering to sell Eddie the waiter a $2,000 mink coat for $25.
Sounds like a philanthropist.
Right, crooked as a corkscrew. He's got some kind of a racket with this mink coat, and maybe you can help me find out what it is.
What do I do?
Well, just go into a little act with me. We're going to indulge in a little skullduggery.
It's all right, as long as it isn't my skull that's being dugged.
Well, come on, it ain't for me. It's to help Eddie Green, you know. You don't want to see that poor little guy get just out of $25, do you?
Oh, all right, as long as it won't be you doing good.
Eddie, we'll find out what that hostage's racket is. Watch me and Green Street go into the sack. Scram, Eddie. Here he comes now.
Say, Archie, tell me something. That fat guy, who is he? I know I've seen him somewhere.
Dave, I can't talk.
He is a crook, isn't he?
Is he? Hossenger, compared with him, you're just a petty larcenger. This guy only happens to be the biggest criminal in the international underground. You know, the IRT.
You don't say. What's his specialty?
Everything. Diamond smuggling, assassination, espionage, jewel thievery. He's the biggest thing since Lizzie Borden.
Well, what's he doing here with you, Arch?
Well, you see, Duffy's is his New York hideout, and I,
Arch, you don't mean that you're mixed up with...
Dave, I suppose you gotta know sometime. You see, I wasn't making much dough, being honest, and, well, I know crime don't pay, but neither does Duffy.
Can't believe it. Archie, a crook.
Please, Dave, not Archie. In international crime circles, I'm known as X-41.
X-41, huh? And what's the fat guy's name?
B-29. Very brilliant crook. Why don't you listen to us while we talk things over, Dave? Maybe you can learn a thing or two. Oh, B-29,
You talking to me?
Yeah. Did that cargo of emeralds come in from India?
Emeralds?
Yeah, the ones that was robbed from the Taj Motel.
Yes. Those emeralds, yes. They came in all right.
Yeah, huh? Any of them broken?
No, the emeralds are perfect. Just turned a little green from the trip.
Well, that's natural. By the way, did you get the dough for shooting that guy in Bucharest? You know, the Baron?
Yes, I got $500.
$500 for an arson job? B-29, that job was worth at least $1,000. Just one other thing. Did V-16 steal them plans for that 88-inch millimeter?
I don't know until I hear from Lisbon.
What's that?
I don't know until I hear from Lisbon.
Lisbon? From who?
Lisbon in Portugal.
Oh, him. Oh, yes, very... Yeah, very dependable man, Lisbon. Leave us send him an extra $100,000. You hear that, Dave? You think maybe you would like to get in on this thing?
Oh, gee, Arch. It'd be wonderful to be a big-shot crook like you guys.
Sure, Dave. You'll get longer sentences and everything. What do you say, B-29? Can we use him?
Well, I don't know. Is he an embezzler?
Never touches a drop. Say, we might be able to use him in our smuggling department. He's very good with furs. Dave, tell the boss here how you're working that fur racket on Eddie Green.
Oh, that? Oh,
Yeah.
Well, that's just child's play. You see, this coat here is a genuine mink. I show this one, then I switch it for a phony rabbit one worth about $10.
Very clever. Okay, Hossinger, you're through.
What do you mean?
You tried to rook Eddie, one of our mob. You violated the code, Hossinger, and now you're gonna pay.
What do you mean?
You're gonna be rubbed off. Okay, B-29, what do you want to use on him, the Tommy gun or the Giletto?
I think I'm in mood for an axe.
The axe, huh? Hall was the artist. Well, here's the axe.
All right, Mr. Hossinger, if you'll please remove your hat.
No, you can't do this. You can't kill me like a rat.
Up off your knees, Hossinger. Take it like a man.
No, I don't want to die. Do anything. Kill me, but I don't want to die. I'll do anything.
Well, all right, Hossinger, we're businessmen. We'll let you go if you'll sell a real mink coat to the boss here for $25.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Here's the coat.
Give him the $25.
All right, here you are.
Thanks. And thanks for letting me live. 22, 23, 24. Thank you. Well, good night, Archie.
Good night, Dave.
Good night, Eddie. Good night, Mr. Greenstreet.
Well, that's one time we put it over on Hudson. Good night, Mr. Greenstreet. That dirty crook, he knew you all the time.
Say, Archie, this coat, it seems to be turning white.
Yeah. You mean the mink is coming off already?
I bet if a greyhound come in here, this coat would get up and start running round in circles.
Holy cat, a rabbit coat. That Hoskins, you did it again.
Well, too bad. Here's your coat. I'll take my $25, please.
Pay you $25. B-29, this is X-41 you're talking to. Don't be trying to stick me with no phony coat.
But I've laid out $25.
You make a mistake, you pay for it. That's the code of the underworld.
Mm-hmm. How is it that I'm always so smart in movies?
Well, Eddie, old man, I'm sorry it came out like this.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Archer. You saved me $25. Well, see you later.
Where you going?
I'm going down and tell that Sonia Jones off. I'm going to tell her that she ain't going to get nothing. And what's she going to do about it?
Oh, wait a minute, Eddie. You still got the $25.
Oh, that? Well, that I'm going to use for hospital expenses.
Time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. Sidney Greenstreet can now be seen in Warner Brothers' new picture, Hollywood Canteen. Let's meet here again next week when our guest will be Monty Woolley.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
You are speeding through the Turkish night on the Taurus Express. You are alone and unarmed, and somewhere on the train is a calm killer from whom you must escape. Escape, Produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight we escape to Turkey and the Taurus Express, which carries a shipment of death. As Harold Lamb told it in his exciting story, Three Good Witnesses.
I took the Taurus Express that night because I was going home, back to the United States, back to California, and my routine job at the oil company. 2 days before, I'd given my final report to our State Department man in Istanbul, a negative report.
Mr. Ward, your considered opinion is that there is no oil in this area?
Not enough to be worth drilling for, not at this late date. War would be over before we could get out 10,000 barrels.
You're being optimistic, Mr. Ward. War isn't over yet. Who can say when it will be?
Well, that's true, but...
what does Arvock say?
He agrees with me completely. So does Wyndham, the British engineer. We're all agreed.
3 good witnesses, huh? Well, then that settles it.
What do you mean, 3 good witnesses?
Oh, that's an old saying out here in the Middle East. It comes from the Arabs, a slang. In their old law, the testimony of 3 independent and trustworthy witnesses was enough to establish the guilt or innocence of an accused person.
But why 3?
I suppose 2 witnesses to a crime might tell the same lie. But if 3 fellows tell the same story, well, it must be true.
Maybe. Now, I suppose the odds against 3 making up the same story would be high, but I don't know whether I'd like to trust my neck to that kind of justice.
Yes. It is a little different from the justice back home in Chattahoochee County. I imagine you'll be wanting to get back to the States as soon as possible.
Indeed, I do.
Well, I can put you on the Taurus Express Wednesday. You'll be in Cairo by Saturday. Get an ATC plane that'll have you in Washington 3 days later.
Istanbul to Washington in less than a week. It's a small world, isn't it? So I was booked on the Taurus Express, leaving Istanbul on Wednesday night. I got to the station late, and as I walked down the long platform toward the first-class carriages, I sensed a tension in the crowd. First, I couldn't explain it. Then I noticed that the platform was alive with police. They stood at the door of every car, motionless, solemn-faced, carefully scrutinizing everyone who got aboard. And it seemed that everyone on that bustling platform was aware of them. I found my car near the front of the train. A policeman stood at the open door. I paused to verify the car number, and suddenly I heard a voice at my elbow.
I thought I had missed you.
A pair of arms twined around my neck. A pair of lips were kissing me. Pushed her away to try to see her face, but she clung to me. Tried to say something, but she kept talking so fast I couldn't get a word in.
How could you do this to me? To run off without even saying goodbye? I must be with you right up to the last minute. My darling.
At last I could see her. She was beautiful. Very young and very beautiful. Turkish or Greek, I couldn't tell which, but lovely.
Why? You must let me go on the train with you. Figure safely to your compartment. I can't figure safely to your compartment. I cannot bear it.
Madame, I'm afraid you're making a mistake.
Please, you must help me. I will explain.
But
Come, you will leave the train. I will see you safely on board. Come, hurry, so we may say our last goodbye in privacy.
This last was thrown over her shoulder to the policeman standing there. She pulled me up the steps into the car. He stared at us, but he said nothing. In a moment, we were standing in the deserted corridor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, look here, young lady. What is all this?
It is the fault of those police standing up there. I could not get into the car alone.
But why not?
This is a first-class car. Only rich foreigners ride in first-class compartment. I could see by your clothes you were American. I knew you would help me.
But why did you want to get into this car, especially?
Because I...
Suddenly she stopped. Her eyes were riveted on something behind my back. I turned to see a swarthy young man staring at us from the other end of the car. He was dressed in the uniform of a train conductor. Slid open a compartment door. There was an almost imperceptible jerk of his head, and then the girl slipped past me and into the open room. The conductor slid the door shut after her.
Your number, sir?
Huh? Oh, yes, 12.
Yes, the next one. Here. If there is anything I can do for you, I shall be pleased. If you care to leave your ticket and passport with me, I shall be able to attend to Syrian customs without disturbing you later.
As he talked, his eyes were not on me. He was watching the slow progress of a policeman through the car. The officer was walking by, glancing into each compartment. When he came opposite us, he spoke to the conductor. The conductor was standing squarely in front of the door of the girl's compartment, hiding her from view. The policeman walked on. In a moment, he had disappeared.
Thank you, sir. I shall not disturb you.
I went into my compartment. My bags were already there. The train was about to leave. Everything was in order. But I couldn't help wondering about the incident I just witnessed. About the girl I'd involuntarily hemped and the conductor. Wondered about all those police out there. Obviously, something's going on. Then I remembered. This was Istanbul, the gateway to the Middle East. It was supposed to be alive with active spies. Could that girl be... Then I laughed. Just my overage, stay-at-home mind imagining things. Then suddenly I heard a voice in the corridor outside.
What's the big idea?
The voice was unmistakably American and music to my ears. I jumped to my feet and stepped into the corridor. There outside the next compartment was a young man, in civilian clothes, carrying a small bag and a briefcase. The swarthy conductor was approaching him with a worried look.
Huh? There's a dame in my compartment.
Beg pardon, sir. There must be a mistake. This is compartment number 10.
Naturally. You think I can't read? Number 10, that's mine.
But number 10 is not sold. It is not marked on my list.
The heck it isn't. I've got the ticket right here. What's with the dame?
Please, not so loud.
I don't get that.
I beg your pardon. Can I be of any help?
Oh, you're an American, too.
Yep. Humphrey Ward, Los Angeles.
Tom Hatfield.
Glad to know you.
Look, what's with the dame? Do you know?
No, I'm afraid
please, gentlemen, step into the compartment, please.
But the girl...
Please. In. Yes?
Okay.
Well,
Please.
Oh, all right.
Passaria. Attisena Natukamo.
Hey, wait a minute. Talk English. What's all this about, anyway?
It is... I am embarrassed, sir.
You're embarrassed. I buy a ticket and find a dame in my compartment. Of course, on closer inspection, maybe I'm not so mad after all. She looks like a good deal.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, you do speak English, huh?
Sir, the policeman will come by. Maybe look in. I must ask of you a favor.
Yeah?
If she could stay here just until the train has started, she will not bother you after that.
Why can't she stay in her own compartment?
Please, sir, I have no place else to put her. All the other places are taken.
Oh, she's a deadhead, huh?
Deadhead?
No ticket. Stowaway.
It is something like that.
Oh, what's the setup? She your girlfriend?
No, it is not like that. It is... You see, we are both Macedonians. She is escaping from the Nazis. She wants to go to Cairo to join the nurse corps.
Oh?
She has been for 2 years in Greece, under the Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
She is a real patriot. If you will help her...
Well, maybe if you introduce us and let her speak for herself.
She is called Maradalis.
Well, let's make it Mary for short. Mary the deadhead. Hi, Mary.
Hi. You're okay.
Get her. She talks American.
I spent 2 years at American school at Thessalonica. I work with Red Cross in Greece during the fighting.
Right so?
I like Americans. I want to go to the United States.
Who doesn't?
I want to learn to be a real nurse. You will help me. Americans are always kind.
Mm-hmm.
This gentleman here, he helped me get on the train.
Naturally.
Now you will help me. Okay?
Okay.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now, I must go before the policeman gets suspicious.
Gee, this may turn out to be a pleasure.
Looks like you don't need me. I'm in the next compartment. Maybe we'll get together later.
Sure. I'd offer you a seat, but we're sort of crowded already. Mary and me.
I went back to my seat laughing mostly at the silly idea I'd had that maybe Mary the deadhead and her conductor friend were spies of some sort. Obviously, they were harmless. As harmless as I was. And that was completely harmless, confounded. I looked out the window as the train slid out of the station, leaving Turkey, leaving the war, going home. Back to complacent safety. Men were out here fighting and dying. They'd get no help from me. Overage and useless. I felt pretty sorry for myself. It wasn't until the next day that I began to get acquainted with my fellow passengers. Mary, the deadhead, was riding on the conductor's jump seat at the end of the car. The Ruvians, an Armenian couple, were in 14, the compartment next to mine. Young Tom Hatfield was on the other side of me. And two Greek refugees, a Mr. Chiniara and a Mr. Zikar, were next to him, an 8. Hatfield kept pretty much out of sight all day, and it was Mr. Chiniara who shared a table with me at dinner that night. I didn't much care for him, but he was somebody to talk to.
You Americans, you do not realize how lucky you are.
No, I suppose not.
You do not know what it is to be safe. Just look around you. Almost all the passengers on this express are refugees. All of them would pay much to be going to the United States as you are.
Yeah, I suppose so.
But yes. Where else is there any security for us? But you, sir, and your young friend are already secure. Wherever you go, you are always safe. But it is not so for us.
Yeah, I suppose we do take a lot for granted, and... Oh, here's Mr. Hatfield now. Hatfield, won't you join us?
Thanks, no, I'll just sit over there. I insist. I was just leaving. You must join your friend.
Oh, really? There's no need?
Insist, please. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Signora. It's been a pleasure.
And for me, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Take it easy.
Well, I haven't seen much of you today. Been resting, eh?
Something like that. You ordered?
Yes, I'll call the waiter.
Never mind, he'll be back. Who's your slick-haired friend?
Oh, Mr. Chignara? He's a Greek refugee, just escaped from the Nazis.
Everybody out here just escaped from the Nazis.
He was saying how lucky we are to be Americans. Guess I don't see many of us in Turkey these days.
I guess not.
Haven't seen many of us myself. Funny, I didn't run into you in Istanbul.
I wasn't there, just passing through.
Oh. You know, I thought I'd have met you at the American Mission or somewhere.
No.
Well, I'm out here at the State Department. Oil. But I didn't have much luck. I'm going home now.
Too bad.
Plenty of things for us Americans to do out here, though. Plenty of things for us Americans to do out here, though. Like, oil and other things, you know. Of course, they give the unimportant stuff to has-beens like me. They give the good stuff to young fellows like you.
Okay, Mr. Ward.
Huh? What?
Okay. I'm Tom Hatfield, Frankfort, Kentucky. White, Protestant, 26, unmarried. No, I'm not a draft dodger, and no, I'm not AWOL. And yes, I'm here on business, which is none of yours. I'm a captain in the Air Force. 2 years overseas. You might say officially I'm on a holiday. The fact is, I'm taking this train to Adana, where I get off at 5 tomorrow morning, cross the border, and catch a plane that's waiting to take me to Cairo. Anything else you want to know?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Sit down. I'm sorry. I guess I'm getting on my own nerves. Forget it, will you?
Oh, nothing. You needn't think that...
Riding on trains is kind of bad for a flyer. Makes me jumpy.
I understand. But you must have already been through a lot. I do understand. I was in France in 1918. I know what it's like.
Maybe you know better than I do.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, but I envy you. I'd give anything to be in it.
You're lucky you're not.
Oh, I know. No fun being old and useless like me either. I envy you. I can tell you're doing something important.
You can? How?
By the way you're so careful with that briefcase. Carry it around with you all the time. All the time. You got it on your lap now. Probably got something important in it. Dispatches or something.
So you noticed that, did you? Well, I hope nobody else on this train is so observant, Mr. Ward.
Oh, you're pulling my leg. What difference would it make, anyway?
You can never tell. On a train like this, out here, you never know.
Oh, you mean spies?
Well,
But why? I haven't seen anyone who looks suspicious.
Spies are never suspicious looking, Mr. Ward. They're anybody. Anybody who wants to make a quick buck and doesn't care how he does it. This train is alive with people like that.
Oh, yeah, but who?
Well, just take, for instance, Mary, the deadhead. She's young and pretty, yes. But she's broke. And her shifty-eyed boyfriend, the conductor.
Oh, but they're Greek. She's a refugee.
So she says. But didn't it seem strange to you that he put her in my compartment by mistake? My name wasn't on the list, so he said. Were you satisfied with her story?
Well, for a moment I was suspicious, but...
You can't take too much for granted.
Now, for instance, the story I just told you. I might be a spy, mightn't I? That whole thing might be hogwash.
Well, no. You're American. I know that. Who else would say hogwash?
No matter. I could be an American traitor. There are such things.
Oh, but that's...
Or you might be the spy. Yeah, they even look like you. Meek and mild. Cast for milquetoast. And their cover stories are pips. Like telling you they're out here looking for oil. They strike up conversation, ask questions, and notice briefcases.
Oh, but look here. Surely you don't...
No, I don't think anything. I only say you never can tell, Mr. Ward.
Of course he was kidding me, pulling my leg, but I didn't really mind. I liked him, and he had a right to be cocky and flippant. He was doing something for the war effort. Even though I knew he was kidding me, I went to bed thinking about spies and fell asleep dreaming of them. Then very suddenly, I woke with a terrible sense of urgency. There was something that I must do. I looked at my watch. It was 10 minutes to 5. The train was dark. Everything was quiet. And yet, I felt I had to get up. I started to put on my clothes. It didn't make sense, but then I remembered. It was Tom Hatfield, not me, who had to get up at 5, leave the train at Adana to cross the border into Syria and take his plane. Those dispatches must be important. If he had to change to a fast plane as soon as he got out of neutral Turkey. When I stepped out into the dimly lit corridor, it was deserted. I knocked on Hatfield's door. No answer. I tried the handle. The door slid open into darkness. Something was wrong. I switched on the light and went in. Tom Hatfield lay there in the bunk asleep. Hey, Hatfield! Rise and shine! We're coming into Adana. You've got to get off. I shook him. He didn't move. Then I saw blood on his pillow, and on his head. I looked around quickly. The briefcase was gone. Kevorkian! Kevorkian!
Is something wrong, sir?
Did either of you see anybody go into number 10?
No, nobody. Who should go?
Look, do you have keys to the doors?
But no, there are no keys. They lock from the inside, a sliding bolt and chain. Nobody can get in once they are locked.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew Tom Hatfield would have locked that door. Somebody must have gotten in some other way and left that corridor door open with a false clue. But how? Then I noticed the door was connected to number 8. I tried it. Locked. This didn't make sense. But through my mind was racing one thought. American dispatches have been stolen. Tom Hatfield is out. It's up to me. I searched the room. I found an automatic under the mattress, but no briefcase. I heard the train start up again. We were leaving Adana. I looked again at the connecting door. Then I got it. The bolt was fastened on the other side of that door, but on this side it was not. That meant that someone could have come in through number 8. I knocked on the door. I heard a movement, and then the bolt slid back and the door swung open. I was face to face with Mr. Chinada, and he was staring at the gun in my hand.
What is that for?
The briefcase. The bag of my friend. Is it here?
Briefcase? Bag? Oh, we have here only our valises.
This door has been opened. Something is missing.
Oh, if you have lost something, I pray you to look. I know nothing of it. Come in, please, and look.
All right, I will. I'm not accusing anyone, but I just want to be sure that... Next thing I felt was a stinging coldness on my face, rushing wind, and realized that I was hanging half out of the window of the car, shutting me out the train. Savagely, I felt something give, and I pushed myself back, slid down onto the floor. I felt something hard under me, the gun. In the dim compartment, I saw them coming at me, Chinada and Vitor. I raised the gun.
What is it? What has happened?
Oh, look! On the floor.
Shut the door quickly.
Are they...
Wait, let me look. Yes, both of them.
Finished.
They took the briefcase. I'm sure they did.
Hey, who's shooting up the place?
Hatfield.
Holy cow, will you look at that? What's happened?
Hatfield.
Holy cow, will you look at that? What's happened?
Well, the briefcase. It's here someplace. I'm sure it is.
Hey, wait a minute, fella. You're all banged up here. Looks like we both got some. Here, sit down. You'll need a drink. Mary, you'll find a pint in my bag. Bring it in here, will you?
But they got the papers. We ought to look.
I did.
Yeah, the briefcase isn't here. I don't see it.
Well, there wasn't anything in that briefcase except some old Istanbul newspapers. I probably threw it out the window. Back at Hyder Pasha, a Britisher I know warned me to be careful on this trip. I put my classified material someplace else.
Oh, but then that means I killed 2 men without any cause. Without a shred of evidence to back up my story.
How we waste time. Quick. The Syrian border police got on the train at Adana. They might be here any minute. Now, who is dead here?
Mary, the deadhead, took me into Hatfield's room and carefully administered first aid to my cuts and bruises. But Kevorkian and Hatfield were busy in number 8. What are they doing?
Never mind. Pay no attention.
But they're throwing the bodies out of the window.
Think not of it, please. Kevorkian is a Macedonian. When he fought the Germans at Thessalonica, he threw bodies over the cliff. He knows what he is doing.
Oh, but
you are a brave man, too. Even if you are not Macedonian. You would be judgment tried for 2-3 years in spite of your age and your innocence. It is better to have no bodies.
What's that?
Be quiet now. The border police.
Well, we got the room cleaned up just in time.
He has the passport. I forgot.
No, they are not here.
I can tell you about Timiara and Rika. This man here, Mr. Ward, he is American general in disguise, Secret Service. He put Timiara and Rika off at Adana with pistols. They were spies.
Good heavens, you'll never believe it.
He does not care what happens in Turkey. But do you have any Syrian money?
Oh, yes, in my wallet.
Good. Give it to me. Thank you. Now, you come with me, Sergeant.
Do not worry now, Mr. Ward. In a moment, Harry Kevorkian will have those passports. We will throw them out the window, and there will be no trace.
Had to think, Mary. I thought you might be drawing down an Axis paycheck.
It is no matter. Now we are out of Turkey. And before long, I can go to United...
You've got no money, no pass?
I shall do it. I walked to here from Macedonia. I can walk all the way. Like St. Paul in the Bible walked to Rome.
Well, I wish you luck, but you'll have a time getting by British control. I don't know. We'll see.
It was morning when the train pulled into Aleppo, the station where British control came on. The trip had been pretty awful. It was Tom trying to act as if nothing had happened, and with me staring into that empty room, imagining Chiniara and Rika sitting there staring back at me. Maybe they had been spies. Maybe not. Now they were dead. And I was in trouble. We knew that the minute the train stopped. A soldier stood outside our windows and said,
Look here. Everyone reminds of this place in this car.
We waited silently for many minutes. Then a British major in khaki shorts stepped in. Behind him I saw Kevorkian and Mary the Deadhead standing in the doorway.
Good morning. I'm Radcliffe. Looking for 2 missing passengers identified as Greek. Chiniara and Rika by name. Oh, come now. They seem to have been in the next compartment. Yeah. What became of them?
Were there 2?
You met him.
Yes, sir?
You went to number 8, were you? You don't seem to have any other place. No, a Syrian entrance visa.
Please. I sat down in the corridor.
Quite. Conductor, don't you remember 2 passengers booked through to Aleppo? One was a stout man, bookseller who escaped from Greece 10 days ago. The other...
those. They descended from the car at Adana. One was fat with split hair, and the other... yes.
Really? I say, isn't that a bullet hole in the wall up there? And you, sir, Mr. Ward, isn't it? How did you hurt your forehead?
An accident. I bumped into
Oh, yes, quite. I should tell you that the Armenian couple in number 14 heard shots just after passing Adana. They were so frightened they locked themselves in until now.
It's no use. I shot them. Both of them. They hit me first.
Please realize that I'm not joking. My orders are to find those two pseudo-Greeks wherever they may be.
Wait a minute. You said pseudo-Greeks?
You mean, Major, you want to find them?
And how, as your medicine say?
But why?
Because we're advised by Istanbul that certain Axis agents have been working out of the Balkans with identification as refugees. These two, Chiniara and Dikar, were on this train. Our men on the train saw them throw something out at Tirana. They hardly threw themselves out.
No, we did that. Your man at Haida Pasha tipped me off to expect trouble.
Really?
So they were agents.
Certainly they were spies. I knew that. No Greek would be fat like Chiniara after only 1 week escape from the Germans.
And no Greek would have hair oil from Paris.
Well, that being the case, will somebody start telling the truth?
I will. This mild little gentleman, knowing nothing of the war and fighting, he sends you 2 men in a gunfight. How you say, like nobody business. And now, please, he is still suffering from shock. So will you please give him a plane direct to Cairo where he can rest? And this American courier, he is late with dispatches. He must have a place in the plane too. And since I cannot enter Syria without a passport, will you please put me also on the plane? Because in Cairo, I can get a job as a nurse with the Ella Greeks from Macedonia who are there. And maybe God will then give me a way to go to America. Like he passed St. Paul through the Taurus Gate. Is it a deal, Major? 3 places on the first plane, and you have your men like the Royal Canadian Hoosies, only dead.
Plane could be arranged, of course, if...
All right, Mr. Watt. Tell him. Tell him.
With the eyes of that amazing girl on me, my courage came back. I told him my story, completely, in every detail. He listened carefully and took it all down on his pad, and afterwards he said...
That's so, Mr. Ward. Is not one bit of evidence to support it. By your own statement, the evidence is buried in the snow on the slopes of the Taurus Mountain.
Nuts. I tell you, I helped check it out.
And I examined the 2 men. I am a trained nurse, and I said they were dead.
And for identification, I, a soldier of Macedonia, can swear that their passports were the men you say.
Very well. I'll bring the addrome. The evidence of 3 good witnesses is sufficient.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you 3 Good Witnesses by Harold Lamb. Adapted for radio by John Dunkel, with Morgan Farley as Humphrey Ward, Jack Webb as Tom Hatfield, Jeanette Nolan as Mary the Deadhead, and Harry Bartell as Kevorkian. Music was conceived and conducted by Cy Fure. Beginning next Sunday night, Escape will be heard at a new hour, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Next Sunday night, we escape with another exciting adventure story, created for you by one of the world's great authors.
Good night, then, until 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Sunday night, when again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting. 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 CBS, the Columbia.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Don't Hold Everything. Has had a host of troubles in his life, but now he voluntarily adds the troubles of a host. He's giving a spaghetti dinner for a few male friends tonight, which he's going to prepare himself. And here at the corner delicatessen laying in supplies for the evening, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Have you got everything, dearie?
Well, now, let me see. I got tomatoes, sugar, chocolate bars, vinegar, ginger snaps, celery and olives, cheese, 2 pounds of garlic. Can you think of anything I ain't got, Molly?
I can't even think of what you have got without shuddering.
How about you, sis? You give me everything on that list?
Well, certainly, but you're giving us spaghetti dinner, ain't it?
Yes, it ain't. Yes, I am.
Well, in that case, and excuse the presumption, please, but maybe you need some spaghetti.
Oh, spaghetti! I knew there was something else I needed. Give me about $5 worth of spaghetti, sis.
Certainly. At 10 cents a pound, that's 50 pounds spaghetti.
Oh, why don't you make it 100 pounds, Magee? It's always good warmed up.
I hate leftovers. Now, let me see. If I put...
excuse me, folks. Say, Mrs. Goldfarb.
Yes?
I'm from the wholesale house. Here's a bill for that last order of cheese.
Oh, yes. I'll take care of it as soon as I hear from the FHA.
Okay, thanks.
Well, what's the FHA got to do with paying for your cheese, Mrs. Goldfarb?
It's cottage cheese.
Oh.
Is that all, Mr. Magee, please?
Yeah, I guess that's all, sis. Incidentally, how's business? This delicatessen make much money?
Well, it all depends. For income tax business, we manage to scrape along. But if you're thinking of buying the store, it's our gold mine.
Well, hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny. What you doing?
He's doing his shopping, Mr. Oldtimer.
Want to give a spaghetti dinner for a few friends, Oldtimer? You're invited. My house at 7:30.
Thanks, Johnny. I'll be there. They say the daughter here is a wonderful cook.
Oh, but Magee's cooking this dinner himself, Mr. Oldtimer.
Yeah. Hey? Oh, well, say, come to think of it, daughter, I got a previous engagement. I'm sorry, Johnny.
That's okay, Oldtimer. If you change your mind later on and want to come, just hang a lantern in the Old North Church.
Sure. 1 if by land and 2 if bicarbonate.
That's pretty good, daughter. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to the feller, says, ever hear this Fibber, Magee, and Molly on the radio?
Oh.
Lots of meat in their programs, ain't there? Must be, says t'other feller. I sure get fed up quick.
Oh.
Well, I'm sorry I can't come to your dinner tonight, Johnny. But say, daughter, what you doing while young Johnny here gives his party?
I don't know, Mr. Oldtimer. Go to a movie, I guess.
That suits me. I'll call for you at 7 o'clock. Gotta run down now and get me some Sen. So long, Johnny.
Sen. Oh, well, I'm glad he ain't coming anyway. As the laundress says when she disconnected the flat iron at 5 o'clock, I'm afraid I ain't got any time for wet blankets.
Excuse me, was there anything else you wanted, please?
Well, I guess not, sis. I can get along with what I got here. Boy, I can hardly wait to get started.
Are you having any cooking experience? Much?
Have I? Why, sis, I've been cooking since I was knee-high to the oven door.
Well, somebody ought to stick a fork in you. You're about done.
Why, even when I was a little kid in grade school, the children would point me out and whisper, his father was a chef on an ocean liner.
My, fancy that.
Son of a sea cook Magee, I was known as in them days. Oh, dear. Son of a sea cook Magee, killer diller of the cold cuts, king of the caviar cutlers, and cutest kid that ever cooked a kettle of kippers for country club, campfire, cafeteria, or clam bake. Cautious and crafty at concealing the calories in coconut cake for curve-conscious cuties kittenishly crowded in cozy cafes. And the caniest coot that ever combed the countryside for corn on the cob that couldn't conceivably be commanded by the commoner kinds of cat customers. Crowned by the Cook's Convention in Kickapoo, Kansas as the classiest Cupid that ever cut a cantaloupe. Covered with compliments, cups, and confetti. But say something, boys, I gotta cook this spaghetti.
Well, those of you who are sitting in your living rooms listening to Fibber and Molly, just imagine yourselves for a moment driving down the street in your automobile. It's a bright, sunny afternoon, and nearly everybody's out. Say, there's a good-looking car just parking at the curb. That can't be the Livingston's old bus. Why, yes, it is. But what have they done to make it look like new? Well, I'll tell you what they probably did. They gave it the new beauty treatment with Johnson's Car New, the sensational new product that both cleans and wax polishes in one easy operation. What's more, as soon as their neighbors hear how easy and how inexpensive wax polishing is with Car New, lots of other cars in that neighborhood are going to blossom forth with that showroom shine. It's not so long ago that cleaning and wax polishing your car cost real money and several hours of hard work. Johnson's Car New has changed all that. Now both jobs are done in half the time at negligible cost. Get a can of Johnson's Car New right away from your regular wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station. You'll say, with everybody else, your car looks like new when you use Car New.
Can she bake a cherry pie, Billy boy, Billy boy? Can she bake a cherry pie, charming Billy?
Magee.
Huh?
What's the wash boiler doing in the kitchen?
Well, that's what I'm going to make the spaghetti in, Molly.
What?
Want to have plenty for everybody. You know how Wilcox eats.
But I happen to know that Mr. Wilcox is on a diet, dearie.
Oh, stomach gone back on him?
No, it's gone front on him. What are these golf balls doing here?
Oh, I'm using them as models for the meatballs. Only thing that puzzles me is how to get the dimples in them. Maybe if I give each one of them a little... Oh, hello? Oh, hello, Nick. Huh? No, I ain't. I'm giving this dinner, and it's going to be strictly stag. No women allowed. Nick DePopoulos.
Did he want to bring somebody with him?
Yeah. Wanted to know if I was going to have Charlotte Roos. And I told him that...
No. Charlotte Roos is a dessert, dearie.
Oh, I don't care. She is? Why didn't he say so? Shucks. Hey, where'd I put that egg beater?
It's in your hip pocket.
Oh, yes.
What do you want to beat eggs for?
The meat sauce.
You don't put eggs in meat sauce.
You do the way I... Now, look, Molly, I don't mind your hanging around the kitchen while I cook, but I do object to your telling me how to do things.
Well, now, would it wound your delicate culinary sensibilities if I told you just dropped a cuff button in the meat sauce?
That's okay. I'll tell the fellas that's a prize for the guy that eats the most.
I hope that isn't George Rector. Come in.
Oh, Mrs. Uppington. Hi, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee?
Hey, I'm Mr. McGee, Uppy. Don't let the apron fool you. That's Mrs. McGee over there in the slacks.
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? I just stopped in Well, my goodness, what is going on here?
Well, McGee's giving a spaghetti dinner for a few friends. A stag party.
A stag party? Oh, my. How very intriguing. I didn't realize that you were a gourmet, Mr. McGee.
Who, me? Why, shucks, Uppy. I'm the greatest What was that again?
Gourmet, dearie.
Huh?
That means somebody somebody... Well, for goodness sakes, don't you know what a gourmet is?
No, I don't. And until we find out, we better not mention it over the radio. You know how people are.
Have you a special recipe for cooking spaghetti, Mr. McGee?
Oh, sure. This recipe's been in the McGee family for generations. All us McGees are partial to Italian food. Why, I had an aunt once. Auntie Pasto, we called her. She was... Hey, Molly, toss me another egg, will you?
Here, McGee.
Oh, I missed it. Try again.
Oh, my goodness, Miss McGee. That egg splattered all over me.
I'm sorry, Uppy, but if you insist on hanging around a china shop, you mustn't complain if somebody pulls a bull.
Please, Mr. McGee. I must say that I never expected that I should be subjected to a bombardment of eggs when I came... Though, on the other hand, I might have known that I would be the butt of one of your yolks. Goodbye.
The butt of one of your yolks. Now she is being a silly girl. Just the same, McGee, why must you always be hurting her feelings?
Oh, I can't help it, Molly. As the puppy said when the lady hung a wire brush on the Christmas tree, she's got a gift for rubbing me the wrong way. Oh, well, what do I care? Can she bake a cherry pie, Billy Boy?
Listen, McGee.
Huh?
You hear that?
Who's that, Shep Fields? I didn't invite him. I wonder why
No, that's the water in the wash boiler, dearie. It's boiling.
Oh.
Here, I'll turn it down.
Okay. One side there now, Molly, while I toss in the spaghetti. Don't look like enough. Better heave in another armful.
Oh.
That'll do.
Say, McGee, was your father really a chef on an ocean liner?
Absolutely. Well, it wasn't exactly an ocean liner. It was on the Great Lakes.
Oh.
Yeah. And it wasn't exactly a liner, come to think of it. It was a tugboat. While he wasn't really the chef, you understand, he was the next thing to it because nobody else could peel a potato like Papa. Of course, he only made one cruise from Chicago to Milwaukee. Hey, Molly, where's that jug of molasses?
You're standing on it.
I am? Oh. Gee, that's a relief. The way I was wobbling there, I thought my heels were getting run over. Oh, can she bake a cherry pie, Billy boy, Billy boy? Can she bake a cherry pie, charming Billy?
She can bake a cherry pie as quick as a cat can wink its eye. But she's the young thing and cannot leave her mother.
Mother's getting up in the world.
McGee, what on earth are you doing with that molasses?
Now, don't get your finger waving a fret, Molly. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, but why molasses in spaghetti?
It puts a tread onto it. It keeps it from slipping. Now, see, while that's cooking, I better stuff some olives.
You can buy stuffed olives, you know.
Oh, they're mass production stuff. No personality.
What are you going to stuff them with?
Olives.
No, I mean, what are you going to stuff the olives with?
Olives? I'm going to take some big olives and hollow them out and stuff them with little olives. Clever idea. It's little touches like that make a dinner party so delicate.
Come in, thank goodness.
Oh, hi, Harlow. Hey, you're a little early, ain't you?
Sit down, Mr. Wilcox, and watch. This may be your last chance to see a Model A, turret-top, knee-action case of heartburn on the assembly line.
Well, hey, look, about this dinner you're giving tonight, Fibber, I'm afraid that I
Well,
can't...
now, don't tell us you're not coming, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, look, I hate to do this to Fibber, but I promised a fella I'd show him how to polish his car tonight.
Now, wait a minute, Harlow. You knew this dinner was tonight. You can't...
Now, let me finish. So I went over to this fella's house on the way over here, and I told him I had a dinner engagement. He said, oh, that's too bad. And I said, no, it isn't. Let's polish your car now. Uh-oh. So I got out the Johnson's car new, and we did it.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, then why can't you come to the dinner?
Well, I was getting to that. You know how simple it is to use car new. You just apply it, let it dry, and wipe it off, and you get a beautiful gleaming finish.
I'll say so.
As quick and easy for cars as Johnson's Glow Coat is for floors and linoleum.
Yeah, we know, but...
Yeah, so I was through long before I thought I would be, and I came right over here. I hate to be a nuisance, but do you mind if I stick around till dinner time?
Oh, for goodness sake.
Harlow, I know you ain't a heavy drinker and you don't gamble and you never look at another girl, but frankly, don't your wife ever get a little jealous of S.C. Johnson and Son Incorporated?
Well, what could she do about it, dearie? When your husband sells floor polish, how can you call him on the carpet? Ah, dear. But make yourself at home, Mr. Wilcox. Have some celery, huh?
All right, Molly, thanks, I will.
Don't spoil your dinner.
Don't you?
Okay.
Come in.
Well, hello there, Cupid. Hello, Fizzer. And if it isn't Harlow Wilcox, as sure as I'm standing here wondering what is smelling like garlic as if there was anything else that did.
Hi, Nick.
You're a little early, Mr. DePoplis, but make yourself comfortable.
Have a piece of cheese, Nick?
No, thanks. I don't eat between meals, because if I do that, I don't eat my meals, and if I don't have any meals, I can't eat between any of them. It's all very confusing. Can I do anything to be in the way, Fizzer?
No, thanks, Nick. You and Harlow just relax. Oh.
Boy, this is certainly a busy place.
Yeah. And something tells me this dinner would go down in history except for one thing.
What is that being, Cupid?
I don't think it'll go down.
Say, Fizzer, if you want any advice about cooking a spaghetti...
I don't.
That's good, because my grandmother has a wonderful recipe, and she's out of town.
That's very helpful.
Come in.
Oh, there, Magee. Hello, Mrs. Magee. Well, hello, everybody. Well. Something smells awfully good in here. Oh, it's me. I just came from the barber shop.
Now, make yourself at home, Gildersleeve. Or make yourself useful.
Well, what can I do, Magee?
Look in that cupboard there and see if we got any Jell-O.
I can't reach. Hey, Harlow, have we got any Jell-O?
I don't know. Hey, Nick, we got any Jell-O?
That's me. Hey, Cupid, we got any Jell-O?
I don't know. Hey, Magee!
Oh, for goodness sakes, never mind. And don't forget what show you're on. Sing, Dennis. Or sing, Kingsmen.
Leader is, to say the least, a most peculiar fellow. He seems to know his instruments from piccolo to cello. He plays all compositions.
And he plays in every key.
But he has one peculiarity. Oh, the leader doesn't like music. Ta-da-da, ta-da-da, ta-da-da-da.
For the maestro, he's no like of the music.
Ta-da-da, ta-da-da-da-da. For when he was a boy, he never could enjoy the fun that the other fellows had. His father, who was very stern, said it's music you must learn, and that's what really made him mad. Oh, the leader doesn't like music. Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra, ta-ra-ra-ra-ra. Though the people on the floor, ra-da-do-da-da, may be clamoring for more, ra-da-do-da-da. With his baton in his hand, he will have you understand that the leader doesn't like music, and the leader doesn't like the band. Oh, the leader doesn't like opera. Figaro! 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 Bravo, moltissimo, Figaro song! No, if you must, then give us Martha. Figaro! Carmen! Figaro! All we ask is Tosca. No, that's enough! Figaro! Oh, the leader doesn't like ska songs. A rock, a brick, a moon, Nick. Oh, the leader doesn't like jazz. rock toccata. And he hates a Brahms sonata. And the symphony by Haydn makes him swear. He despises Paganini or an opera by Rossini, and a Strauss waltz makes him tear his hair. Oh, the leader hates all kinds of music. Boop, boop. Ta-da-da, ta-da-da, ta-da-da. He doesn't like it sweet. Oh, he doesn't like it hot. Well, with the stick in his hand. He'll have you understand that the leader doesn't like music, and the maestro doesn't like the band boys, and the band boys don't like the leader either, and the leader man doesn't like the band.
Hey, Molly.
What is it, Magee?
Get that big platter of yours in here, will you?
Now, look here, Magee. You can't talk to me like that.
What did I say? I just asked you to bring in that big platter so I could dish up the spaghetti.
Huh? Oh. Well, you'll find the platter on the kitchen cabinet.
Thanks. Hey, fellas, go sit down at the table. You're about to eat the best spaghetti you ever flung a fang into.
Oh, that's fine.
Hey, and you, Gildersleeve, lay off of them olives.
You're a hard man, Magee. Or am I just being a silly girl?
Here's a chair for you, Molly.
No. Sit by me, Cupid. If I'm sitting with all these men, I'm liable to forget my mannerisms and start reaching across the table. But with the ladies present, I'm always a gentleman and spear things with my fork.
No, thank you, boys. This is a stag party. Besides, the old-timer's going to take me to the movies.
Oh, my wife was going tonight, but she read that My Son was at the Bijou, and she thought it was a double feature.
That's probably the old-timer now, Molly. You dish up the spaghetti for the boys while I...
Oh, boy, am I...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. I'm sorry I ain't got any time to talk to you tonight.
Why?
Well, I'm giving a spaghetti dinner to a bunch of friends, so you run along now.
Oh, I'm your friend, too, I betcha. Can I come? Can I, please?
No, this is a stag party.
Oh, do stags eat spaghetti, huh?
These do. Now, you run along, sis.
Well, can I bring my daddy? He's a stag.
Huh?
He's an elk anyway, and that's the same thing, I betcha.
Now, look, sis, I got a lot of guests here, so please.
Listen.
Huh?
I saw your picture on a magazine cover today, I betcha.
I don't care if you saw my picture on 10 times. What'd you say?
Sure. Sure I did. You and Mrs. Magee.
Oh, well, tell me about it. Where'd you see it? What magazine was it?
Can I come to your party if I tell you, huh?
Well, gee, sis, I can't. That'd hardly. I'd like. Oh, come on, tell me.
No.
Come on, I'll give you a nickel.
No.
A dime.
Mm-mm.
Quarter?
No.
50 cents.
No.
Well, I can't stand here and haggle with you all night. $1 now, and that's my last offer.
It's a deal, mister.
Okay.
Lay the dough on the line and I'll tip my mitt.
Okay, here's $1. Now, where'd you see our picture on that magazine? I may have time to run downtown and get a copy.
Oh, you won't have to, mister. It's movie and radio guide, and I just found it sticking in your mailbox. Here. So long, mister.
That wasn't the old-timer, Molly. That was a little girl from across the street.
Oh, all right, Magee. Now sit down and eat. I've served everybody.
Much obliged. Well, pitch in, fellas. There's plenty more where this come from.
Is this your own recipe, Magee?
You betcha. Handed down from generation to generation. Starting with me. Hey, you didn't take hardly any, Harlow. Here, let me give you some more.
No, thanks, Fibber. I guess I ate too many olives. I seem to have lost my appetite. That's what a diet does to you, you know.
Well, if you find out where your appetite is gone, Will Scott, see if mine is there with it.
I guess we got here a little too early and did too much sampling in the kitchen, Magee. I don't seem to be able to eat a thing.
Oh, come on, fellas. Shucks. You can't do this to me. After all the time and trouble, Hey, there ain't anything wrong with the spaghetti, is there?
Oh, it's marvelous.
No, it's wonderful.
Yeah. In fact, Magee, it's so good that I want to go home and tell my wife all about it. Sorry I couldn't do justice to it. I know you'll excuse me. Thanks a lot, Magee.
Wait a minute, Gildersleeve. I'll go with you.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't do
Why, you can't expect Gildersleeve to describe this wonderful spaghetti to his wife single-handed, can you, Fibber? No, sir. Come on, Throckmorton. We'll tell her all about it.
Yeah.
But boys, now wait.
I hope you'll excuse me, too, Fizzer and Cupid. I just happened to think of remembering I never eat spaghetti during Lent.
Hey, but this ain't Lent, Nick. Why, this is...
Fizzer, please. Politics and religious is something I never argue about. Good night, Cupid. This has been a wonderful party. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Of all the ungrateful, unappreciative, unfeeling...
Unappetizing.
Huh?
Well, I mean, they didn't seem to have much appetite, did they, dearie?
Oh, well. That's all the more for me and you, Molly. Well, come on. Let's have at it. We'll show them guys. Hey, what's the matter?
Well, I don't know, Magee. I guess it's just the excitement and all. But I don't seem to be able to eat a thing. I don't.
You ain't hardly touched the spaghetti. Well, you can't discourage me. I know good food when I see it. Well, here goes.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I guess I did too much eating while I was cooking. Kind of lost my appetite for spaghetti all of a sudden. What do you say we run down to Kramer's drugstore and get a hamburger?
That's wonderful. I'm starved.
Me too.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Has it ever occurred to you that when you're in the kitchen, most of the time you're on your feet? That's one of the reasons why the kitchen floor is often a problem floor. It gets more than average wear. And besides, you just can't help spilling things now and then. Millions of women have discovered the easy way to solve the problem of their kitchen floors with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. When you apply Glow Coat to a linoleum floor, you do two things. Number one, you protect the surface of the linoleum, keep its colors bright and fresh, and make it wear indefinitely. Number two, you save work, because it's so easy to keep a glow-coated floor clean and spotless. Spilled things are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. And, of course, there's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. Nothing could be easier than using this famous floor polish. You simply put it on your floor, and in 20 minutes the floor has gleaming, sparkling beauty. That's why Glow Coat is called self-polishing. It actually does the work itself. You can use Glow Coat on your painted and varnished wood floors, too. Get some from your dealer tomorrow.
Magee?
Huh?
I think you better call the delicatessen and have them pick up all those groceries you didn't use, huh?
Oh, that's a good idea. Give me the phone. Hello, operator. Give me the gold-fired delicatessen. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? Your whole family?
What?
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, dear.
Why, that's awful.
Oh, my.
Oh, boy, what a day this has been.
Oh, heavenly days, Magee. What happened?
Not a darn thing has happened to Mert's whole family all day today. Ain't that awful? Okay, Mert. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
How Can I Ever Be Alone is from American Jubilee. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. Last week, Flash Gordon returned from a raid on Queen Azura's palace and received another electrical treatment from Dr. Zarkov to make him invisible. The treatment was extra strong so that Flash could stay longer for his next raid on the palace. Meanwhile, Azura recovered from the lithium potion which Khan had given her, and thus his plot was discovered. Azura then ordered Khan locked up, but her commands had just been obeyed when news was brought that the avenging shadow had arrived at the palace. Although Azura had stationed guards shoulder to shoulder in front of the door to her quarters, Flash made his way inside and overpowered Tall. Then, as the soldiers broke down the door at Azura's cry for help and attempted to corner him, Flash leaped to the windowsill and held them at bay with Tall's ray pistol. Then Flash warned Azura that her soldiers and her magic were useless against the avenging shadow, and that he would return. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the big full-page Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Now we continue the story. As Flash Gordon delivers his defiance of Queen Azura, he leaps through the window. Instantly, the Witch Queen turns to the captain of the guard.
After him, Captain. That shadow is Flash Gordon.
Yes, Your Majesty. After him, soldiers.
Well, why don't you shoot at him, Captain?
We can't see him, Your Majesty.
He just leaped out of that window. He can't be far away.
True, Your Majesty. But if we can't see him, how can we tell where he is?
Oh, fool. You saw the ray pistol he held in his hand when he stood there on the windowsill. Why can't you see the pistol now? That ought to show you his position.
But, Your Majesty, the pistol is nowhere in sight. He must have thrown it away.
I'm Flash Gordon. Why don't you come and get me?
There, that was his voice. Where did it come from?
Down there, Your Majesty. But we can't be sure where.
Can't be sure. Fire a volley down there. You may hit him.
It is useless, Your Majesty. He may have run in any one of 4 directions. There is no use wasting ammunition by firing at nothing.
Very well, Captain. You threaten to return. If he does, as a shadow or as a man, you are to shoot to kill. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Majesty. If we see him, we will shoot him down.
Flash Gordon is invisible, but he is alive and whole, the same as we are. You can't see him, but you may be able to touch him. Shoot straight for the voice when you hear it again. That ought to put an end to Flash Gordon.
Yes, Your Majesty. Return to quarters, men. Forward. Move!
Tall, are you all right? Oh, God! Bring that portable revivifier here and revive General Tall.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Any sign of his coming through?
Not yet, Majesty.
Keep that machine working. General Tall must not die.
Meanwhile, back in the woods surrounding the herdsman's cottage, Zarkov hurries to the aid of Dale Arden.
Dale! What has happened? Where are you? Dale!
Oh, come quickly, Dr. Zarkov.
I'm coming to you, Dale, as fast as I can. An ape man. Do not struggle, Dale. Relax, and the ape man will think you are dead. Then it will drop you. That's it. Now lie still. I will draw his attention away from you. Now, are you all right, Dale?
Yes, I'm all right.
Now, I'll just put an end to this fellow with my axe, so he won't bother us anymore. Oh! cannot, Dale. The beast has it crushed between us. I cannot get it free.
Hold it off a few minutes longer, Dr. Zarkov.
Where are you going, Dale?
To get your ray pistol.
Dale, I am getting weak.
Don't struggle, Dr. Zarkov. Relax. Careful, Dr. Zarkov. I don't want to hit you.
I'm free, Dale. Shoot. You hit it. Now kill it. Aim a little below its left shoulder. You got it. Oh, good shooting, Dale. My, that was a close call for both of us.
It certainly was, Dr. Zarkov. And now that it's all over, I'm rather weak.
Oh, come. Do not faint now, Dale. You are all right. Take some deep breaths of air. Ah, that's right. How do you feel now?
I guess I'll be all right now, thanks.
Good. My, what a big creature this ape-man is. He is too big to move. So we will just let him lie where he is.
I wonder if there's a tribe of them around here.
There may be. Perhaps we'd better move to some other place as soon as Flash comes back.
I'd almost forgotten Flash. How long was he intending to be gone this time, Dr. Zarkov?
He did not say, but it should not be much longer. That electrical charge will soon be wearing off.
Oh, I hope Flash won't be foolish enough to stay too long. You warned him about the risk of the charge wearing off.
Yes, Dale. And Flash promised he would not take any unnecessary chances.
But he may be cornered in some part of the palace and be unable to return.
That is true, Dale.
Oh, Dr. Zarkov, let's go to Flash. Let's go and see what's happened to him. I can't stay here and not know.
Steady, Dale. You are just nervous and upset. Flash intended staying away longer than usual this time. We must be patient.
All right, Dr. Zarkov. You know best. I'll wait for him.
That is the way to talk, Dale. Come now. We have not finished getting our firewood. You pick up the pieces of wood as I chop them off.
Obeying Azura's orders, the guard continues to work over the unconscious General Tall. Suddenly, his efforts are rewarded by...
Queen Azura.
You have revived him. Good. You may go now.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh.
I'm with you, Your Majesty. Where am I? What happened? Oh, my head.
The shadow hit you over the head with a flagon.
Now I remember. The shadow. You were struggling with it. Where is it? I'll pin it to the wall.
It's gone, Tal. It was Flash Gordon, made invisible by some magic of that Earth scientist.
I wish I had had a chance to get at that Flash Gordon.
You did, and he knocked you unconscious.
Curse him. My turn will come. What happened to the door?
The soldiers broke it down trying to capture Flash Gordon.
All the guards you posted out there couldn't catch him?
No. They marched across the room shoulder to shoulder, driving the shadow before them. And suddenly he spoke from that windowsill.
Now, fools! Why didn't they shoot as they marched?
You held them at bay with your ray pistol.
If only I had been able to take charge, no ray pistol would have stopped me from capturing him.
A flagon did.
I was taken by surprise. I hadn't time to draw my ray pistol. You should have called me sooner, Azura.
Well, you will have another chance at him, Tal. He'll return.
How do you know that, Your Majesty?
He told me so just before he left.
I know how we can capture him, Your Majesty. It is an indirect method, but it can be most effective.
What is it, Tal? How can we capture him?
There is no way of making a person permanently invisible, any more than you can make the drug of forgetfulness permanent.
Go on, Tal. You mean that...
Sometime the magic will wear off and have to be repeated.
I see what you mean. You can get the shadow cornered in a room that has only one door. Lock the door for a long enough time, and Flash Gordon will become visible again.
Yes, that is one way, Your Majesty, but not the method I am suggesting.
Then I do not follow you, Tal. What is your method?
While we are waiting for the shadow to reappear, why not capture the source of the magic power?
Wonderful. That is a wonderful plan, Tall. How can you do this?
Very easily, Your Majesty. Of course, we shall take every measure to capture the shadow within the palace. But in the meantime, I shall take a company of soldiers and personally discover and capture that Earth magician, Zarkov, the scientist.
As Towel plots to capture Dr. Zarkov and the scientist and Dale anxiously await Flash Gordon's return, a solitary guard paces back and forth before the iron bars of the cell in which Con, the Hawkman, has been put for safekeeping. As the guard pauses and rests his weight on his flame rifle, it is suddenly snatched from under his arm and thrust into his stomach as a voice from nowhere asks,
Is Captain Khan alive?
The shadow. Oh, yes, yes. Yes, he is alive.
Tell me where he is, or you die.
Oh, yes. Khan is in this cell. Khan, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Is that you, Flash?
Yes, Khan. Stand clear of the door. I'm going to melt the lock with this flame rifle.
Right.
And you'd better stay right where you are, guard, if you want to live.
I said you'd come back, Flash. They tried to make me think you and the others had deserted me.
Desert, my friend? Never. I came back especially to find you, Count. We had to leave suddenly. They were melting down our door. There was no time to waste.
That's just what I thought had happened, Flash. How is Princess Dale and Dr. Zarkov?
They're well and safe. You'll see them presently. The lock is almost melted.
Good. I almost got control of the palace while you were gone. I drugged Azura again, but the lithium wore off, and my plot was discovered. That's why I'm here.
That was too bad, Khan.
For a while, it worked beautifully. I had that devil Saul thinking I was Azura's friend.
I just gave him something to remember me by. I broke a flagon over his head.
Too bad it wasn't his head you broke.
I'm not sure I didn't. There wasn't any time to waste finding out, though. The soldiers were on top of me. There. The lock is melted through. Come on out, Khan.
That's fine, Flash. I certainly am glad to see you. Where are you? Flash. Flash.
Don't look so startled, Khan.
Where are you? I hear you, but I can't see you.
Zarkov's newest invention made me invisible. Here, take this gun while I bind the guard.
By Tao, it certainly is odd to see a rifle suspended in the air.
Isn't it? I've been having great sport with the soldiers.
Help! Azura! Help!
Shut up, guard! I'll fix you for that. You won't be using that voice of yours for a while.
Hurry, Flash. That cry may bring Azura.
Why, you... I think they've got him now.
Have you got him?
Yeah.
Flash.
What is it, Khan?
I can see your hands.
So you can. Zarkov warned me the electrical rays would wear off. We must hurry now. There's no time to lose.
Here comes Azura with some more guards.
You hold them back with that rifle. I'm going to capture Azura while their attention is centered on you.
Stand back, you soldiers of the witch. I'm in charge here. Keep your distance. Stay where you are.
How did he get out of that cell? Shoot him down, men. What are you waiting for?
As the soldiers battle Khan's merciless fire with the flame rifle, Azura suddenly finds herself grasped by two phantom hands.
Oh, the shadow!
At last, Azura. I've got you in my power.
Next Sunday, you will find these adventures graphically portrayed in full-color action pictures in the Comic Weekly, which is distributed with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. See all these characters and gain the added thrill of knowing them by sight as well as by voice. Flash Gordon, Dale Arden, and Dr. Zarkov, who are from this Earth, and Tall, Azura, Khan, and others who are inhabitants of the planet Bongo, where our story takes place. You will also meet old favorites like Barney Google, Toots and Casper, the Katzenjammer Kids, and many others. So be sure to get the colorful and entertaining Comic Weekly each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And next week at the same time, we'll be back with another chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
Leaning heavily on two friends, all he has left after 9 years in radio, the old boy totters to the microphone. Stand him right there, fellas. Here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Excuse me, I'm a little hard of hearing. I didn't hear these things. But thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And for your information, Mr. Von Zell, I am not wobbling, nor am I shaking. Nor am I. I'm from Boston. You get the grammar, the grammatical inference there. I am here chock-a-block full of business, Harry. This is our last program, as you probably know.
That's right, Fred. We've come to the end of another year.
Oh, have you got the new summer program all set, Harry?
Yes, we're going to have 2 shows in this hour, Fred.
Ooh, a double feature, huh? Radio has finally come to that.
Yes, sir. Abbot and Costello will have the first half, and then Mr. District Attorney will take the last half hour.
Well, that sounds like a perfect 60 minutes, Harry. Well, with these new programs coming in next week, I think that we, out of fairness to all concerned, I think that we should get busy and finish up our business around here. We ought to sweep out the studio, balance the books, leave things nice and tidy. But say, what about your commercials, Harry? Have you any product mentions, left over from during the past year?
Yeah, I have them marked down right here,
The
Fred.
things you didn't do, what are they?
Well, Wednesday, December 20th, 1939, you talked too long, and I had one mention of sal hepatica and 2 ipanas left over.
You did? You had them left over, did you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then February 14th this year, I was 1 excess gastric acidity short.
I see.
I don't know what this...
can you read it? Oh,
yeah.
you can read it.
The night the eagle got loose.
Yeah.
I left out chases that sickish feeling fast.
Yeah. Well, is that all? Fortunately, the eagle isn't here to hear how he's going. He would be very depressed. Well, is that all you have,
Yeah, that's
Harry?
all I have, Fred.
Uh-huh. Yes. Well, all right. You show a deficit. A little line that wasn't there. I didn't see it as I looked. But you show a deficit of 1 sal hepatica, 2 ipanas, 1 excess gastric acidity, and the other...
1 chases that sickish feeling fast.
All right. Now, can you rattle those off?
Sure. Sal hepatica, ipana, chases that sickish feeling fast, excess gastric acidity.
Well, fine. That balances your books, Harry. You're all nice. Your house is in order for the summer. Now, what about you, Maestro Van Steeden? Have you got any fanfares outstanding?
No, but I've got 2 bars of Tippy Tippy Tin left over from last fall.
You have? Well, let's have them.
You bet.
I don't know when I have enjoyed a number of yours so much. Well, I hope that straightens you out, Pete. Now you can creep back into the big bass pile and
Well, Fred, look, how about you? Have you got any jokes left over?
Oh, wait a minute. You see if he gets a reception as he goes away. The power. What did you say, Harry?
Well, we've checked up on Pete and myself here. How about you? Did you have any jokes left over?
Only one, Harry. Last week we were running a little too long. I had to leave out one joke.
Well, what was it?
Well, it was sort of a conundrum or a riddle, Harry. Why did Dorothy Lamour stand up all through her last picture, Typhoon?
I'll bite. Why?
Because the laundry put starch in her sarong. Well, that finishes me.
Yes, yes, that it closes our books with a dull thud, Fred.
Which the sound man didn't have to give us. And now that everything is ready for Abbott and Costello and Mr. District Attorney, we turn to the latest news of the week. That fanfare. That's a used fanfare.
It wasn't one of the best.
Could we have a new fanfare?
That was the best one we've had this season.
No, he's got the cornet too far down in his throat. Now, Pete. Now, wait a minute. that's more like it. Anyway, I hate to be heard on the air with untidy fanfares. People talk around, and if there's anyone should blow, it's the cornet player, and he's not doing it. Anywhere in America, June 21st, the first day of summer arrives to officially open the beach and resort season. As white-collar workers plan their vacations and tourist exodus begins, I pan a news, scoops, life, and PM, and interview several outstanding nobodies who plan unique vacations. Now, first, a man whose holiday trips haven't varied for many years, Mr. Dunstan Delf. You take the same vacation each summer, do you, Mr. Delf?
Yes, sir. I made my mother a promise.
You made your mother a promise? Well, how does that affect your vacation?
Well, the night my mother passed away, she called me to her bedside.
And?
My mother said, Dunstan, before I die, promise me you'll see the 1,000 Islands.
And you?
I made my mother a promise. Then she passed away.
And on your next vacation?
I left for the 1,000 Islands.
Fine.
I saw one island a day. At the end of my 2 weeks, I'd seen 14 islands.
What year was that, Dunstan?
1910.
1910.
I've been spending my vacation at the 1,000 Islands ever since.
You've been going to the 1,000 Islands for 30 years?
I made my mother a promise.
You are an obedient son.
I'm a good boy.
Well, tell me, how many of the 1,000 Islands have you seen, Mr. Delf?
For 30 years, I saw 14 islands every year.
Yes?
That's 420 islands.
Well, bully for you.
I only got 580 to go. I'll be 102 years old when I finish.
And then at last you'll be through.
No, I'll have 6 islands left over.
It doesn't come out even, huh? Well, thank you very much, Mr.
I made my mother a promise.
I'll tell her when she comes in.
Well, promise me that someday.
Thank you. We enjoy it. There wasn't a request.
I made my mother.
I know, but if it... And thank you, Mr. Dunstan Delf. Now, a man who uses his vacation for a unique purpose is Mr. Bolivar Cram. What is your vacation pleasure, Mr. Cram?
Well, me and the wife is gluttons, see?
You're gluttons?
Yeah.
You both like to eat, do you?
Brother, can we pack it in?
Yes, you look
I got a stomach like an incinerator.
And your wife is overbuxom, too?
Look, if Minnie was all wet and laying down, you couldn't tell her from a hippopotamus.
Well, tell me, what, shall I, do you want to pull up a chair and wait for your laugh, or do you just... Well, tell me about, Mr. Cram, about your vacation. What do you and your wife do?
We eat, brother.
You eat, huh?
Yeah. We travel around the country and just pack it in.
Well, where does this calorie caravan of yours start?
Well, our first stop is Joe's Diner on Route 1. Boy, does Joe whip up a hamburger. He fries them in puma fat.
I imagine they're very tasty if you can...
They're very good.
Well, what's next?
Well, after 3 days packing in them hamburgers, Minnie and me buzzed down to Manuel's in El Paso for that chili.
Chili, huh? Is it good?
It's celestial swill, brother. Yes, sir. And can Minnie and me slop it up?
Well, you must be pretty full by now.
Oh, no. Now we go in for some serious eating. We cut down south for a couple of days of fried chicken, up to Minneapolis for that smoked support.
Yeah.
You know. And then back down to New Orleans for that bouillabaisse.
You mean that French dish, the bouillabaisse?
Yeah, bouillabaisse.
You're using the night school translation, I understand. Yeah.
And then we drive back to Idaho for a couple of days of them big baked potatoes.
Yes, Idaho potatoes are pretty large, aren't they?
Some of them potatoes is like eating moccasins full of Indians' feet. Yeah, certainly big. Yeah, me and Minnie melt up plenty of butter and squirt it on them spuds with flip guns.
You too.
Oh, brother, that's eating.
Oh, boy. Well, what happens when you're through in Idaho?
Well, Minnie and me climb into the Greyhound and puffing and burping, we're awful.
And your vacation is over?
Yeah. After all that eating, I'm pretty swelled up, Bud.
And your wife?
Minnie's in the same bloat.
Some stuff, and thank you, Mr. Bolivar Crest. You are now the owner of a popular resort who gives her opinion of the summer outlook for the coming season. I didn't get your name, madam.
Mrs. Hershkovitz.
Mrs. Hershkowitz?
The first name is Blossom. Blossom Hershkovitz.
Blossom Hershkowitz. And your summer resort is?
Hershkovitz is by the wee Hungarian hacienda.
The name is euphonious.
Oh, especially in July and August.
Oh, I should imagine. There are no R's in those months, which would be a great help. Now, what is the secret of making a summer hotel a success, Mrs. Hershkowitz?
Well, first, a hotel should be handy but secluded. If it's not too far, still withal adjacent.
Oh, you have hit the nail on the head. Excuse me for so saying.
Uh-huh.
And and you coincide, do you?
Uh-huh.
There is the other side beside the coincide, you know. There is the Ginsburg side. And your hotel, Mrs. Hershkowitz, is centrally located.
What else? It's 2 miles from Cohen's Canyon.
Yes.
1 mile from Nussbaum's Notch.
Oh, yes.
And a short walk from Pincus's Pines.
Well, location helps, but you are really the one who makes your place a success, Blossom.
Oh, stop it, silly Billy. Blossom is blushing.
Oh. Nevertheless, your touch is what makes Hershkowitz's hacienda the success it is today. What is your secret?
This I'm explaining in my poem. Each guest is getting a copy.
A poem about your hotel?
Oh, shucks, you are worming it out of me.
Unfortunately, yes. Well, what is your poem called?
Hershkovitz is by the wee Hungarian hacienda.
Fine. A rondelay style, huh? Well, will you recite it for us?
Thank you.
So nice of you.
Come to Hershkovitz hacienda with stucco front and big veranda, where high maki-makis each summer hasten. $2 a room, $2.50 with basin. Their cooking is the best cuisine. The chef, the famous Pierre Levine. Borscht du jour, Pierre is cooking. Butter served if no one's looking. Swimming, boating, hiking, dancing, evening dress with fancy pantsing. Polo, lip frog, postcard writing. For fishermen, immer the gefilters biting. So, kiddies, if you will relax, Shirley, Sadie, Irving, Max, let your hair down, make with the Ritz. Mach schnell to the Hungarian hacienda established 1892, proprietor Blossom Hershkovitz.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Blossom. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs, who are currently appearing at Victor Hugo's Cafe, rush over between courses to sing for us The Little Red Barn. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present a thrilling episode in the life of that fascinating adventurer, that 20th century buccaneer, Harry Glamour Boy Von Zell. The scene, Hollywood's Wilshire Boulevard. The time, 1 hour ago.
Oh, when the dawn breaks in the east, I love you. When the birdlings wake and cry, I love you.
Pull over there, you!
Well, officers, anything wrong?
No, just a little matter of a speed limit, a red light, and a boulevard stop.
Well,
but they promise me you won't let it worry you.
Well, look, officer, I'm sorry if I was a little careless, but you see, I was hurrying. I was hurrying along on a sort of an errand of mercy.
Yeah, I'll bet. Was it to make a fourth at bridge, maybe?
No. I'm on my way to the Fred Allen program to tell millions of people over the radio what to do when they feel headachy and sluggish and under the weather.
Yeah? What, for instance?
You just put 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water and drink it.
How do you figure that?
Well, Sal Hepatica helps a person feel his best again faster, you see, because this famous saline acts so quickly in two ways. First, as a laxative, Sal Hepatica is speedy yet exceptionally gentle.
Thank you. Thank you. Peter Van Steeden and his Malibu Melodiers have just kept a musical appointment with my best girl. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, hello, Portland.
Hello. I just stopped in to say goodbye.
Well, who is going away?
This is your last program, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're going away, and I'm going away. That's why I came to say goodbye.
Well, goodbye. Unless you've got something devilishly clever to say.
No, I only have what's written down here.
Well, that won't help much, I guess, from the looks of it. Tell me, where are you going for your vacation?
Mama's taking me to a dude ranch.
A dude ranch? That's sort of a rodeo at ease, isn't it? What is the name of... You know what Benny would do with a joke like that? He'd get 13 more weeks if he had it. Well, why, you're going to a dude ranch here. What's the name of the ranch?
It's the Bar None. It's up in the High Sierras.
The High Sierras, huh?
That's a mountain near here.
I guess that's what started Pike's Peak, looking at the High Sierras, huh? Well, really, what is the... Now, quiet. If we can't have quiet, we'll go someplace else. You don't have to stay here with it. But you're going up to the High Sierras. What is the altitude there?
Oh, they were very nice to us.
No, Gracie. I mean, how high is it up?
It's pretty high. Mama went to pull a comforter off the bed last night, and it was a cloud.
It was? The comforter was a cloud? Imagine that. Well, isn't it cold sleeping up there?
Oh, you don't mind it. They keep an Indian sitting outside of every room.
What has the Indian got to do with the heating system?
If you need a blanket during the night, you get up and take it off the Indian.
I guess if you need a clean sheet, they have a ghost running around the attic. Well, enough about high spirits. Oh, wait a minute. There's a joke there. Now, let's get this straight. It says here, what about a ghost in the attic, and then it said high spirits. Now, you can't get a spirit any higher than the attic unless you put them in the belfry, and most people keep their bats in the belfry. I mean, you don't want to crowd people's bats to put an old used spirit. Well, what about our guest, Portland?
Have you seen any of the girls' teams play softball here in Hollywood?
Well, no, but I hear they're exceptional. Now, don't tell me that our guest tonight is one of these lady ball players.
That's right. In the Los Angeles Examiner sports poll last year, she was voted the outstanding girl baseball player in California.
And she's coming to the plate now?
Yes. Mr. Allen's niece, Miss Kay Rohrer.
Well, good evening, Miss Rohrer.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
I must say that you appear to be rather young to be an outstanding athlete, Miss Rohrer. How old are you, may I ask?
I'll be 18 next Saturday.
18. And how long have you been active as a debutante DiMaggio?
I've been playing ball 4 years.
You're in your senior year, then, aren't you? Well, I don't, you belong to all the fraternities, but I don't know much about softball, Miss Rohrer. I know it's very popular around the country, but I've never seen the game played. Is it practically the same as baseball?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, we're bringing down the house. You hear me? NBC doesn't expect to be here permanently. The pictures fall in, you know, as they're going along. Was that your bridge work, Pete? Was that... It had. I know it wasn't money, because nobody in the band has any. Well, tell me, I'll give you that line again, Miss Rohrer. That'll stop you from ad-libbing and upsetting everything, you know. Well, is softball the same as baseball, is it?
Yes, except that the pitcher throws the ball underhand, and the field is a little shorter than the regulation diamond.
Oh. Do all the girls take the game seriously, or do they occasionally get the giggles in the middle of a double play?
The girls don't get time to giggle once the game starts. We've got to be on our toes every minute.
Wait a minute. Now, no ventriloquism, Uncle Jim. That's Miss Rora's line, and she's going to read it. All right, now let's start again. Or do they, I'll give you the cue now. Or do they occasionally get the giggles in the middle of a double play?
The girls don't get time to giggle once the game starts. We've got to be on our toes every minute.
You see? You had a little trouble getting up on your toes there, didn't you? But at 18, it shouldn't be difficult. Now, doesn't the feminine instinct ever assert itself at a crucial point in the play?
How do you mean, Mr. Allen?
Well, you know, does the shortstop ever stop to powder her nose and miss a pop fly? Does the catcher ever take time out to make a rumber appointment with the umpire?
I should say not. The girls concentrate on the game at all times.
Well, tell me, what is the average attendance at one of your all-girls softball games?
We play to around 3,000 people a night.
3,000 paid admissions. You know, they have a society girls team at Newport, but they only play to the 400. They're losing money right and left. But about your teams here, what are they called? Do they have feminine names, the Giantesses or the Dodgerettes, names like that, do they?
No. Each of the softball teams here is named after its sponsor.
Oh, you have sponsors, do you? Softball is similar to radio, isn't it?
Yes. Our teams are sponsored by service stations, department stores, and other business firms.
And all of you girls have daytime jobs with your companies and then play ball at night.
That's right.
Well, who sponsors your team, Miss Rora?
The Bank of America Club.
Oh, the bank takes an interest in you girls, which makes it unanimous. Well, does the bank, as your... quiet, please, we're doing here. Does the bank, as your sponsor, Miss Rora, does the bank make you run around the outfield yelling commercials? You know, like, you run by and yell up to the bleachers, don't get your money any old place, folks. Get it at the Bank of America. Don't get your money any old place. Do you have to plug the bank's product, do you?
No, Mr. Allen. As long as I handle my work properly, the bank is satisfied.
Well, still, a sponsored ball team must have its tribulations. Do any of the teams ever lose 5 or 6 games in a row and suddenly find themselves on sustaining?
No. No, we don't have that trouble.
Oh, how lucky you are. You know, a few bad shows in radio, and the actors are apt to show up as guests on a quiz program. But tell me, what is the average age of the girl players?
Well, most of the girls are about 18. The youngest players are 14, and the oldest girls in the league are about 25.
25. Are all of the girls single?
Oh, no. Some of the girls are married and have children.
They have, huh? Well, do any of the children ever leave flowers on first base for their mothers on Mother's Day? Does a mother ever have to run in from left field to make a sacrifice for her baby in the dugout?
I've never seen these things happen yet, Mr. Allen.
Oh, well, look, now, if a baby started crying during a game, wouldn't 4 balls from Junior mean a walk for the mother?
I'm afraid that would be up to the umpire or the baby's father.
I see. Well, as California's leading softball player, Miss Rora, what is your batting average at the moment?
It's about 340.
340, that's fine. You know, if you were batting 340 in the National League, you would have been hit on the head by an opposing pitcher weeks ago. But with your average, I take it, in your league here, you must find the pitchers easy to hit.
No, some of them give me plenty of trouble.
Well, I should think all girl pitchers would be harder to hit than men pitchers. The girls, after all, have better curves. And still, in a squeeze play, I should imagine it would be more interesting catching a girl.
Not to another girl, it isn't.
Oh. I sense the turnabout. We're plugging the new picture. I sense the subtlety of your rejoinder. Now, but about softball, what has been the highlight of your career?
It was the trip I took to the Orient 2 years ago.
Really? You went with an all-star girls team, did you?
Yes. Our manager, Marty Fiedler, selected a group of us to tour Japan, China, and the Philippines.
And you played the girls' teams in the Far East?
No, we played men's teams, and we beat most of them, too.
Really? You did, huh?
In the Philippines, we played the American Navy team.
Sailors, hey? It must have been gobs of fun. But that's a joke we rented from Bob Hope for tonight. We have to have it dry cleaned and have it back by 11 o'clock. Well, how did the game come out?
We beat them so badly the boys went back to their boat and they didn't get off for 2 days.
They did. You beat the tar out of them, huh? Well, something tells me you get a kick out of playing ball, Miss Rora.
I sure do, and all of us are crazy about the game.
Well, I'm sure if the other girls are as winsome and as pretty as you are, they're a credit to the game and to California as well.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
And thank you, Miss Rora. You know, for two people in totally different professions, I think that we got along splendidly.
Yes? Radio isn't much like baseball, is it, Mr. Allen?
Well, I should say not. In baseball, a bad swing produces a foul ball. And in radio, we have Peter Van Steeden.
Peter Van Steeden?
Yes, Peter Van Steeden is a foul ball producing bad swing.
Good night, Mr. Allen.
Good night, and thank you very much, Miss Kay Rora. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Betty Jane Rhodes is sort of an absent-minded debutante. She's coming out for the third time on our program. Tonight, Betty Jane, could I be of any help? You just say the word. I beg your pardon?
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Allen.
entirely welcome. I helped, for those sitting at home, awaiting the arrival of television, I would say I just helped Miss Rhodes with the music stand. You're very gallant of me and surprising. I didn't think I could make it, to be quite frank. But tonight, Betty Jane Rhodes comes to the microphone to sing You Can't Brush Me Off. We have with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen, a man who is a victim of an acute conscience, and he wants to tell us how it works out. How about it, Mr. Brown?
Well, it's this way, Mr. Allen. I've been listening to this program for some time, and I've gotten a lot of enjoyment out of it, too. I guess now I'm one of your foremost boosters.
Well, there's no harm in that, Mr. Brown. But why does your conscience hurt you?
Well, I realize that having had so much fun listening to this show, the least I could do was buy the products it sponsors.
Well, there's no law says you must, you know.
Well, I know, but I felt that I should. So I went out, bought a bottle of Sal Hepatica, put it away in the medicine chest, and never gave it another thought.
Oh, boy. Harry Von Zell will be pretty cross when he hears about that, Mr. Brown.
Well, he ought to be. Week after week, he's been recommending Sal Hepatica when you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and sluggish. But do I take his tip?
Of our program tonight have been released to bring you last-minute news flashes from the Republican convention. We're not going to have time to have our question of the week discussion. The Republican Party apparently is settling its question of the week at this time instead. And now the Merrimacks, who are still at Victor Hugo's, 40 minutes later, mind you, sing a request for the head waiter, who is now in the kitchen with his portable, the song, Oh, Susanna. Just had a wire come in. Victor Hugo's is still there. The Merrimacks are here. They'll get together later in the evening. Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a little expose of a big business. For tonight, we take you behind the scenes of radio and give you intimate glimpses of its stars with their hair down, those who have hair. Now, first, the musician at home.
Hey, listen, Mame. That trumpet player you think is so hot is strictly station house. If I couldn't swing better than he can, I'd be in Van Steeden's cornfield. Get this.
Next, the radio announcer at home.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Toots. Your husband is brought to you through the courtesy of the Easy Does It Washing Powder Company. Makers of Easy Does It Washing Powder. Easy does it easy because...
Oh, for goodness sake, Cecil, pipe down, will you?
You, too, can pipe down. Why, do you realize that you're talking to Cecil McStation Brake, the great announcer? What has anyone got? What has even Harry Von Zell got that I haven't?
Well, for one thing, he has something worth talking about, and he's very sincere about it. You'd learn a lot if you only listened to him some Wednesday night when he says...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next time you buy a dentifrice, remember this. Of all the dentifrices on sale today...
Peter Van Steeden and his Van Steedenolians have just given you a digest version of My. And now the mighty Allen Art Players. This is the first little theater group to ever have a bath soap endorsed them. Now, tonight they present another radio travesty called Us the People Speak. Or the reason the lights went out in the studio was because the announcer forgot to put in his plug. Overture, Peter.
And so, as our program ends, we leave the mechanical robot with his iron hands slowly crushing Superman's throat. With Tailspin Tommy holding Superman's face in that twirling airplane propeller. And Buck Rogers disintegrating Superman from the hips down. things look pretty bad for Superman. Hey, kiddies? You bet. Well, good night, and happy nightmares, kiddies.
This is station KRUM, folks. We regret to announce that the watch company that formerly sponsored the correct time has gone bankrupt. The watch company can no longer buy time to bring you the time. When you hear the signal, your guess as to the correct time will be as good as ours. It is now exactly, or something or other past, or not quite, o'clock.
And now, station KRUM presents...
Us, the People Speaks. Yes, Us, the People Speaks. The program where real people tell real stories to real people listening in. Here, real heroes tell their real adventures. This is your program, folks. Tune in. You may be on tonight when Us, the People Speaks.
Us the People Speaks comes to you through the courtesy of Murphy's Mess, the tasty sandwich spread. The only sandwich spread that really spreads a sandwich. Try the Murphy 10-second test.
Here's all you have to do. Lift up the top of your sandwich. Slop 2 plops of Murphy's Mess on the bottom side spread. Replace the top slice. Count 10. If the spread has eaten a hole through the sandwich and the top of your table is a mess, it's Murphy.
And now, we present our genial host of Us the People, Mr. Labial Teeter.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. Good evening, friends. This is Labial Teeter bringing you thrilling, real-life problems and dramas that go to make up the everyday lives of us the people. Our first case tonight, one of the strangest ever brought to you on this program, will be explained by Dr. Erasmus Wintz, senior psychologist at Peo Clinic. Dr. Wintz.
3 months ago, a little man was found in a revolving door of the 5 and 10 cent store. He was wearing cerise pajamas. His mind was a blank.
He didn't know who he was?
No, he didn't. He didn't even remember his name. He doesn't know to this day who he is. Medical science has given up. As a last resort, we appeal to you, Mr. Teeter, through your radio program, to help this unfortunate man learn his identity.
What do you call him around the clinic, Dr. Wintz?
Mr. Q.
Mr. Q, thank you. Mr. Q, thank you. Folks, you have just heard Dr. Erasmus Wintz's strange story. Mr. Q is here in our very own studio tonight. Us, the People, is offering a $5,000 reward to anyone who can identify this unfortunate victim of amnesia. Listen to Mr. Q's voice. He may be a relative. He may be a friend. You may win $5,000. And now, Mr. Q, will you come to our microphone? You poor chap.
Who am I? That's what's baffling me.
We're going to try to help you, Mr. Q.
Who am I? That's what's baffling me.
I know. That is what...
Did you ever see me before?
No.
Then how do you know it's me?
I don't. Who are you?
That's it. Who am I? That's what's baffling me.
Well, you may be a lawyer.
Oh.
Yes, you may. I doubt it, but you may. A few legal phrases may bring something back to you, Mr. Q.
Oh.
Now listen carefully, Mr. Q. Now, don't listen to yourself. Listen to me. Let us have that understood. Listen carefully. Habeas corpus, nisi prius, ipso facto.
Habeas corpus, ipso facto.
Do these terms awaken a forensic past?
No.
Do you ever remember climbing out from under an ambulance?
No.
You can't be a lawyer.
No.
Well, you may be a famous doctor, Mr. Q.
Yeah.
Try these. Listen intently, quietly. Metacarpus, dementia praecox. $2, please.
The metacarpus, dementia praecox. Who am I? That's what's baffling me.
Well, it's no use. If you sit down...
I just got a clue.
Yes?
I ain't got no horse with me.
No.
I can't be the Lone Ranger.
No, you're not.
You see?
No, you're not. Now, if you'll just sit down, we'll come back to you later, Mr. Q.
Yeah, but who am I? That's what's baffling.
You have just heard Mr. Q, folks. I won't... No, Please don't applaud. He won't appreciate it. He doesn't know who he is. Please don't. He's incognito mentally. Us the people, you have heard, Mr. Q, folks. Us the people offers $5,000 to the lucky listener who can identify her. Do you know Mr. Q? Phone this studio. Win $5,000. Us the people speaks. While we wait for your messages to pour in, folks, we welcome our next guest, to us the people, Miss Prudy Magee.
Of the Pasadena McGee's.
Of the Pasadena Magees.
And I don't mean Glendale, mister.
Thank you very much. What is your story, Prudy?
Well, to start at the beginning, I'm a shisher in a donut shop.
A shisher in a donut shop.
Yeah, if a customer's too noisy dunking, I step over and shish him.
Oh. Very good.
Well, you know, some people is pretty noisy with their dunking.
So I've heard.
They slurp like they was emptying a hot water bag.
Oh, mercy.
Well, I just say shush, bud, and kind of a soggy quiet sets in.
Are you happy in your work?
Nah, it's depressing. You know, the splashing and looking at wet donut ends.
Oh.
Well, it's been getting on me nerves. So going down Main Street last night, I start talking to myself. I says, Prudy, I says, you're getting in a rut.
You wanted to advance, you minx.
Yeah. Well, I seen a gypsy tea room, and the sign says, get hep, learn your future. And a 10-course dinner, 35 cents.
And you went in?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to keep the dinner on me stomach when the gypsy Astrolita comes over.
To read your fortune?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, Astrolita starts feeling me tea bag.
Astrolita was a tannic phrenologist?
Yeah. She gives the wet bag a feel, and she says... Continue, please. She says, I see a change. A tall, dark, handsome man is proposing marriage.
Yes?
Before I can get the tall, dark, handsome guy's name, a cop busts in. Astrolita's pinched for mopery or something.
And you don't know your lover's name?
And he don't know mine, neither.
That's why you're here tonight.
Yeah, I'm going on 40. This is my last chance. I'm broadcasting my name and address, folks.
I'm sorry, that's not allowed in radio.
This is Prudy Magee. If you're tall, dark, and handsome, the phone number's Pasadena 1234. I got blue eyes, a loving, slightly used
You are not allowed to send the Us the People Speaks.
You rat.
Regardless.
I ain't got no southern accent. I can't be Kay Kaiser.
Oh, there are a lot of people you can't be.
Jay, I'm closing in on myself, ain't I?
Yes, you are. Now, if you'll just sit down.
But who am I? That's what's baffling me.
Remember, folks, if you know Mr. Q, call this station and win the $5,000 reward. And now, Us the People brings you one of nature's peccadillos. A young hillbilly boy who was caught in a possum trap in the little town of Scurvy, Tennessee. He is known as Nature's Faux Paw. And here he is, Chad Watson. What is your story, Chad boy?
My name is Chad Watson. When I was born, my ma looked at my pa and said, oh, yeah? The next day, they wrote Sears Roebuck for a divorce.
Did your father and mother raise you, Chad?
Yeah, they raised me over a fence and dropped me into a swamp.
You poor boy.
For 20 years, I lived among the skunks, the weasels, and the bog snakes. My only friend was a water moccasin.
Well, tell me, Chad, how did you live in the swamp?
I ate acorns.
Just acorns?
Yes, sir. For 20 years, I ate acorns. I'm still eating acorns.
How do you feel?
Oak.
Hasn't eating acorns bothered you in any way?
Only my teeth. Look.
Well, your teeth are wooden.
Yes.
You look like a man who is trying to spit out a xylophone.
It's from eating acorns. I got xylophone teeth.
Well, are your teeth in tune?
Yes, I'll play something for you.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, Chad Watson, the hillbilly boy who has eaten nothing but acorns for 20 years, and as a result, his teeth have turned to 2 octaves of xylophone slats. Now, he's going to play a short solo on his molar marimba phone. What is your selection, Chad boy?
Yankee Doodle.
Go right ahead, Chad. Wasn't that last note a little flat?
That tooth's got a cavity.
I see. Us the people speaks.
Hi, mister.
Yes, Mr. Q. Have you another clue?
I ain't in Philadelphia. I can't be a Republican.
No, you can't.
I ain't got oomph. I can't be Ann Sheridan.
No, now if you just...
who am I?
We are trying to find out, Mr. Q. If you'll just sit down.
No, I'm going to find out right now.
Well, you'll have to get away from this microphone.
No, I'm not. Quit shoving.
I say you're getting away from this...
Look
out. Look out. The microphone's falling.
Oh, my head.
Look at that lump.
Who am I? What's going on here?
Why, you're on Us the People Speaks. You're on the air.
On the air? What am I doing on a radio program?
You're Mr. Q, the amnesia victim. Remember?
Amnesia victim? Preposterous.
No one knows who you are.
Why, that's ridiculous. Everyone knows who I am. I am...
Just a minute, Mr. Q. Before you tell us who you are, Us the People offered a $5,000 reward to learn your identity. Since you are going to tell us yourself, here is our certified check for $5,000.
$5,000? What is this? Let me out.
Stop him, somebody. Catch him.
Mr. Taylor.
Bring him back here, officer.
There he is, Mr. Taylor.
Unhand me, you. My lawyer will attend to this.
Just a minute. You came to Us the People with amnesia, Mr. Q.
Stop calling me Mr. Q. Do you know who I am?
That's what we're trying to find out. Who are you?
I am Bradley Brindle.
Bradley Brindle, the millionaire ladyfinger magnate?
Yes, the very same.
But you disappeared 3 months ago.
Yes, I remember now. I disappeared on the morning of March 15th. I was up all night figuring out my income tax, surtaxes, exemptions, excess profits, undistributed liabilities.
Yes?
I went mad. My mind became a blank. I must have wandered out into the street in my cerise pajamas.
And then?
Well, that's all I remember until now.
Until Us the People brought you to your senses.
Yes.
Since you have identified yourself, Mr. Brindle, will you accept this $5,000 reward?
$5,000? No, I will not.
Don't be stubborn, Mr. Brindle.
No,
Here is your check. Take it.
No, I won't.
You won't take money? Why?
Last March, 99% of my income went into taxes.
But this $5,000...
That $5,000 puts me into the next bracket. I'll be paying 102%.
But you've got to. Us the People promised this reward.
But I'll be ruined, I tell you, anything but that. I will...
Here, put down that microphone.
I won't.
Grab him, officer.
He hit himself over the head with a microphone.
Oh.
Good gad. Speak to me, Mr. Brindle. Say something.
Who am I?
Ladies and gentlemen, in less time than it takes you to say anti-disestablishmentarianism, we'll be saying our farewells. But first, we'd like to read a last-minute bulletin from many of the school teachers who have already locked up their chalk for the season. The bulletin reads...
Even though school is out for the summer, children, don't forget the daily health habits you learned during the year. And remember especially, every time you brush your teeth, always massage your gums, too.
And wise parents not only see that their children follow that sensible advice, but also follow it themselves by massaging their gums faithfully with Ipana toothpaste. Because so many dentists say...
Our gums do not get the exercise and stimulation they need from the soft, creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays.
And Ipana and massage help supply that stimulation. For that's what Ipana was designed to do, ladies and gentlemen. Not only to keep your teeth clean and sparkling, but when used with massage... to help give your gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. That's one reason why so many dentists use Ipana themselves. As a matter of record, in a recent survey, more dentists said they personally use Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice of any type. Now make their choice your choice. Use Ipana toothpaste.
Well, this program brings to a close our season, ladies and gentlemen, and it also terminates our series for the sponsors of the Ipana and Salapatica programs. I would like to thank the Bristol Myers Company for the kindness and cooperation extended to us during the long run our program has enjoyed under the company's sponsorship. And at this time, I would also like to thank my gallant band of co-workers, William Shaw, our program director, Arnold Auerbach and Herman Woke, my co-authors, Portland Harry, Von Zell, Peter, the Merrimacs, and all of the others who have helped so greatly in the presentation of our programs. But most of all, I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for, after all, your loyalty to our program and our products has made this series possible. On Wednesday night, October 2nd, we return to the air with a new program for Texaco. Until then, thank you for everything, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Fred, I don't have to tell you how happy our sponsors have been during your long association with them. You know that. So I'll just say how grateful we are for the many loyal friends you've made for Ipana and for Stalopatica, and how sincerely we hope for your continued success. I suppose you know, Fred, that in the fall, Ipana and Stalopatica are going to bring a new weekly program with that very popular comedy star, Eddie Cantor.
Well, I want to wish Eddie the best of everything, Harry. I know he'll put on a great program for you. Thank you, and good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, and good night. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we have a date at 9 o'clock a week from tonight, when Ipana and Sal Hepatica will present the first of the new comedy series starring Abbot and Costello.
The song You Can't Brush Me Off is from Louisiana Purchase. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. There you are, Marshal. 3 boxes of 45s.
All right. And, I'm a little short of rifle ammunition, too, Mr. Witherspoon.
Well, let's see. You still use that 44 Henry, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah, that's right.
And how many?
Oh, a couple of boxes will do.
Ah, here we are.
Thank you.
All right, Chester. What about you?
Any fresh tobacco come in, Mr. Witherspoon?
Yes, sir. There. 1 caddy or spit of drowned tobacco. That's all.
Could I owe you for this, Mr. Witherspoon? I've had just about the one unluckiest month I ever knew.
You fellows will never learn, will you? How to charge you interest, that's what.
Well, I won't take it if you'd rather I didn't.
Don't be a fool. Of course you'll take it.
Thank you, Mr. Witherspoon.
But you stay away from those gambling halls. You can lose more money than your money there, you know.
You heard about the killing at the Texas Trail last night then, huh?
I did. Where were you, Marshal?
Well, I've been away, Mr. Witherspoon. I just got back this morning.
Nobody told me. Then I take it the man who did the shooting has got clean away.
Oh, it wasn't a murder, Mr. Witherspoon. I looked into it. He acted purely in self-defense. That's what all the witnesses said, Mr. Witherspoon.
It's just another case of men being ruined by good whiskey and bad women, that's all.
Well, there was a girl mixed up in it, all right.
Oh? Who, Chester?
A new girl, Mr. Dillon. Calls herself Dolly Varden. She's caused nothing but trouble ever since she got here.
What do you mean?
I don't exactly know, sir. Something to do with the gambling, though.
Oh. And then she'll cause more trouble. Chester, I think I'll drop by there.
All right, sir.
Take my cartridges to the office, will you?
Yes, sir. Be glad to, Mr. Dillon. You had an unlucky month, too, Marshal?
What?
You ain't paid me.
I'm sorry. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, Marshal. Good day.
Good day, Mr. Witherspoon.
Mr. Witherspoon?
Hello, John.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, Matt.
Kitty?
Did you have a good trip?
Ah, successful anyway. Now, let's sit down.
Yeah. Well, I guess you heard about the killing last night, huh?
Yeah, I did. Kitty,
Huh?
who is this Dolly Varden?
Oh, I don't know, Matt. She says she's from St. Louis, but she is the luckiest thing I ever saw.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Does she gamble?
No. No, she says that'd spoil it. She's just lucky for other people.
How?
Whoever she's with, he wins. It's real simple.
Oh, and they cut her in to stand by them, is that it?
Yeah. You never saw anything like it, Matt. She goes from man to man, whoever pays her the most.
But they figure it's worth it, huh?
Yeah, they sure do. Unless she's with a man, he just doesn't seem to win. So, naturally, in time, they offer her practically anything to stay with him.
Yeah.
Oh, she's made a lot of money here.
Which game, Kitty?
Faro. Only Faro.
Mm-hmm.
She says it wouldn't work with anything else.
Does anyone walk out ahead of the game?
No. No, not from what I've heard. Everybody's losing sooner or later. If they can't afford Dolly, they go on trying anyway.
And the fight starts over one man offering her more money than another, is that it?
Well, that's what happened last night, Matt.
Who's running the Faro game?
Oh, that's Frank Paris.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember it.
Well, he came here a few days after Dolly did.
That sounds like an old setup.
Well, nobody's caught him cheating yet, Matt. And if he and Dolly know each other, they're pretty smart about it. I've never seen them together once.
Mm-hmm. Where is Dolly now, Kitty?
Upstairs. You want to meet her?
Yeah.
I'll go get her.
Thank you, Kitty.
Dolly, come on with me. I want you to meet somebody. She was on her way down, Matt. Dolly, this is Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Dolly.
How do you do, Marshal?
Why don't you sit down?
Thank you. Well, I'll see you later, Matt.
Yeah, sure, Kitty. Tell me, Dolly, did you come here with Frank Paris?
Why, no. I got here before he did.
Sure, but that's not what I meant.
What did you mean, Marshal?
I hear you got a lot of money for making a man lucky.
Is that against the law?
Only when it leads to trouble and killing.
I'm not responsible for what these men do.
No, but I am.
Then why don't you do something about it, Marshal?
That's why I'm talking to you.
Go ahead, then. Talk.
Have you been this far west before, Dolly?
No.
Well, you see, men out here settle their differences a little faster than they do back east. Most of them don't spend much time in towns. But when they do come in, if there's anything or anybody that smells like trouble, it seems like they always find it.
What's all that got to do with me?
You're trouble, Dolly. Man got killed last night because of you.
I don't think I like you, Marshal.
You'll like me less when I run you out of town.
Oh, you couldn't.
I'll leave Frank Paris up to the men. If he's caught cheating, they'll shoot him. But I don't want any more killing because of you. You understand?
No, I don't understand. Why should you think that
It's simple, Dolly. I don't believe in luck, that's all. If I did, I'd have been killed a long time ago.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Now, I forgot to tell you. While you were over at the Texas Trail this afternoon, Doc was in looking for you.
That was 4 or 5 hours ago, Chester. I guess it wasn't very important.
No, sir, but I should have told you.
Matt.
Oh, hello, Doc.
I told him you were looking for him, Doc.
Well, thank you, Chester. Thank you.
What'd you want, Doc?
Well, Matt, I've been thinking. I got an idea.
Yeah?
That fellow that got shot last night, they buried him in his saddle blanket today.
So?
Well, that's no way for a man to be buried. Dodge ought to be ashamed of itself. This is a big town now.
Well, how would you propose burying him, Doc?
Why, in pine boxes, Matt. Any man deserves at least a pine box.
Well, I agree.
Well, that's my idea, Matt. I think we ought to form a sort of a committee and raise enough money to bury people properly here. Why, it's a disgrace this way.
Well, now, Doc, I don't know. If we did that, everybody'd want to come to Dodge to get shot. They got enough trouble as it is.
Oh, I'm serious, Matt.
All right. I'll contribute $1.
Oh, now what's that?
It sounds like somebody couldn't wait for one of Doc's pine boxes. Come on, Chester.
Yes.
You might as well come too, Doc.
Sure, Matt. Oh, I'm coming.
I thought you were going to stop all this, Matt.
I am, Kitty. Where is he?
Dead on the floor over there.
Oh, well, I better take a look at him.
I meant, where's the man who killed him?
Oh, Jack Singer there. But it was self-defense, Matt. Anyone can tell you.
Jack Singer?
Yeah,
He's not a killer.
I know.
Was it Dolly again?
Yeah, same thing.
Where is she? Oh, I see her. Excuse me, Kitty. Dolly,
Don't bother me, Marshal. I didn't shoot him.
I warned you once, Dolly.
They're grown men. I'm not responsible for them.
There's a stage leaving Dodge at noon tomorrow. Be on it.
What?
I'm sure you've got enough money for a ticket. And don't come back to Dodge. Ever.
Sure, Marshal. Sure.
Well, sir, it lacks 15 minutes until noon, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. And it lacks Dolly Varden, too, Chester.
Oh, she'll be along. Women don't never get any place ahead of time.
Only 2 passengers have showed up so far.
Maybe you should have run Paris out of town, too.
Well, I don't like to do that just on suspicion. But I will as soon as somebody catches him cheating. If he lives through it.
Mr. Dillon, maybe you try too hard to make the law look fair.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, here she comes.
She's not carrying any bags.
No, she isn't.
Coming this way.
Yeah.
Day, Marshal.
Goodbye, Dolly.
I didn't say goodbye. I said good day.
What?
I've thought it over, Marshal. I've decided not to leave after all.
There's the stage, Dolly. Get on it.
No.
Get on it, Dolly.
I said no.
All right, if you... I'll have to...
You'll what, Marshal?
Now, get on the stage.
Oh, it's no use yelling at me, Marshal. That's not going to do it.
Oh? What is?
Well, you'll just have to throw me on it.
Throw you on it?
Yes. Your friend here might help. Chester, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Chester Proudfoot. I'm glad to know you, Miss Dolly.
Oh, shut up, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Well, Chester could take my arms. You could take my feet, Marshal. Of course, it might be a little awkward getting me into the coach, but I'm sure you could manage it somehow.
Oh, my, no, Miss Dolly. We can't handle a woman that way. Oh, goodness, no.
No?
Oh, no.
Oh, then you'll have to do it by yourself, Marshal. Throw me over your shoulder. Or maybe drag me.
You're wasting time, Dolly.
It won't be easy, though. Because, Marshal, I'll scream and I'll cry and scratch and bite and I'll kick. Oh, how I'll kick. I'll be a mess when you get me there, and I'll have the whole town out watching you be a hero.
You're serious, aren't you?
Of course you could hit me. You could knock me out with your fist or your gun. I wouldn't scream so much then.
Gosh, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Marshal.
I'm tempted to put you on that stage no matter how, Dolly. But maybe there's another way to handle you.
The best way to handle me is to leave me alone.
And have more men get killed?
If they're fools enough, what difference does it make?
I don't think I could explain that to you, Dolly. But anyway, you remember what I said. You're through in Dodge. Come on, Chester.
Yes. Gosh, Mr. Dillon, how are you going to get rid of her?
I'm going to start by ruining her game, Chester.
But how?
I'll show you. Right here at the Dodge House.
Here?
Yeah. Frank Paris stays here. Go find out what room he's in, will you?
Yes, sir. Wake up, Lonzo. Oh, Chester. Frank Paris, man. Where's she? What's room 10, Chester? Thank you. It's room 10, Mr. Dillon.
All right.
How'd you know Paris lives here?
Kitty?
Oh.
Now, here it is.
Who is it? Oh. You're Marshal Dillon, aren't you?
Yeah. I want to talk to you, Paris.
Sure. Come in, Marshal. You two, Chester.
That's right.
Well, what can I do for you, Marshal?
Paris, I told Dolly Varden to leave town on the noon stage today.
Oh?
She refused. I'd have had to force her physically to make her leave.
Well, why are you telling me this, Marshal?
Because I thought I'd leave you alone, Paris, and let whoever caught you take care of you. But I've changed my mind.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal.
Don't you?
No. No, I don't.
Now, just remember this. If Dolly Varden comes anywhere near your table from now on, you stop the play till she leaves. Is that clear?
Now, look here, Marshal. I've got nothing to do with that woman. If you can't handle her, you've got no right wrecking my game trying to. Why, I wouldn't have a player left if I started that.
Paris, maybe I can't rough up a woman and run her out of town, but you're a man, and I won't even waste time arguing. You'll do as I say, or you'll leave.
There's too much money in Dodge for me to leave, Marshal.
It's the way I said, Paris. I won't even argue with you. Good day.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, America's finest men choose United States Army careers. These young Americans know that in the new regular United States Army there is travel, education, good pay, good food, and all, yes, all the essentials of a full, good life and fine future. These young Americans know that the finest technical schools in the world, the United States Army's technical schools, will provide them with increased skill and earning capacity, that they will earn while they learn and open opportunities for steady advancement in Army careers. There are thousands of these young people who have been picked by the Army who are proud of their country's uniform, and their country is proud of them. The recruiting officer at your nearest U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force recruiting station has the complete details. Remember, America's finest men choose U.S. Army careers. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Well, that was quite a meal tonight. Quite a meal.
Yeah,
Sure was, Doc. I was nearly starved, too.
Yeah, haven't had a meal like that since we got snowed in at Fort Fletcher a few years back.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, one night, 4 of us were down to a quart of dried peas and a bottle of vinegar. But by heaven, it made a better meal than Delmonico's puts out.
Oh, Doc, it wasn't that bad.
Doc likes Southern cooking, Chester.
And any man who works hard deserves good food.
I'll let Chester answer that, Doc. When you're through, Chester, I'll see you at the office.
All right, sir, I'll be along directly.
So long, Doc.
Bye, Matt.
Marshal?
Hello, Dolly.
Mind if I walk along with you for a minute?
All right. What's on your mind?
Marshal, I'm sorry I behaved the way I did this noon.
What?
I shouldn't have done that. It's just that I was so desperate, that's all.
Desperate? About what?
I've got to tell you. And I want to. But I can't out here in the street. Somebody will come by and then I'll be embarrassed. Here, let's just get around the corner out of the light. Please. Please, Marshal.
Go ahead. Now, what's this all about, Dolly?
I was sort of hysterical this noon. You've got to forgive me. You've just got to.
Now, don't cry. Just tell me.
I've been thinking about it ever since last night. I can't leave Dodge, Marshal. I don't have any place to go.
Now, Dolly.
Oh, don't make me go. Please. I promise I won't go near a gambling table again. I swear I won't.
Well, it's up to you, Dolly. If you do that and don't cause any trouble, right?
Thank you, Marshal. Thank you. I promise. You'll see.
Yeah, sure, I'll see.
Please go now. I want to dry my eyes before I get out in the street again.
Now, stay away from Frank Paris, Dolly.
Oh, that's for your gun.
All right, drop it.
You mean you're going to shoot a woman, Marshal? I doubt it.
Drop it.
I will not.
Give it to me. There. Well, you're quite a girl, Dolly.
I'll kill you yet.
You're going to jail.
Ha!
You're too dangerous to be loose woman or no woman.
Oh. Put me down! You brute! Put me down! Did you hear me? Hello, Matt.
Where's Frank Paris, Kitty?
Well, he moved his table. It's beyond the bar. There.
Oh. Then that's him with his back to us, huh?
Yeah. What's the trouble, Matt? You're mad about something.
I just threw Dolly in jail. Now it's Paris's turn. You stay out of this, Kitty.
Hey, come on. That's your...
What's going on here? What's all this? Oh, it's the marshal.
You're all through, Paris. And don't try anything.
What's the trouble now, Marshal? There's no woman near my table.
And there won't be, not for a long time. Dolly Varden's in jail.
What?
She tried to shoot me a little while ago, and I threw her in jail.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe she's better off there. She did cause a certain amount of trouble around here.
She can't see it that way, Paris. She thinks it's all right to lock up a man, but not a woman.
What's all this got to do with me, Marshal?
You're going to jail, too.
You can't arrest me.
I'm not arresting you. There's no proof of anything against you. I got Dolly now on attempted murder, but nobody's caught you doing a thing. Come on, Paris, let's go.
No, you just said it. You can't arrest me.
You're going to jail, Paris. And tomorrow you're leaving Dodge. You're clever, but you're crooked. And Dolly's in it with you. That's all I need to know, proof or no proof. I should have stopped you the day I got back.
I told you, Marshal, that there's too much money here. I don't want to leave.
I'm not arguing with you. I just wanted everybody here to know about this.
We were doing fine till you came back, Marshal. You're in the way now.
Don't be a fool, Paris.
I'll chance it. Ow! My hand. You got my hand. My hand.
You're lucky I didn't kill you. Now you walk out that door. Doc will take care of you in jail.
Here's their tickets, Mr. Dillon, all the way to St. Louis.
Thanks, Chester.
And here's your change, Mr. Paris.
Give it to Dolly.
Here, Miss Dolly.
Thanks. You think I'd better count it, Chester?
Oh, no, ma'am, I counted it. It's all there.
Oh, I'm joking. I trust you. I'm not suspicious of everybody like the marshal here.
Well, who wouldn't be suspicious? You both tried to kill him.
Sure. But he trusts me now. Don't you, Marshal?
I do.
Well, you think I'm going to get on that train without making you throw me on it, don't you?
No, I'm not sure. But I'll throw you on it if I have to.
Yes, I know. You would now.
I would.
Why don't you shut up, Dolly? The marshal could still bring us to trial if he wanted to.
I know. Tell me, Marshal, why didn't you?
The judge is busy enough without my hauling in everybody who tries to shoot me. And besides, you've sort of had your wings clipped.
How?
Oh, Dolly, what's the use of lying to him anymore? He's talking about me. I may never be able to deal cards the way I used to with his hand.
Frank!
It's the truth. But think about it, Dolly. There are quite a few people who manage to get along on an honest living. I never knew how, but we're going to have to find out.
Well, there it is.
Bye, Marshal. Chester.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Marshal, I don't think I hate you as much as I did.
Good.
Dolly!
Coming!
So long, Dolly.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Dolly, with John Daner as Paris, and James Griffith as Witherspoon. Parley Bear as Chester, Georgia Ellis as Kitty, and Howard McNair as Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Services to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Lovely Dorothy McGuire, star of Broadway and Hollywood, will be heard on CBS Radio next Monday evening in a dramatic story entitled The Fall of Maggie Phillips. It's another in your Lux Summer Theater series, so be listening for it next Monday on most of these same stations. The Fall of Maggie Phillips, starring Dorothy McGuire. This is George Walsh speaking. Sunday nights, Dick Powell is rough, tough Richard Diamond, private detective, on the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
That was Johnny Green and his boys playing I Don't Want to Make History from the motion picture Palm Springs. And this is Jack Benny back at the broadcasting studio where they appreciate him.
Oh, Jack,
Yes, Johnny.
what are you wearing those smoke glasses for?
I'm not wearing smoke glasses.
Well, that's right. I forgot about that fight we had last week.
Oh, well, I always had rings under my eyes.
Yeah, but you didn't wear beefsteak on them.
I did, too.
Oh, say, Jack, it's none of my business, but I hear you're out at Paramount.
How do you mean that, Johnny? Am I out at Paramount or am I out at Paramount?
It's too bad either way.
Say, Mary, did Paramount call me yet?
No, and I think you made a mistake walking out like that.
Well, if they want me, they'll have to give me a bigger part. They know where I am, and they can call me. They're probably worried right now.
I'll bet Mr. Paramount won't sleep a wink tonight.
That's his hard luck. Let's go ahead with the program.
But we haven't anything prepared tonight, Jack.
Who cares? Give me my fiddle.
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. Look. See those two fellas sitting there in the second row?
Where? Oh, you mean those two guys with the sour pusses?
Uh-huh.
Who are they?
Leo Robin and Ralph Ranger, the fellows who wrote Love and Bloom.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Here, hide my violin, Mary. Hey, boys, come on up here a minute, will you? Well. So you're Leo Robin and Ralph Ranger, the writers of Love and Bloom.
Yup, that's us. Yup, that's us.
Well, I'm sure glad to meet you.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. Thanks, Mr. Benny.
Well, one thing you have to admit, boys, I certainly put your song over.
Yeah.
The echo spoke first that time.
Well, I want to tell you something, fellas. That's one of the greatest numbers ever written. Ah, what a thought. Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume? You know, I've been playing that number for the last 2 years. Did you fellows make any money on it?
Not in the last 2 years.
You know, boys, I'm an old songwriter myself. You know, I used to put over some of those hits. I wrote Cocktails for Two, didn't I, Mary?
Yeah, with separate checks.
Stop, you little ragamuffin. Of course, you know, Johnny Green has written a lot of song hits, and even Don Wilson. Say, Don, what was that song you wrote?
Oh, you mean the last one, Jack?
Yes, how does it go?
Jellone, the finest dessert in the world. Jellone.
Oh, sure, we're all songwriters.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
Jack, you know these two boys also wrote the number I just played.
You mean I Don't Want to Make History?
Uh-huh.
Oh, is that right, fellas?
Yes, we think it has a good chance to become popular.
Well, boys, you know what I did with Love and Bloom.
That's why we're here.
Now, wait a minute. Let me have that violin again, Mary. Maybe I can play their new number now.
Here you are, Jack.
Wait a minute, Some tone, hasn't it, boys? Huh?
Yeah. Is it a Stradivarius?
If it ain't, I'm out $10.
Why, Jack, you can't get a Stradivarius for $10.
Well, this is a demonstrator. All right, Johnny, let's go. I Don't Want to Make History.
Don't worry, you won't.
Okay, Johnny, swing it, kid.
Well, how did you like it, boys? That's a catchy tune. What is it? Why, that's your song. It is? Give me that fiddle. Here. Oh, fellas. Goodbye, Mr. Benny. Let that be a lesson to you. I don't need lessons. Well, that's gratitude for you. It's the last time I'll ever plug a song. Oh, Mary, not that I care, but did Paramount call me back yet?
No, and let that be a lesson to you.
Well, if they want me, they know where I am. Hey, that must be Paramount now. Answer it, Mary, and tell them that my part must be bigger. You know, act independent. Go ahead, Mary.
Hello. Jack's part must be bigger, and he don't care whether he makes the picture or not.
That's it.
What? Oh, I see. I'll ask him. Hold the wire.
What do they say, Mary?
It's the cook at your house. She wants to know what you want for supper tonight.
Oh. Well, just tell her some bacon and eggs.
He wants bacon and eggs. Goodbye.
Did you send for me, Jack?
No, I said bacon and eggs.
Oh, I thought you said Baker.
Imagine baker and eggs. Sing bacon. I mean Kenny.
Came along when I needed you so. We met 'neath a lucky star. How did it happen? I'll never know. All that I know is, darling, you started me dreaming such wonderful dreams, until the day that you happened my way, life was so empty it seemed. You started me dreaming, wondering if dreams do come true. You put a thrill, the first thrill that I ever knew. Days were so lonely and friendless. Each day for me was the same. Nights were so long and so endless. The moment you dreaming of heaven for two. You were the start of the dream in my heart. Now I can't stop dreaming of
Too much applause to suit me. That was You Started Me Dreaming, sung by Kenny Bacon. Say, Kenny, you're making a picture out here, too, aren't you?
Yes, Jack.
Have you started shooting yet?
Sure, we're getting along fine. And, oh, boy, they gave me a swell part.
They did, huh?
Yes, I play the part of a lover.
Oh, the lover.
Some casting, lover and bacon.
Well, that is swell, Kenny.
Yeah, in one of my big scenes, I'm sitting on a Davenport making love to a blonde, and in walks a butler. And then he hides in a closet and...
Never mind, Kenny. I know the rest. Never mind. Mary, come here a minute, will you?
What?
Did Paramount call you?
No.
Well, one thing about me, I don't worry.
You don't? Then why are you so gray?
Well, battleships are gray. They don't worry, do they? Believe me, you find a battleship that worries. Some stuff. Huh, Natty? Say, Mary, listen, I've just thought of a terrific idea. Listen, I'm surprised I didn't think of it before.
What is it?
Well, look, I'll give him 5 more minutes, and if I don't hear from him, I'm going to start my own film company.
You are?
Sure, after all, I've got a name. And what is there to making pictures? All I need is a building, some lights and cameras, a couple of dozen stars, Eugene O'Neill, Edna Fibber, and $5 or $10 million.
How about some postage stamps?
Don't worry, I'll get one. By golly, I'm going ahead with it.
Oh, that's a great idea, Jack. Why, look at Louis B. Mayer, Sam Goldwyn, and Ernest Lubitsch.
Why, certainly, I can do what those guys do. What am I waiting for?
A call from Paramount.
Well, maybe they haven't got a phone. Anyway, what a sucker I was even to consider it. Well, I'll make my own pictures. Yes, sir, the Benny Mount Film.
Say, Jack, will you make big pictures?
Will I? Did you ever see Mutiny on the Bounty?
No.
Well, I'll make that first. I want you to see it. Say, Johnny, play something while I get my organization together. Boy, what an idea. I'll show 'em.
You have just heard I've Got a Heavy Date, written by Johnny Green with Johnny at the piano. And now we take you to the new Benny Mount Picture Company, makers of super colossal features.
All right, boys, all right. I want to thank you for putting up this building while Johnny was playing his number.
It ain't finished yet, boss. There's no roof on it.
Well, put Wilson's hat on it and let's get to work. Now, come on, we got to get into production. Oh, Miss Livingston.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Put down that Broadway column and come here. This company's going to make pictures. Everybody works.
Yes, sir.
Where's my writing staff?
They're out playing golf.
Playing golf. Hey, what am I paying them $1,000 a week for?
To learn how.
Fine staff. They should be creating stories, writing new ideas.
Maybe they can't think of anything.
I never thought of that. Never mind, I'll buy some stories. Who wrote The Taming of the Shrew?
Shakespeare.
Well, get him on the phone.
Operator, get me Venice, 6578.
Who are you calling?
The Merchant of Venice. He's right near Santa Monica.
You're crazy.
Well, it's a living.
Say, Mary, did Paramount call up yet?
No, Jack.
Well, we must get a scenario. What kind of a company is this without a story? Come in. What can I do for you?
Mr. Benny, I understand you're in the market for a good story.
Yes, I am. So you're an author, eh? What's your name?
The Guy Sitting.
The Guy Sitting. Won't you have a chair?
No, thanks. I'm standing.
Well, make up your mind. Have you written anything before?
Yes, the story of my life and how I was killed.
How you were killed.
I'll bet he's a ghostwriter.
Quiet. Now, what have you got there?
A great story. Want to hear it?
That's not important. How much do you want for it?
I'll take a cool 5,000.
A cool 5,000. I'll give you a warm $10.
I'll take it. I'm not so hot.
He was going to lose that one. Okay, here you are. So long. So long. Well, at last we've got a story.
What's it all about, Jack?
Let me see. Gee, it's terrific. Very topical. It deals with the Irish sweepstakes. Girl wins $150,000, and boy consents to marry her.
Does she marry him?
Yes.
Boy meets squirrel.
Now, that's what makes a great picture. Finance and romance. The Irish sweepstakes. We'll put this on big. We'll get an Irish tenor, 10 plates of Irish stew, and some Irish linen. Say, this will be the biggest thing ever attempted in Hollywood.
You said it.
Did Paramount call up yet?
No.
Well, let's get our picture started. We got to get going. Come in.
I'd like to see Mr. Benny.
What can I do for you?
I'm an Irish tenor.
Oh, yes, you can use one. What's your name, please?
Tito Ruffle.
Oh, sure. I've seen your name in front of the Metropolitan Opera House. What's your voice, Tito?
Very Ruffle.
We can use you. What's your salary, Kenny? Ruffle.
I must get $1,000 a week.
Oh, you must, eh? Why?
Costs me $12 a week to live.
I see. What do you think we ought to do, Miss Livingston? little switch from the other show. Hear that, Bosie?
Give him $50 and tell him to live 3 days a week.
Oh, I'll talk to him. Now, how about taking $35 a week and 5% of the profit?
Give me $40 and keep the profit.
What profit?
All right, we'll concede a point. Give him a contract, Miss Livingston.
Here you are. Sign here.
Well, wait till I read it.
Oh, trying to take advantage, eh? Why, this 4-year contract is all in your favor. The first year, you get $40 a week. The third year, you get $1,200, and the fourth year, $10,000.
What happens to the second year?
You get fired. Sign here, you dope.
All right, but it don't seem right to me.
Now, don't forget, be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We start shooting in September.
Okay, so long.
Mary, did Paramount call you?
No.
I can't understand. Now, Miss Livingston, who's the best man in Hollywood to direct an Irish picture?
I got just the man for you. He's waiting outside. Come in, Mr. Mulcahy.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I understand you're looking for a director.
Yes, are you a director?
Am I a director, yes? Last year I directed the Green Boys of Wimpole Street. The year before, the Count of Mexico Cristo. And I just finished Mr. Cohen Goes to Town with E.G. Cooper.
Well, have you made any Irish pictures? You see, the name of our picture is A Night in Ireland. You know, that little bit of heaven.
Why not make it a night in Coney Island with a little bit of herring?
I said heaven, not Harry.
Well, that's heaven to me.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think you're the right man for this type of picture.
Well, that's up to you. If you want me, give me a call.
Where at?
RKO. I'm directing Fred Einstein and Ginger Rosenbush.
Oh, yeah? Well, wait a minute. Hey, we can use you.
Sure, mister. Hey, goodbye.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Bing Crosby and Joan Blondell in She Loves Me Not with Nan Gray. Lux presents Hollywood. These programs, ladies and gentlemen, are made possible through your purchases of our products and are the means our sponsors take of showing you their appreciation. Tonight finds us headlining Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, Nan Gray, Barbara Weeks, Sterling Holloway, and William Frawley in that great stage and screen success, She Loves Me Not. As guests, Molly Merrick, noted author and movie reporter, and Miss Una McClelland of the University of Southern California. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. We turn our program over now to the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, your host, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Back in 1925, at just about this time of year, a footsore young man tramped into Los Angeles, drum, a voice with a husk in it, a knack of phrasing songs that was entirely new, and $15 in cash. He'd driven from Spokane, Washington, but his automobile had expired several miles back on the edge of the San Fernando Valley. His name was Harry, but he was heard first at the Coconut Grove in Los Angeles under his nickname, Bing. Later, he toured with Paul Whiteman's orchestra. Then radio catapulted him into national fame and Hollywood. Bing Crosby today is one of the biggest box office attractions in motion pictures. His voice and personality lure millions to their loudspeakers weekly. His phonograph records are bestsellers the world over. Few names in sports are more respected than Bing's. He owns a large stable of racehorses, plays championship golf, and is actively concerned in football and prize fighting. In spite of these multiple interests, you're very likely on a Sunday morning to find the screen's #1 crooner singing in a choir of a small church near Hollywood. Recipient of countless honors, his latest is the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Music, bestowed a few weeks ago by Gonzaga College, where Bing once studied law. Tonight, he becomes a college student once again, as he reenacts the role of Paul Lawton, which he played on the screen for Paramount in Howard Lindsay's rich comedy, She Loves Me Not. Starred with Bing is the ever-delightful Joan Blondell as Curly Flagg. Daughter of a vaudeville comedian, Joan has been on the stage in all parts of the world since childhood. Few stars in Hollywood have worked so hard for success or deserve it more. Discovered on Broadway by Warner Brothers, her talent in both comedy and drama has been established in a score of hit films. And we look forward to seeing Joan next in The Perfect Specimen. From the new Universal Studios comes Nan Gray, a discovery whom Hollywood has been watching very closely since her splendid performance in Three Smart Girls. Nan's next film is called More Than Love, and tonight she's heard as Midge Mercer. Barbara Weeks plays Frances, Sterling Holloway is Buzz Jones, and William Frawley of Paramount Studio is Gus McNeil. Now for the brighter side of higher education. The Lux Radio Theater presents She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, with Nan Gray. Monday night in the Hilarity Club in Philadelphia. On the dance floor, Curly Flagg, a vivacious little blonde, is in the middle of her first number.
You're gonna lose your gal. You're gonna lose your gal.
In a dimly lighted corner of the club, a gangster sits alone over a cup of coffee. Another gangster threads his way through the tables and stands behind him. Suddenly, there's a shot.
For witness and throw me in the jug for months. But Curly, you ain't even taken off your coat. Well, I ain't got time. So long, Ted. Curly, where you going? I don't know, but I gotta get out of here fast.
Pay. Gangster shot in Hilarity Club. Policeman singer Curly Flagg. Pay.
Hey, Garly, this is as far as I go.
Thanks. I'll get out here then. Would you mind telling me the name of this place?
This is Purnell, Girlie, and them buildings over there is dormitories, part of Purnell University.
Oh, a college, huh?
Yep.
Well, thanks for the lift, mister.
All right. Night.
Night.
This period of English literature to the year 106 is called Old English or Anglo-Saxon. Come in.
Hello.
What? Hey, wait, you can't come in here. Women aren't allowed in the dormitories.
Well, there ain't no signs up that I can see. Hey, are you one of these college students?
Yes, but I won't be if you...
I've been watching you through the window, and when I saw you eating that piece of cake, well, I just couldn't help it.
Oh, is that what you wanted? A piece of cake? Well, here. That's a cinch.
Thanks.
What, you want a glass of water?
Uh-huh. Yes.
You feel better now?
Oh, I was awful hungry.
What's the matter? You broke?
Uh-huh.
You don't mean you're actually starving?
Well, I don't suppose you really starve for about a week or 10 days, do you?
Oh, well, here. We'll go on down to a restaurant and get you fed right.
I can't.
Why not?
The police are after me.
Police?
Yeah.
Well, what is it?
It's a murder case.
A murder?
Yeah, but I didn't do it. They want me for a material witness.
You mean you actually saw somebody get murdered?
Yeah, but I didn't know who the guy that done it. I only saw the back of his head. You see, I was doing my numbers at the time.
Number?
Yeah, at the Hilarity Club where I work. I didn't even take time to change.
Well, look, if you didn't do it...
Say, I knew a girl once that got mixed up in the murder. Perfectly innocent, you understand? And they held her in jail for 4 months. I ain't going to sit in no jail for 4 months, I'll tell you those.
Gee. Can they really do that to you?
Sure, if you can't put up no bond.
That's a darn shame. Say, look, my allowance doesn't come until next week, but I can let you have...
Ah, that's no use. This is a big-time murder. They'll be watching for me everywhere. It's no good taking your money and walking right into a cop's arms, you know.
No. Well, there must be something we can do.
Say, you boys get a pretty good break here. It's nice. Can I have a cigarette?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I looked in your window a long time before I got my nerve up. You look like somebody that might help a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Say, that sounds like somebody doing tap.
Huh?
Listen.
Oh, that's, up there, that's Buzz Jones. He's got the room over there. He's a swell tap dancer.
Yeah?
You see, I think I'll go up and talk to Buzz a minute. You stay here, huh?
Oh, well, you'll be back, won't you?
Oh, sure. We'll think of some way to help you out of this. Hey, Buzz.
Hiya, Paul.
Cut that out, will you? Now, listen, what do you think I got downstairs in my room?
I'm on the wagon till after commencement.
No, no kidding, Buzz. It's a girl, a chorus girl, right out of a nightclub.
Yeah? Just lift up my typewriter over there, will you? You'll find the Queen of Sheba.
So, listen, Buzz, this is on the level.
You mean you got a girl in your room? A female girl?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. A nightclub chorus girl, boy.
Oh, and only 2 weeks before you graduate. Listen, Paul, it's not worth it. You better chase her out of here so darn fast.
Well, I can't. She's wanted by the police. She's mixed up in a murder.
Look, will you just quietly get on out of here? I got to study.
No, Buzz, honest, it's true. She's down there. She didn't do the murder. She just saw it done, and the police want her for a witness. Say they can keep her in jail for 6 months or a year until the case comes to trial, if it ever does. She's in trouble, Buzz, and we got to help her.
You get in the darndest messes. How do you do it?
Well, you're in on this one, too, now. I declared you in.
Oh, just foul, huh? You know how it's going to look if we get caught?
Yes, but... Well, if one man were caught hiding a girl in the dormitory, it might look bad. Very bad, but 2 men? No.
No, 2 men makes it fine.
Well, look, come on downstairs, will you? Come on, I want you to meet her.
Oh, that'll be just Ducky.
Hey, it's a good thing the other fellas in this entry are out tonight, huh?
Yes, indeed, but we're taking plenty of risks as it is.
Well, go on, go ahead in.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello.
This is, Buzz Jones.
Pleased to meet you. My name's Curly Flagg.
Miss Flagg, I salute you.
Buzz and I are going to take care of you.
Oh, yeah?
Well, now, look, we'll just hide her here until the whole thing blows over, huh? We can dress her up in boys' clothes.
Hey, wait a minute.
Buzz, you're a genius. We'll have to cut her hair, of course.
Of course.
Oh, yeah?
Paul, did you ever cut anybody's hair?
No, but I used to mow the front lawn when I was a sprout.
That's the same thing. Come on.
I got some nail scissors here someplace.
Wait a minute. I'm not so crazy about this.
Now, my dear young woman, I must ask you please not to interrupt. Now, would you rather we trimmed your hair or turned you over to the cops?
Well, do you think I ought to pull?
Sure.
Okay.
Get the scissors.
Right here.
It'll grow out again in jail, I suppose.
You're not going to jail. You ready, Buzz?
Sure.
Ready, Curly?
I guess so.
All set? Go.
Next, shine, manicure, next.
Listen, take it easy.
Oh, hold still, will you? How can I cut your hair if you're going to jump around
How
like
about
that?
a nice shampoo?
You might spoil my looks, you know. Ain't you done yet? I'll be bald-headed in a minute.
Oh, look out, will you? Now, that was your fault.
What'd you do?
Well, I just went a little deeper than I figured.
Oh.
How's it look, Buzz?
Well, it looks kind of chewed, but could be worse.
Well, let me see. Where's the mirror?
Right over there.
Oh, yeah. Say, I make a pretty good-looking boy at that, don't I? Sis boom bar. Yeah. Cully.
Hey, shut up. You know, if they catch her, Paul, you're going to graduate awful sudden.
Yeah, I know. Where's she going to sleep?
Well, look, I tell you, I'll run up to New York tonight and tackle the old man about a job for her. So she can stay in my room, huh?
Who is your old man, Buzz?
He's president of Super Sound Pictures. Why?
You mean you're going to get me in the movie? Oh, boy.
Here, pipe down, will you? Look, I think I'll write some friends about some more work for her, huh? You know, I might even wire my dad in Detroit.
Oh,
my
yeah.
uncle, huh?
Yeah, but I wouldn't wire Francis if I were you. She might not like it so much.
Why not? Who's Francis?
His fiancé.
Oh, he's got one of those, huh?
Yeah, now look, come on, Curly. Upstairs to my room. We'll get you those boys' clothes and lock you in for the night.
Huh? Well. So long, Paul.
Good night. Now, remember, if you need anything, just tap on the floor. I'll hear you.
Oh, tap on the floor, huh? Sure. Well, see you later, my old college chum.
Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter up here? Stop that.
Oh, why didn't you let me finish it? I was doing a dance for you.
You're doing a dance?
Yeah, I just routine a swell comedy dance. I wanted to show it to you.
Well, this is no time to be showing me a dance. Now, why don't you go to bed? You must be dead.
No, I'm feeling great. You boys have been so good to me. Especially you. Gee, you're a swell kid.
Thanks. But I've got a 9 o'clock lecture. I think I better get some sleep.
Oh, don't walk out on me. Let's have a cigarette together, huh?
No, I can't.
Sure you can. Now sit down over there. I get scared up here all alone. I get awful scared.
Well, it sort of scares me, too.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, I'm not kidding. This is serious. You know, we're trying to help you, but we're taking awful chances to do it.
I know it.
You got to be careful. You got to help us all you can.
Sure I will. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Give us a kiss, Polly Wolly.
What? Say, listen.
Good.
Get off my lap.
Hey, what's the idea? I ain't no sack of potatoes. Who do you think you're tossing around? Fresh.
Now, you listen to me, Curly Flag, and get this through your head. I got no more of that kind of interest in you than I have in the congressional record. No more than I'd have in a horse if I saw a man beating him and made him stop. That wouldn't mean I wanted to have a schmoozling party with the horse, would it?
Oh, you...
Now, don't you ever do anything like that to me again.
Oh, you get out of here. You get out, you see? Don't ever come back.
Good night.
Good night, you rotten barber.
And that's the story, Dad. I figured you might be able to help her out. Paul Lawton's got her hidden in my room. We got to keep it quiet, of course.
Of course.
Then you'll help her, Dad?
Certainly I will. Now, if you'll just step outside a minute, Buzz, I'm pretty busy.
Okay, now, but don't forget, keep it quiet.
So long, Buzz. Hello? Give me the publicity department, quick. Hello, publicity. This you, Gus? Well, listen, Gus, Super Sound Pictures has a new star. Yeah, her name is Curly Flag. Don't ask me what she looks like, I don't know. But it's the biggest publicity story of the year.
Mother, just look at this.
Yes, Francis? What is it, Francis?
It's Paul. He's involved with a nightclub girl, a murderess.
Paul Lawton?
There's a picture in the paper. I'm going to break our engagement.
Oh, my dear, don't do anything hasty.
Hasty? I'm going down to Purnell this minute.
Take a telegram, Miss Higley.
Yes, Mr. Lawton.
The Dean, Purnell University. My nephew, Paul Lawton, senior class, wires me he has met, quote, deserving chorus girl, unquote. Most unfortunate to expose him to dangerous associates. Suggest you investigate and advise me of situation. Charles M. Lawton. That's all. Oh, wait a moment. Take another one. Paul Lawton, 54 Anderson Hall, Purnell. Astounded and uneasy, contents your wire. Stop. Insist you drop a fare immediately. Stop. There is no such thing as a deserving chorus girl.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Paul Lawton. I'd like to see Dean Mercer, please. Is he home?
He should be here any minute. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
Who is it, Martha?
A young man to see your father, Miss Mercer.
Have him come in.
Would you go in, please?
Thanks. Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? I'm Dean Mercer's daughter, Midge Mercer.
His daughter?
Yes.
Oh, I'm Paul Lawton, in senior class.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I didn't know Dean Mercer had a daughter.
Well, I've only been home from Paris a little while. I've been living over there studying.
Music?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, you must be the Paul Lawton that wrote the music for the last Triangle show.
That's right.
I've been running over some of it. It's delightful.
Thank you.
As long as you're here, you can start on this one.
All right.
Don't spare the voice, Mr. Lawton. Sing it.
Glad you asked for it. All through the day I'm nervous, I'm restless, I'm fidgety, waiting for the day to hurry by. I kind of like the evening, give me a crimson sky, when the sun is low, I'm riding high. I'm humming, 'cause my daily work is through, and I know that night is coming, and the night'll find me arm in arm with you. I'm whistling, looking at that lovely moon. When the stars above are glistening, I'm just as tickled as a baby with a toy balloon. La, 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 I'm singing, happy as a boy can be, 'cause I see you right there waiting,
underneath that usual 3-4-2. Now if you wonder why I'm humming, and if you wonder why I'm whistling, if you wonder why I'm singing, well, I'm singing and I'm humming and I'm whistling all the day, 'cause I'm on my way to you.
That's lovely.
Thanks. Well...
Oh, you're not through yet. Sit down.
Say, I'm really here on some serious business.
What have you been doing?
Doing?
Well, when a student calls on father, he's generally been up to mischief.
Well, you're more or less right.
What have you done?
Well, it's,
Oh, come on. Confession's good for the soul.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's rather foolish and complicated. You wouldn't care for it.
You have a story to tell father. Don't you think you might better rehearse it on me? Come, Lawton. What have you to say for yourself?
Well, I have a sneaking idea your father got a telegram about me.
Oh, one just came. There it is on the table.
Yes.
Can you divine what it says?
Something probably about explaining how it happens that a respectable university allows me to get myself involved with chorus girls.
I'm fascinated. Then you're involved with chorus girls.
No, that's why it's all so silly. I'm not.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
How do you mean?
Well, wouldn't you like to be?
No. Now that I've met you, I got trouble enough.
Well spoken, sir. But if there isn't any chorus girl, why should...
But there is.
Make up your mind.
Her name is Curly Flagg.
Well?
Well, Buzz Jones, Buzz is about the best friend I got in college, I guess. We met this girl, and she was hungry and had no place to sleep.
Yes?
And she said she'd been a chorus girl in a nightclub in Philadelphia. There'd been some trouble, so she ran away. And, well, we took her name and her address.
Her address?
Yes, sure, so we could let her know what turned up.
Oh. She didn't have any place to sleep, but she had an address. Care of the Ritz, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, she knew where she'd get a room.
Oh. It's a fine story, but I wouldn't try it on Father. Will you answer one question truthfully? Is she the girl the police are looking for in connection with that nightclub shooting business in Philadelphia?
What?
Yes or no?
Well, where did you get such an idea?
You used her right name, Curly Flagg, and it's been in all the papers.
Hmm.
It's all right, really. I'll never tell a soul. Now, if you'll tell me the truth, we'll see what can be done to help you. Where is she now?
In Buzz Jones's room.
What?
We cut her hair.
You did what?
We cut her hair with the nail scissors, and we filed her away. She dressed up like a boy.
Oh, I must see her.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Now, see here, Mr. Lawton. I'll get you out of your trouble, but under certain conditions. I must meet Curly Flagg.
No, can't be done.
If you'll promise to let me see that haircut, I'll open this telegram. If it's the one you're expecting, I'll tear it up. Father will never see it.
You'll do that?
If I can meet Curly Flagg. When is everyone likely to be out of the dormitories?
Well, nearly everybody goes to dinner within, a few minutes after 6, I think.
Say 10 past 6, then?
Yeah.
I'll be there at 6:10. What's the address?
54 Anderson. But, what about that telegram?
Here it is, and here it goes.
Hey, that's really swell of you. For a while this morning, I thought I was going to get into some trouble.
Midge?
Look out. And here, Father.
Oh, hello, Midge, dear. Oh, Lawton, isn't it?
Yes, sir. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Lawton wrote this music. You know, the Triangle Show, so he came over to play it for me.
Oh, yes, very creditable. Please go on.
Sing that last one again, Mr. Lawton.
Yes, of course. I'm humming when my daily work is through.
Very nice. Oh, Midge.
Yes, Father?
Midge, is there a telegram here for me?
Why, no, Father.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure.
Well, that's strange. The telegraph office called me and said they delivered one here.
Oh, well, you know how those things happen.
Well, it's not so important, really. You see, they read it to me over the phone.
In a few moments, we'll go on with Act Two of She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, and Nan Gray. Meantime, let's look in at the Brown Derby, that famous Hollywood restaurant. We're sure to find it filled with movie people, perhaps several of the beautiful women whose names are known to film goers the world over. But tonight, we're interested in the conversation of two little waitresses. One of them has just come to Hollywood. Naturally, she's impressed.
Gee, I can't believe it. Me being so close to Clark Gable, I could reach out and touch him. And, I nearly dropped my tray. Isn't that Claudette Colbert over there?
It sure is. Stunning, isn't she?
I'll say. What a complexion. Oh, what wouldn't I give to know how she keeps it so gorgeous?
You mean to say you don't know? You are a greenie.
Oh, well, anyway, knowing won't do me any good. Look at the money they have to spend.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you something. 9 out of 10 of these swell-looking screen stars use Lux toilet soap because it has active lather that guards against cosmetic skin.
Cosmetic skin?
Sure. Cosmetic skins are the little blemishes and enlarged pores that develop when you let your pores get choked with dust and stale cosmetics, when you don't remove them thoroughly.
Do you use Lux toilet soap?
I sure do. Whenever I put on fresh makeup and every night before I go to bed.
Gee, I'm learning things. I'll buy some Lux toilet soap on my way home tonight.
I can see you're the kind that learns fast. You'll get along.
Once again, Mr. DeMille. We continue She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby and Joan Blundell, with Nan Gray, Barbara Weeks, Sterling Holloway, and William Frawley. The same evening, a few minutes before 6, in Buzz Jones' room, Curly Flagg stands in front of the mirror admiring her boy's costume, which consists of rather baggy trousers and an old windbreaker. Gus McNeil, publicity director for Super Sound Pictures, knocks quietly at the door. Curly turns quickly, putting on her very heaviest male voice.
Who is it?
Hiya.
Hello. Bud Jones is out of town. I'm his cousin.
Well, I'll be a ring-tailed baboon.
All right. Go ahead and be it someplace else.
Hey, that's a good performance. You know, I've seen dames play little boys before, but... Hey, let's see you walk.
Let's see you walk. Just turn around and walk out.
Now, listen, Curly.
I don't know what you're talking about or who you are, but you better get out of here before I call my cousin.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Now, listen, my name's McNeil. Gus McNeil. Here's my card. Now, read it and take it all back.
Oh, you're from Super Sound Pictures.
Well, if you see it on my card, it must be so.
How do I know you're really from Super Sound?
Oh, now, look, Curly, we're wasting time. May we, speak freely?
I guess so.
Well, very well. To begin with, how'd you like to be featured in your first picture?
Wow.
Be quiet. When I want an answer, I'll ask for it. Now, to continue, Mr. J. Thorvald Jones has an impression that Super Sound may be able to use you, and he's delegated me to decide. There are several things to be settled. Your age, your figure, your salary, and you may have to go to a hospital for a few days to get your voice cut out of your nose and grafted into your throat.
Say, listen.
You listen. I'll do all the talking. If Super Sound gives you a contract, they'll post any necessary bonds with the police for your appearance. Your legal troubles will be finished. Would you like that?
I certainly would.
All right. Now, I have a cameraman downstairs. We're going to take a bunch of photographs. Tomorrow we'll do a newsreel. You're to work under my absolute orders, understand?
But look at...
You look at... Now, here's the gag. We've got a college picture on the fire now, but it's terrible. Beatrice Yvonne is starred, but we're going to fire her, and you'll take her place.
Wow.
Quiet. I'm going downstairs and help Andy get the camera ready. Then I'm going over to the hotel and see if Joe Arkle from the United Press has got in yet. Baby, we're going to plaster your name on the front page of every newspaper from here to Seattle and back.
Oh, Mr. McNeil.
Midge!
Is this Mr. Lawton's room?
Oh, come on in, Midge.
Hello, Paul.
I've been expecting you.
I hope no one saw me coming.
Oh, there's not much danger of that at this hour.
Nice room you've got here. Except for those steins.
Those steins? Well, I'll positively break them all the first thing in the morning. Now, what did your father say after I left?
Nothing, which usually means trouble.
Well, he asked me to go to his office tomorrow morning. What am I going to tell him?
We'll decide that after I see Curly. Where is our heroine?
Upstairs. She'll wait.
What for?
Oh, I don't know. I thought we might talk a little.
All right, let's talk.
Yes, let's talk. Well, I'm not so good at talking.
Oh, is this the piano the maestro uses when he writes his operas?
That's it. I've been here all afternoon, cut 2 lectures and a lab session. Just to write something extra special for this occasion.
How interesting. I've had poems written to me, but never songs. Is this it?
Mm-hmm.
For me?
For you. Listen.
I could sing your praises with eloquent phrases, describe you and bribe you with wonderful speeches. I could sing your praises with grand repartee. But, darling, I desire to confess my love, express my love this way. I know the words that I use are simple and not very smart, But what I say to you, straight from the shoulder, right from the heart. Others may sing the spring. To them making love is an art. But when I sing to you, straight from the shoulder, right from the heart. Who cares if others may laugh, if as a lover I am green? Who cares? Let them all laugh, as long as you know just what I mean. It's old as the hills, it's true, to whisper I love you, I do. But when I say I love you, I do. And when I pray that we'll never part, it's straight from the shoulder, right from the heart to
you. That's a lot better than talking. Are you going to devote your life to music?
Oh, no. Surgery. And you?
Well, surgeons come in handy at times. May I keep this?
Well, you're the one it was written for. Midge.
Please don't.
Midge, listen, Midge.
Stop it, please. Why did you do that?
What?
I suppose I should have expected something like this. Coming here. You were no more than polite.
Oh, no. Now, please,
Oh, I'm always getting into idiotic situations. I quite understand how you got the impression that this would be my idea of a perfect way to pass the time.
Oh, no, please. I didn't think anything of the kind. I didn't mean to kiss you.
Then why did you?
Well, because I'm in love with you.
Well, I'm not in love with you. At least
what, Midge?
I'm not sure what.
Oh, Midge,
Well, good evening.
Francis, well...
Come in, Mother. Francis, dear. I thought I'd find the lady friend in this room. How nice.
Well, what are you doing here?
Surprised, aren't you? And as for you cheap chorus girl.
Francis,
Who is this girl, anyway?
Well, we're engaged to be married.
We were engaged to be married.
My dear.
Oh, that's all very well, Mother. But if you think I'm going to walk into my fiancé's room and find him with this woman and say nothing about it...
I'm afraid this is all a little over my head. I suppose it means something, but I don't know what. Paul might have explained it to me, but he didn't. Thank you all for a most entertaining performance.
Now you've fixed it. That was Miss Mercer, the dean's daughter.
Oh, the dean's daughter. In the first place, I don't believe it. In the second place, what was she doing in your room, whoever she was?
Now, you keep quiet. I'd like to know who asked you to come into my room sneaking in trying to catch me at something.
Children, really.
Mother, we're going to have this out.
Yes, you bet we are.
Francis, dear, I won't allow it. I can't.
Where's your dear, sweet, deserving chorus girl, then? Or are you afraid I'd offend her, too?
Well, you offend me, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I do?
Yes, you do.
Children.
I'm not a complete fool.
Yes, you are. You'd wait till I get a chance to explain.
I'll wait for nothing. Come, Mother.
Now, listen,
No, I hate you. Do you hear? I hate you. And I wouldn't marry you if you had twice as much money.
Hello there, buddy.
Who you? This is Buzz Jones' room, and he's out of town.
Oh, that's all right, fella. I ain't looking for no Buzz Jones. I got a date with a dame in this college somewhere.
You can't hang around in here. Beat it.
I ain't trying to hurt nobody, kid. Take it easy. I just want to catch me breath.
Well, catch your breath outside.
Now, look here, Johnny.
If you don't get out of here, I'll send for some of the boys downstairs.
Hey, wait a minute. Come here, let's take a good look at you. Hey, you go to school here, kid?
No, I just come down to visit my cousin.
You're just here on a visit, huh?
Yeah, going back home tomorrow.
Yeah. Back to the hilarity?
Huh?
Hello, Curly.
Oh, what do you mean?
The boys down at the hilarity asked me to look you up, the old Sid. Give my regards to Curly Flagg.
I'm not Curly Flagg. I'm not Curly Flagg.
Oh, so you ain't Curly
No,
Flagg?
no, I'm not.
You know why I'm here, Curly? The bull's just looking for you as a witness. You might tell them what you seen that night.
I didn't see anything. I tell you, I didn't.
Yeah, but supposing the bulls went to work on you with a rubber hose.
Oh, I didn't see anything. I
We
tell you.
ain't taking no chances. You and me is going for a ride.
Oh, you keep away
It
from
ain't
me.
no use, Curly. Let's get going.
No.
Shut up. You hear? I'll put you in the push.
What's the matter?
Oh, Paul.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Now, get away from her.
Get away, you sucker.
Look out, he's got a gun. Oh, boy. You knocked him out cold, Paul. Golly, I was so scared.
Who Who is he?
He's a gangster from the Hilarity Club. He wanted to take me away from here so the cops couldn't get at me.
You mean he came here to take...
Yes, to rub me out. Gee, you saved my life.
Good Lord.
I'll bet he's got his whole gang with him.
What do you mean?
Yeah. You see? There. Now, what did I tell you?
He's coming in.
Well, sock him. Sock him hard.
Hey, what's all the rumpus about?
Oh, what you hit him for?
Shut that door. Who's he?
That's Mr. McNeil, the best friend I got.
Well, how did I know that?
He's going to get me in the movies. You just went and ruined my whole career.
Now, look here, Curly.
I'll bet he's dead. Oh, dear.
Maybe that's one of them. Now, grab that vase on the table and stand behind the door. When I open the door, let him have it.
All right, I got it.
Lawton, what's the meaning of all this?
Oh. Will you look at what you've done?
Dear, I blew him out like a light. Who is it?
That was only Mercer, the dean of the college.
Well, that makes us even.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. While waiting for Act 3 of She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, and Nan Gray, we'll have an interlude with a real student from a real college. Many people have the idea that a modern college consists of a football field surrounded by pretty girls and a few classrooms. But while the University of Southern California has its share of gridiron heroes and dazzling co-eds, it's also one of the finest schools on the West Coast, and I believe the only university in the world offering a complete course in cinematography. Cinematography is a college word meaning the art of making motion pictures. To tell us what Hollywood in a classroom is like, I've chosen one of the students at random. She's turned out to be Miss Una McClelland. And if beauty is a requirement in cinematography, I'd say Miss McClelland must be on the honor roll.
That's all very nice, Mr. DeMille, but it may lead some people to believe that all we're interested in is in becoming stars. Actually, we haven't any illusions about becoming Garbos or Gables. We simply realize that motion pictures are one of the greatest forces in modern life, and we think it's a good idea to know something about them. By this, I mean a knowledge of such things as costuming, makeup, writing, producing, directing, and photography. These are some of the subjects we study, and while our work can't be compared with what you do in a real studio, we can and do start from scratch and turn out pretty good motion pictures.
With the university only a few miles from Hollywood, our studios ought to be of some help to you.
They certainly are. Without their help, our course couldn't be nearly as interesting or successful. They aid in many ways. First, they let us use their studios and laboratories for experiments. Then they've been very generous in lending us stage settings and costumes. And every year when our varsity club puts on its stage show, they help us out in coaching. Famous actors and personalities like Adrian, the designer, lecture to us from time to time. And here's something else I've learned from our contacts with the studios, that practically every movie star uses Lux toilet soap and has used it for years. I've heard them tell about it right on this program. Of course, I'm not a movie star, and I don't ever expect to be one. But you may still be interested in my opinions. I use Lux toilet soap regularly, and I'm sincerely enthusiastic about it as a beauty care, and a lot of my friends use it, too. Now let me see. How else have the studios helped us? Oh, yes. One of the greatest things they've done for us is to use students as extras. They've aided many boys and girls to pay their way through school. USC students may be seen in several current pictures. Among them, Wells Fargo, Navy Blue and Gold, and Life Begins in College.
And the university helps Hollywood. Your campus and buildings have come in very handily for some of our new college pictures, like Yank at Oxford and Hold'em Navy. Tell me, do the students still regard it as an event to have a movie company photographing on the campus?
Of course, it always gives us a big thrill, even if the stars remain very professional, as they always do. After a visit from Robert Taylor, the school might just as well close down for a few days as far as the girls are concerned. It takes us quite a while before we're able to do much concentrating again.
Among USC alumni who've made splendid connections with studios, I can think of Lawrence Tibbett, Buster Crabbe, John Wayne, and Cotton Warburton. But I can't think of any girl graduates who found jobs.
Well, after all, I guess the girls are more interested in finding a husband with a job than in finding a job for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss McClellan. Once more, Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, Nan Gray and our all-star cast in She Loves Me Not. Playing the Good Samaritan to the lone little chorus girl has turned out an expensive gesture. To date, it has netted our hero one broken engagement, one blasted romance, and a splitting headache. In his room, Paul walks the floor, nervously biting his nails. Curly enters in the very highest spirit.
Oh, Paul, you missed it.
I missed what?
You should have stayed upstairs. Mr. McNeil came to and we took pictures. Of course, the dean wasn't conscious yet, but just wait till he sees them.
Just wait.
Then I posed with the gangster boy. Come on upstairs. I'll let him take one of you.
No.
Oh, come on, Paulie Wally.
Will you listen to me a minute? Thanks to you, I've just written a letter resigning from college. And thanks to you, I've just socked a man on the jaw who's the father of the only girl Well, the only...
Well, forget it. Now, listen. They're going to star me in the movie. Won't you be proud of me?
Oh, for the... Listen, will you get out of here?
All right, but listen. You'll be sorry when you see my picture in the paper.
I'll be sorry if I ever see your picture anyplace. Goodbye.
How do you feel, Father?
Oh, terrible.
Drink your coffee, dear. Didn't you tell them who you were as soon as you became conscious?
No, not immediately.
But why not?
Well, I couldn't believe I was conscious. When finally I did break loose, they kept snapping their cameras at me. And that picture of me kissing the chorus girl is fake.
You don't need to tell me that, Father. Father, must both of those boys be dropped?
Are you preparing to defend them? Your friend, Mr. Lawton, for instance?
I have no defense for Mr. Lawton. Not now. Not any longer.
Oh, Miss Mercer.
Yes, Martha?
There's someone on the phone for you.
Oh, I'll take it in the office. Excuse me, Father.
Don't be long, Midge.
Hello? Hello?
Goodbye, Midge.
What?
This is Paul. I said goodbye. That's the toughest part, so I want to get it over first.
Oh, goodbye and good luck.
Well, wait. Don't hang over.
Goodbyes are over.
Well, couldn't we talk our way backwards?
There's nothing to talk about.
You think I was trying to play two girls at once, huh?
I counted 3 one day. That is, if I was included in your calculations.
Well, if I told you that I've never been in love with any girl in the world except you, would you believe me, Midge? Would you?
No, I wouldn't. Maybe your fiancé will believe it, but I don't.
Well, I didn't think you would, but it's true anyhow. I'm leaving Purnell today for good.
Hello.
What?
You started by saying goodbye. Well, I suppose hello is the end.
Well, wait, don't hang up. Please don't. Are you crying?
No, I'm not.
Midge,
Yes?
I'd like to have you listen to something, if you would. It's another song for you. Can you hold the phone, Midge?
Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't the trees. It's love in bloom. Can it be the spring that seems to bring the stars right into this room? Oh, no, it isn't the spring. It's love in bloom. My heart was a desert. You planted a seed. And this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream, it's love in bloom. My heart was a desert, and you planted a seed, and this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream. It's love in bloom.
Midge. Did you hear it? Well, that's how I feel, Midge. That's really what I think of you, darling. You're listening, aren't you, Midge? Hello? Hello, Midge. Are you there? Midge?
What number are you calling, please?
Oh.
Jones and Lawton suspended. College students suspended.
Paper, Purnell student body in demonstration. Demand reinstatement of Jones and Lawton.
Senator Gray takes firm stand. Country rises to defend the Purnell students.
Super Sound Newsreel brings you Senator Gray, who comments on the situation raging at Purnell University. Senator Gray.
I am not a graduate of Purnell University. My university was that of hard knocks. But if the newspapers of this great country have reported correctly the recent events at Purnell, I feel very strongly that a grave injustice is being visited upon the students involved.
The girl of the hour, Curly Flagg, tells her story.
It was a dreadful experience for a girl like me. I was dancing at the Hilarity Club in Philadelphia. Where I danced don't matter. The Purnell boys were wonderful to me. I'll never forget them.
He was one of the boys who was dropped.
We students who were dropped by Purnell University have no complaint to make against the college authorities. And if the faculty still feels that we no longer deserve to be graduated from Purnell, then all I can say is that whether on the football field or in life, Purnell men can take it.
Can I help you with your trunk, Buzz?
It just about finishes it. I got the books packed. You nearly ready?
Mm-hmm. We can make the 9:10, huh?
Yeah.
Well, goodbye, Purnell.
Oh, cheer up.
Yeah.
10 years from now, we'll laugh at being busted out and everything. Paul, did you ever think if we hadn't come to Purnell, you and I couldn't have gotten acquainted?
Well, that would have been a swell break for you, boy. What's that?
I don't know. They ought to have these windows cleaned. They're cheering for somebody.
Let me see, Buzz. Hey, look who it is. They're back.
Who?
Curly Flagg and that press agent of your father.
Oh, haven't they caused enough trouble around here?
Hello, Buzz. How are you, Mr. Lawton? I'm glad to find you together. Miss Flagg has come all the way from New York to thank you, boys. Come in, Miss Flagg.
My boys.
Skip it, will you? And shut that door.
Oh, boys. Don't feel so bad about being canned out of college. Well, wasn't I not elegant?
Sure. Let's be friends. Let's all be friends. Now, I've got a camera set up outside, and I want to get a picture of you two boys and Miss Flagg together.
Forget it, McNeil. It can't be done. We're already suspended now, and all we need is one more flashlight with her, and we're going to get hanged.
Look, I think that you and Miss Flagg had better go back to New York.
Not before we get a picture.
Well, you're not going to get one. Now, what do you know about that?
Any bets?
I'll bet you a poke in the nose if you try.
Yeah, you and who else?
Nick's Curly Nick.
Oh, Mr. McNeil. These boys are just too young to appreciate what it means.
Come in.
Lawton? Jones?
It's the Dean. Hiya, Dean.
Shut up. Yes, Dean Mercer?
The faculty meeting has just been adjourned.
Yes, sir?
The deliberate propaganda and official pressure brought to bear on the faculty in favor of you boys have had nothing whatever to do with their decision to reinstate you.
You mean we're in?
Yes, you're in.
You!
Oh, boy. Give us a kiss, will you, Dean?
No, take her out of here, will you, McNeil?
Come on, Curly. We got some pictures to shoot yet. I want to get one of you jumping out the second-story window.
Well, so long, fellas. And don't forget, even though I'm a star, I'll always think of you as...
Get out.
My boys.
Well, she's gone.
Yes.
Oh, Lawton.
Yes, sir?
I think there's someone waiting outside for you.
She is?
Yes.
Oh, say, thanks, Dean. I'll see you later, Buzz.
Three for Lawton! Lawton! Lawton!
Wait a minute. Thanks, fellas. Thanks very much. You'll excuse me a minute, won't you? I'm looking for... Oh, Midge, let's get out of this. I got to speak to you.
Oh, Paul. And do you forgive me for hanging up on you?
Oh, sure. Would you forgive me if I kissed you?
You didn't take the trouble to ask me the last time.
Oh, Midge.
So why bother now?
Oh, honey.
Oh, Midge, hey, listen.
Go away, Buzz.
Say, listen, they just took a picture of Curly jumping out of the window.
Does it matter?
Well, it does to your father. She landed on his head.
On his head.
Yeah, oh, gee. Hey, what's the matter with you two?
Go away, Buzz. Go away.
My heart was a desert. You planted a seed. And this is the flower. This hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream. It's love in bloom.
Days are over. We say goodbye to old Purnell, but we'll have Bing and Joan back for a valedictory speech before we say goodbye to you. Next to getting into the movies, most girls, it seems, would like nothing better than to be newspaper reporters. I can't blame them. Women reporters such as Molly Merrick lead lives of color, drama, and excitement. Miss Merrick has been a feature writer at home and abroad for the San Francisco Examiner, has doctored screen stories and written both novels and plays. But she's best known for the syndicated column Hollywood in Person, which she created some years ago.
Just 10 years ago, Mr. DeMille, to be exact. It makes my visit here something of an anniversary celebration.
Well, then let's talk about the Hollywood of 10 years ago. About the days when actors weren't forced to hide behind dark glasses because crowds then were content just to stand and look. But today...
Well, they want to come away with a tangible souvenir of the encounter. Anything from an autograph to the suit of clothes the actor may be wearing.
Perhaps in 1927, the players sought attention with almost as much intensity as they avoid it now.
How true. Tom Mix was one of the big stars when I came here. He'd drive down Hollywood Boulevard in a snow-white car. It was upholstered in scarlet leather. He had his name on the doors and a huge set of steer's horns on the radiator cap. And baby Mary Osborne, the Shirley Temple of 1927, had a pale blue limousine that no one could miss, with a large blue ribbon bow on the wheel. Today, baby Marie is still a young girl. She's making a comeback at RKO. Now, last winter when I was in New York, I caught sight of a pair of stockingless ankles at one of the fashionable hotels. It was a bitter cold day, so naturally I was interested in seeing who had such hardihood. It was Mita Naldi, the great vamp of silent films. She was the first actress to dare appear without stockings. She wore the first backless sundress.
What were some of our present stars doing in 1927?
Well, a quiet little red-haired girl was playing Oriental types most successfully. That was Myrna Loy. Even then, she had ideas of her own as to her proper type. And finally, she fought her way to high comedy roles and stardom. Bill Powell was a heavy villain a decade ago. And Francesca Gall, the leading lady of Mr. DeMille's latest film, The Buccaneer, was entering the Hungarian State Stage Academy, from which she was later dropped, for lack of talent, of all things. But eventually, she amazed everyone by becoming the favorite actress of most Europeans. Gary Cooper was then a tall, rangy chap who played cowboy parts. Very small parts, by the way. He didn't care about a contract, he said. He expected to make as much as $100 a week someday as a newspaper cartoonist. In 1927, the first picture of Dialogue, the jazz singer, sent the whole colony into a frenzy. Douglas Fairbanks Sr. fearlessly prophesied that talking pictures would be a failure, and if producers insisted on making them, would eventually ruin the industry. Norma Shearer was less emphatic, but thought they would be a dismal flop. She little dreamed she would one day play Noel Coward's sophisticated characters or do Romeo and Juliet with Leslie Howard, a name then unknown in the motion picture profession. Since I've shown this evening how Hollywood prophets have come to grief with their prophecies, I think it's only fair that I should lead with my chin and say that pictures in the near future will be entirely in color. In all honesty, I must admit that I thought producer Walter Wanger was a little touched in the head when he told me that 5 years ago. I can very safely make another prophecy. I'm not leading with my chin at all this time. Lux toilet soap will be as popular with the Hollywood stars of 10 years from now as it is today, and as it has been during the decade I've spent among them. Year by year, new stars take their places in the Hollywood firmament. We no longer write about Phyllis Haver, or Billy Dove, or Stu Carroll, of Beatrice Joy, or Mary Philbin. We write now of Claudette Colbert and Simone Simon, of Louise Reiner and Joan Blondell, and a score of others who were unknown to movies a decade ago. But the men who began picture making, the great producers, never retire from their work, because they fully understand the limitless future of this industry. I can think of nobody who exemplifies this statement more truly than our producer on this program, Cecil B. DeMille. I thank you.
Very generous of you, Molly. We'll now let Bing Crosby have a voice in the proceedings, accompanied by Joan Blundell.
What would you like for an obligato, Bing?
Oh, something about soap.
I'm forever blowing bubbles. How about it, Joan?
Burns, yes?
Well, this much about Lux. I think that Lux toilet soap is the finest soap in the world for for keeping complexions lovely and healthy and smooth. And in case there's any doubt in your mind, let me tell you right now, Mr. DeMille, that I use Lux soap every single day at home and at the studio.
You know, I've heard reports about that, too.
Speaking of reports, Mr. C, where'd you get that first name of yours? That sounds like one to me.
Well, I tell you, back in the knee breeches days when I was a wee little tyke, a mere broth of a lad, as we say in Spokane, I used to totter around the streets with a gun on each hip. My favorite after-school pastime was a game known as cops and robbers, and I didn't care which side I was on. When a cop or a robber came in view, I would haul up my trusty 6-shooters, made of wood, and loudly exclaim, "Bing, bing." As my luckless victim fell, clutching his side, I would shout, "Bing, bing," and I'd let him have it again. Then as his friends came to his rescue, shooting as they came, I would shout, "Bing, da-bing, bing, 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 bing."
I'm surprised they didn't call you Killer Crosby. Now tell me another story, Grandpa.
No, so help me, that's the truth. Ask Mr. DeMille.
Now, vouch for it, Bing. Aren't you making your next picture another cops and robbers story?
Yeah, that's right. It's from the old Henry yarn, the badge of Policeman O'Roon. So here am I, playing cops and robbers again after all these years. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Bing, 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 bing,
I
bing,
think
bing.
you got him, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Joan. Our plans for your entertainment next Monday night are announced presently by Mr. DeMille. We dedicated our program tonight to the American Red Cross, for by the Red Cross we mean you, the people of America, who are the sinew and heart of this magnificent organization. It was you, the volunteer workers and givers, who went to the aid of 1 million sufferers when winter floods devastated the Ohio River Basin. You nursed, clothed, and rebuilt, and provided for widows and orphans. There will be future disasters whose effects you must forestall. Victims of 1938 may be any of us. Guarantee them help now. Join the Red Cross through your local chapter. The roll is being called. Answer with your name. Give your support. Mr. Crosby appeared through courtesy of the Kraft Music Hall and Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox Studios, where he's in charge of music for the new Shirley Temple film, Heidi. Mr. Frawley's new picture is Blossoms on Broadway. I return you now to Mr. DeMille. A few weeks ago, we presented a play based on one of the first great dramas of Edna Ferber, Cimarron. A week from tonight, we present our radio adaptation of one of her most recent triumphs, Come and Get It. An exciting story of the colorful timberlands, of a man who carved an empire, and of a girl he could never forget. Our play is the occasion for bringing you one of the greatest casts ever assembled on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. It's headed by the same superb actor you saw in the film, Edward Arnold. And sharing stellar honors, Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Magee Christians. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold in Come and Get It with Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Magee Christians. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. The announcer has been Melda Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Have you ever felt sick and wondered what's wrong? Of course you have. Now, most folks go to a doctor instead of just wondering. But once in a while, we run across someone who has a continuous ailment, and that person refuses to see the doc. I know you think that's rather foolish, but it happens nevertheless. Now, the problem is how to convince people like this that they need a doctor's help. And sometimes that can be a pretty big order. I had a ranger who gave me this problem, and I had to get real rough on him to make him see common sense. I'd like to call this story The Big Headache. Tree! Come on! A big branch has him pinned down!
Pull that branch away, Henry. You hurt bad?
No, I don't think so, Grey Wolf.
That's good news. What's the matter with your ears, Sonny? You almost got driven into the ground by this tree.
Yeah. Didn't you hear Bill call out?
I sort of heard him.
What do you mean you sort of heard me? Brad, don't you care if you live or die?
Not when I got one of my headaches.
I thought they went away. That's what you told me some time ago.
They did for a while. Now they're back again.
Migraine?
Yeah, the worst kind. Right now, I wish my head belonged to anybody but me. Feels like 1,000 air hammers pounding away inside my skull.
Well, why don't you stop being stubborn and go see the doc?
Are you kidding? Me go see the doc? He'd laugh me out of his office. I'm an outdoor man, a tough ranger. Never been sick a day in my life. And you want me to go see the doc? What do you take me for, a fool?
I sure do, if you won't go see the doc. Anybody with an ounce of brains would do that.
Why, you old walrus, I ought to...
You ain't going to do nothing. Leastways, not until that headache clears up, and you know I'm telling the truth besides.
You know, Stumpy's right, Brad. Why don't you go see the doc? He can help you, or at least tell you where to get help. Boy, I had a headache once for 5 hours. I can appreciate how you feel. They're miserable. They make you feel sick all over.
Henry and Stumpy talk good sense. You better listen.
Well, I'm not going, do you hear? Who ever heard of going to the doc for a headache? Especially me, a ranger.
Let him be, fellas. Yeah, you can't tell Brad anything. He's too bullheaded. The only difference between him and a mule is that the mule isn't quite as stubborn.
Brad, will you stop pacing the floor? I haven't slept a wink.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sylvia, but I got one of my migraines again.
Oh, I'm sorry I scolded you. Well, let's go into the bathroom. I'll put some hot packs on the back of your neck.
Oh, thank you. Maybe that'll help. Oh, these things are terrible. Enough to drive a man out of his mind. Oh, that feels wonderful.
Oh, I'm glad. But you know, you can't go around wearing a hot pack on the back of your neck the rest of your life.
I know. Oh, but that feels good. You know, I could go to sleep right now.
Why don't you go
Don't say it, and don't let's have an argument. I'm not going to see the doc, and that's final.
All right, dear. Have your own way. I won't say another word.
That's a good girl.
I know one thing.
What's that?
I wouldn't suffer like you do from these migraine headaches for 1 minute more than I had to.
Well, I don't suppose you would. But you're not an outdoor man. I can just imagine what the doc would say when a big, husky man like me came through the door and complained that I had a headache.
Hiya, Bill.
Hello, pal. How was school today?
Fine. Say, here's a letter from Colonel Anders.
Huh?
And it's on official stationery. Must be important.
Could be. I'll take a look at it. See what's up.
Well, come on, man, give.
Okay. I've got to begin flight training refresher courses for all the Rangers. Have them catch up on their solo time. Then we're getting a new type small plane to fly up here. This is in connection with defense preparations.
Hey, that sounds pretty good. Does the old man give any info on the new type plane?
No. They'll be delivered in 3 weeks, though.
Hot dog. Can I fly one?
I don't see why not. If you brush up on your technique and get some more solo hours in.
Oh, I'll make like a bird until the birds give up.
Okay, pal. Say, Stumpy and Grey Wolf are out in the garage putting the trucks in top shape. Go get them while I quick work out a training schedule for our Rangers.
On the double.
Here, we're getting a new kind of flying machine. Yeah, in 3 weeks, old-timer.
That good news. Most of us plenty rusty on flying.
That won't keep on, Grey Wolf. We've got to establish regular flying programs from now on. All the men have to keep their hand in.
Hey, that's good news.
What is your plan for refresher course?
Well, Grey Wolf, I want you to go out to the flying field and see that everything is in readiness to start classes next week. Going to have to use the classroom as well as the other facilities.
I'd do as soon as we through here.
Fine. Stumpy, you'd better give the planes a thorough checking over.
I sure will. I don't think I can go over 8 planes by the first part of the week.
We'll be out to help you as soon as we get the ball rolling.
That'll be fine, Sonny. Them flying machines shouldn't need much attention, though. We've been keeping them up right along.
Yeah, Stumpy's right.
Well, just the same, I want them checked carefully. Remember, some of the boys are pretty rusty. I don't want any accidents.
You have a strong point here, Mr. Jefferson.
You said it. When the motor stops, that there plane ain't worth a nickel. That is, unless a feller can flap its wings like a bird.
You soon get tired.
Stumpy, sometimes you kill me.
Okay, fellas, let's get with it. I'm going to call the off-duty Rangers in for a meeting.
Hey, attention!
Thank you, fellas. Next Monday, we're starting a refresher course for you fellas to take the rust out of your flying technique. And then we're going to put in some solo time. This will prepare you for the new type small plane we're getting in 3 weeks.
Small plane,
Also, from now on, everyone will put in a certain number of hours each month. Now, I know some of you have been flying regular patrol. Brad, you're in that group.
Yep.
However, to get you ready for the new type plane, every man will have to attend classes and also take his solo time. It's amazing how we lose our technique over a period of time, and we also pick up some bad habits. Now, these factors may or may not be dangerous while flying our present aircraft, but they might prove fatal on the new plane. So, no one is excused. Is that understood?
No, we understand that.
We'll check
All right. You're dismissed. I'll see you bright and early Monday morning at the airfield. Now that you fellas have finished your classroom work, we can begin with your solo flights. Stumpy and Grey Wolf have our planes lined up and ready to go. All of you get out to the starting position on the runway. I'll talk with you by radio. Take off and fly a 5-mile circle and land. I'll watch for any faults in your technique. We'll brush up on them in sessions to come. Art, you're first man on the totem pole. Steve, you're next. Henry, give me a pad of paper. I want to make a notation.
Right you are.
Brad, you're next.
Hey, what's the matter with Brad? He's not taking off.
I don't know. Better talk to him. Brad, why aren't you taking off? What's wrong?
I got a migraine, Bill. It just came on. I can't take off right now.
Well, stay where you are. We'll be right there. Grey Wolf, take over putting those fellas through their paces.
Right.
Henry and I are going to take Brad home. He's pretty sick right now.
He not look good. He need doctor.
Yeah, but try and tell him that. Let's go, pal.
How are you feeling, Brad?
Oh, miserable. When I get home, Sylvia will put hot packs on the back of my neck. That'll ease it.
We'll get there as soon as we can.
He'll sleep for a while now.
Well, that'll help. I certainly wish he'd go see a doctor.
So do I, Bill. It's like pulling teeth every time you try and talk about it.
Yeah, I know. Well, we'll have to run along, Sylvia. Let me know if I can do anything.
I will. Thanks for bringing him home.
No, that's all right. Goodbye.
Bill?
Yeah?
I wish you could find a way to make Brad see that he must get medical help.
There is a way.
There is? Oh, please try it.
But I'm not sure it's the best way. I'll think it over.
Oh, please do. You know, anything is better than this. He suffers so much.
I can see that. I'll give the matter some serious thought and see what I can come up with. How'd the rest of the boys do, fellas?
Oh, they do fine, Bill. You take rust off them and hurry.
Yep, they soared up into the blue just like eagles. Came down to roost pretty as you please.
That's fine. Nice work.
Hey, what's your idea to get Brad to go to the doctor?
There's only one thing left to do now, pal.
You aren't going to ground him, are you?
Yes, I am.
You get rough with him now, huh?
He ain't gonna cotton to being grounded if I know him. And what's more, he's gonna get madder than a wet hen.
Yeah, you can say that again. Brad's not only got a super stubborn, but he's sure got a healthy temper to boot.
My decision is made, fellas. Brad's brought this on himself. He has only himself to blame.
Yeah, I know, but that guy likes to fly even better than birds do. Boy, this is really going to hit home.
Bill, please come in.
Thank you, Sylvia. I'll only take a minute of your time.
Well, please sit down. Have you reached a decision about Brad?
Yes, I'm going to ground him.
Oh, no.
I warned you that my idea wasn't the easiest approach to the problem, but I do think it's the only one.
Well, I know, but he'll be deeply hurt and he'll react violently.
I know that. That's why I told you first. Because when he comes home, it's going to be rough on you. But as I see it, it's the only answer to wake him up. Unless you have a better solution.
Well, no, Bill, I haven't. I'm sorry I acted shocked. It's just that I didn't think for a moment that it would come to this.
Would you want me to let him fly in this condition?
No. No, he might have an accident, or even worse, he might get killed.
Right. That's the whole basis for my decision. If he won't think of anybody but himself, then we'll have to do it for him.
Well, yes. Yes, you're right. He has only himself to blame. Well, thank you for letting me know ahead of time. I can sort of cushion myself when the storm comes home tonight.
I hope it won't be that bad.
Bill, sometimes I almost believe that Brad loves flying more than he loves me. He should have married an airplane.
That's what I said, Brad. You're grounded.
Boy, is he mad.
There's my badge and credentials. I'd be ashamed to be a ranger after this.
He not mean this, Bill. He angry and hurt.
Also stubborn and hard-headed. Poor feller's really been dealt a blow.
Yeah. He looked like Bill had hit him with a ball bat.
I remember my father telling me when I was a boy that it hurt him more at times to punish me than it actually hurt me. That's the way I feel about Brad. But I had no alternative.
When a bird gets his wings clipped, he can't fly. But the feathers grow back again after a while. Then he flies again, and his pride is mended.
Brad, how could you do such a thing?
Why not? If he thinks he can stop me from flying just because I have headaches, he's got another thing coming. I'll show him.
Oh, yes, you'll show him. You've quit your job and now you're spunking up like a spanked child.
Now, listen here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout at you. I've sure made a mess out of things.
Yes, you have. I'm sorry I can't side with my own husband at a time like this. But when you're wrong, you're wrong.
You're right. But what good will it do me to go back now? You won't let me fly anyhow. And you know that's what I live for.
If I were you, I'd have a talk with Bill. You'll find him a very understanding man. Other people have found him out so.
Perhaps I will. I don't know yet. I'm going for a walk.
Well, that's one good way to let off steam.
Yeah, and to think clearly, too.
How about a fast mile or two walk before we turn in, pal?
Sure. I'd say you've got Brad pretty much on your mind.
Right. I don't like to see a man get as angry as he did.
Well, you couldn't help it. It's his own fault.
I know. This is one of the penalties of being the boss.
Hey, somebody's walking toward us. He looks familiar.
Yeah, he sure does, pal.
Brad!
Oh, Bill, Henry.
We're out doing our daily dozen before turning in.
Well, I've been walking to think. Bill, I want to apologize for what I said and did today. And, well, if it's not too late, I'd like to have my job back.
Your badge and credentials are on my desk. They must have fallen out of your pocket.
Oh, thanks, Bill. You're a right guy. Thanks a lot. Now I think I'll go home and get some sleep.
Good night, Brad.
Looks like everything's working out fine, doesn't it?
Yes, thank the Lord. Well, my young friend, what do you say we head for home and hit the hay? I'm ready to turn in now.
Me too. It's been a rough day.
Not as rough on us as it's been on Brad and his wife.
Bill?
Yeah?
Is Brad still grounded?
He sure is. Just like a 10-ton tank.
Hey, guess what?
Oh, it's you, Henry. I thought you was an overgrown rabbit the way you bounced in here.
Oh, you'd bounce too if you saw what I've seen.
How'd you find out the new planes are here, Henry?
Oh, I have my Secret Service agents keeping around, looking around, keeping their eye on things.
You sure have. How do you like them?
Oh, keen, man, keen. Boy, they're really sharp looking and built for speed.
How'd you like to go up with me this afternoon?
How would a rabbit like a sack of carrots? Let's go.
Too bad you weren't born a bird, young feller.
Nah, birds fly too slow nowadays.
How do you like it?
Oh, wonderful. What an engine, and she sure handles like a breeze. Oh, that's too fast for forest patrol work.
Not on your life. Watch. I'll change the pitch of the prop blades. We'll crawl right over the treetops.
Boy, this is almost like a helicopter.
Right. This is two planes in one. Speed and maneuverability when you need it. Yet you can rev down to a crawl and land on a dime.
Sure is neat, all right. When can I fly it?
After you gone to school with the rest of the boys.
When's school start?
Tomorrow. It'll only take a couple hours instruction, then you can solo.
Oh, wonderful. I can hardly wait. Hey, I see Brad's here.
He can attend all the school he wants to. In fact, I think he's smart to do it. Then he's right up to date after he gets his headaches fixed up.
New plane's ready to go, Bill. First one warming up on ramp now.
Thanks, Grey Wolf. Hank, how about you taking first crack at the new plane?
Oh, I'd be glad to, Bill.
Hey, who's in the plane?
Brad. Where's Brad?
Hey, that Brad, all right. Now you know why he went to school.
That crazy fool? I'll see if I can talk some sense into his thick head. Brad, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Bill.
Circle the field and land right now. That's an order.
Sorry, boss. Neither you nor Sylvia can stop me now. I'm going to show all of you that I can fly.
You'd better fly to the North Pole because you're guilty of insubordination and stealing government property.
Threats won't get you nowhere now, Chief. I'm going to have my fling and pay for it later.
Brad, don't be a fool.
Is he up there?
Sylvia, where did you come from?
Oh, I got suspicious. Brad's been acting too calm about this whole thing. I knew he was up to something, but I caught on too late.
See if you can talk some sense into that husband of yours.
Well, I'll try. Brad, please come down.
Not on your life. I'm free as a bird as long as the gas holds out.
Please come down, for my sake.
No use arguing with me. Watch this dive over the field.
Here he comes!
He's not pulling out. Why, he'll crash if he doesn't pull out.
Brad, pull out!
Brad! Do you hear me? Pull out! Have you got rocks in your head, mister? You almost gave us all heart failure. What's the matter with you?
I'm blind. Here, I'm blind. I can't see a thing.
He's got a migraine, the worst he's ever had.
Oh, brother. How's he going to land?
Brad, you're climbing now. Level off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I level?
Not quite. Forward on the stick a little. Yeah, that's fine. Now hold the stick right there.
I will. How can I land? How can I land? I'm blind, you hear?
Keep calm and don't panic. I'm taking another plane up and I'll fly behind you and guide you in. I'm on my way now.
I hope it works. I don't want to die yet. Hurry up, please.
Grey Wolf, keep talking to him. I'm going up.
Oh, I hope it works. I hope Bill can bring him in.
Take it easy, young lady. Bill will bring him in if it's at all possible.
Brad, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Grey Wolf. Where's Bill?
He climbed now. He'll soon be behind you. You not move stick.
Brad, I'm coming in behind you now. I'm going to stay 500 feet above and in back. Ease into a right-hand turn. Slowly now.
Okay. I'll move the stick slowly.
You're doing all right. Rev your engine down. Rev it down and hold
He's doing okay.
Fine. Now pull out of the turn and do it slowly. You'll come right over the runway. I'm moving in closer above you. Don't panic.
Looked like he make it.
Begin your final approach. Begin your final approach. Easy now.
How'll I do it? I still can't see a thing.
Keep calm, Brad. Keep calm.
Pull up. You're nosing in too much. Pull up. Easy. Level to the left. Level to the port. Quick. That's it. You're almost down. You'll touch in a few seconds. Forward stick a little.
I'm down. I made it.
Don't taxi. Hit the brakes. Cut your engine. I'm circling up. Do you hear me, Brad?
Yeah, I hear you, Bill. Oh, you're a right guy, mister. Don't let anyone tell you you're different.
I think I'd like to sit down.
What's the diagnosis, Doctor?
He'll be all right. Blindness is only temporary. And if Brad will cooperate, I'm sure we can fix up those headaches. They're probably dietetic.
Allergy to certain foods, huh?
Yes, we'll have to make tests.
Well, is that all I have to go through? I thought you'd have to turn my head inside out.
Maybe that wouldn't be such a bad idea.
It won't be necessary now, Bill. I've got all the stubbornness out. Come to my senses. I don't know what to say, Bill, except thanks. A million thanks for saving my life. I'll do what the doc says now. I'm ready to take my punishment like a man.
You've had enough punishment already, Brad. Besides, we're getting rid of one big headache, and I sure don't want to start another. They say all's well that ends well. And I guess that's true. Only sometimes it's hard on everyone's blood pressure and nerves. Stubbornness and anger almost cost Brad his life. Don't you be so foolish. See you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, or Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George.
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest, Gregory Peck, and yours truly, Toby Reed, Bea Benaderet, Paula Winslow, Dora Singleton, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. Yes, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, tonight we find Gracie and her friend Dorothy Demling in a movie theater gazing raptly at their favorite picture star, Gregory Peck.
Oh, look at him, Dorothy. Isn't he gorgeous? Oh, magnificent. That face. It's just a mouth and a nose and two eyes, but what an assembly job. Yeah. Why do people have to make that silly noise? I don't know. It happens every time we come to a theater. Yeah. Oh, look. Gregory Peck sees his wife coming up the walk. He's going to open the door for her. Oh, look at the way he strides across that room. Don't you love those beautiful long legs? Oh, yes. They're like two tall eucalyptus trees with pants on. What a sweet thought. Now he's opening the door. She's coming in. Darling, have you missed me?
Oh, yes, my beloved. Every minute has seemed like a year. My darling, you're cold. Here's something to warm you up.
Oh, he's kissing her. Oh, and those silly scientists are fooling around with atomic heat. What schnooks. Yes. Those rude people. Come on, Dorothy, let's go home. Oh, but the picture isn't over. But what's the difference? It'll end the same way it did the other 3 times we saw it. Well, thanks for bringing me home, Dorothy. It was a wonderful movie. I'm sorry our husbands didn't go with us. Oh, me too. A little of that Gregory Peck might have rubbed off on them. Oh, he was so sweet to his wife, always telling her how lovely she looked. Mm-hmm. Does your husband ever tell you how you look, Dorothy? Yes, the rat. Oh, I wonder what it'd be like to be married to Gregory Peck. I guess every woman in the country wonders that. Yes. What a shame he is naughty, sure, so we could all find out. I love that wonderful twinkle in his eye. Do George's eyes twinkle? Only when the sun hits his bifocals. But don't get me wrong, Dorothy. I'd much rather have my George than Peck. And I'd much rather have my William. I'd rather have George than 2 Pecks. I'd rather have William than 3 Pecks. I'd rather have George than 4 Pecks. We're talking about potatoes, of course. No, Dorothy, I mean it. But I sure wish George would act a little more like Gregory Peck. Yeah. Well, enough about tall, dark, and devastating. I got to get home to short, pale, and irritating. Good night, Dorothy. Maybe I'm not being fair to George. Maybe he'd warm me with a kiss and hold my chair if I gave him a chance. Maybe when I walk in and say, "Darling, have you missed me?" he'll say, "Yes, my beloved. Each minute has seemed like a year, just like Gregory Peck." Well, here goes. Darling, have you missed me?
I didn't know you were gone.
Oh, yes. I walked home from the movie and I'm cold. Would you give me something to warm me up?
Sure. Here's a match. Go light the furnace.
George?
Well?
There's a chair behind me.
Yeah, I see it.
I'd like to sit down.
Okay, squat.
Well, couldn't you hold the chair?
Why, it's not going anywhere.
Oh, George, you're hopeless. And look at you, sitting there in your undershirt and stocking feet.
What's wrong with that?
Gregory Peck would never let his wife see him in his stocking feet.
What does he do, sleep with the shoes on? Which reminds me, it's past my bedtime. Let's hit the hay.
Oh, hit the hay. How can you be so unromantic? I bet Gregory Peck would say it poetically and beautifully.
Okay, I'll be poetic. I desire to be transported to the arms of Morpheus.
Well, when you finally do get poetic, you think of another woman.
Let's hit the hay.
Why can't you be the kind of a husband Gregory Peck was in that picture tonight? He served his wife breakfast in bed. He worshipped the ground she walked on.
Look, Gracie, the ground she walked on was a movie set. Mr. Peck got paid thousands of dollars to worship it. He's an actor. That was in the script.
Oh,
and Max Factor's makeup, you know.
Yeah. I'm sure he's the same way at home. Generous and thoughtful.
Gregory Peck is just a nice, average guy. I know him well. I play golf with him.
I'll bet he's good.
No better than I am. Last time we played, we each shot a birdie.
I'll bet he took his home to his wife.
I ate mine myself with those pickles at Hillcrest. It was nice.
Gregory Peck is so sweet.
Oh, look, I'm tired of hearing about Gregory Peck. There must be something I can do that he can't do.
There is, darling. Blow your little horn.
Well, come on, let's go to bed.
So they went to bed, and Gracie had a marvelous dream.
Gracie. Oh, Gracie.
Yes, George?
Ah, here you are, Gracie. Why are you staring at me?
Well, you look so different, George. So cute.
I do?
Yes. In fact, better than you did when I married you. You are George, aren't you?
Well, of course. Look, darling, I brought you your breakfast in bed.
Are you sure you're George?
Oh, yes, sweetheart. Now, here's a kiss.
Oh, George, have you got some identification on you?
What's come over you, Gracie? You've never been this way before.
Well, neither of you. Breakfast in bed. And what a breakfast. It's fit for a queen.
Well, it is for a queen. I lay these eggs at your feet.
Really? Oh, dear, I didn't even hear you cackle.
Okay, after breakfast, I'll wash the dishes and you go shopping. Buy yourself dozens of those adorable hats that you like so well. Here's $500 to spend.
Is this really happening?
Well, of course. Do you want me to pinch you?
No, a kiss and $500 is enough for one day.
Well, it's a pleasure to do things for you, Gracie, my darling wife. You're so beautiful,
Oh, George.
so alluring,
Oh, George.
so young,
Oh, George.
so irresistible.
Oh, George. Oh, George. Oh, George.
Huh? What's the matter?
Oh, George.
What happened, Gracie?
I had a dream. A dream in which you looked and acted just like Gregory Peck. It was terrible.
It was?
Yes, it was so short.
Go to sleep.
Well, after a more or less sleepless night, George finally despaired of changing Gracie's attitude. So we find him now arriving at the home of Gregory Peck to seek his help.
Oh, come in, George. Come in.
Thanks, Gregory. Gregory, I've got a terrific problem with Gracie.
Really? Well, what is it?
Well, she went to see a picture of yours last night, and your romantic husband who kissed your wife's hand and served her breakfast in bed. Now, Gracie thinks you do this in real life.
I do.
Since when?
Since my wife saw that picture.
Well, now Gracie wants me to be romantic, and I'm not the type. I'm not tall. I'm not dashing.
Tall, small. Remember this, George. Good things come in little packages. You're a little package.
Yeah.
Only you weren't tied so loose.
Well, since Gracie saw that picture, I've been miserable. What can I do with her?
Oh, get tough with her. Every man should be the boss in his own home.
Well, you're a fine one to talk, serving your wife breakfast in bed.
Oh, well, that's just for laughs. Anytime I want to stop that, I'll just lay the law down to my wife.
Show me how you do that, Greg. Go ahead. Lay the law down to her right now.
Well,
I'd like to
all
see
right,
it.
all right. I'll go in the library and do that. You stay here and listen.
All right.
Now listen, Greta. This foolishness of breakfast in bed must come to a stop immediately, understand?
What a man.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Peck. Didn't see you come into the room.
Where's Greg?
Ah, never mind turning on the tears. I'm master in this house, and my word is law.
What you doing in there?
She's bawling you out. Listen.
From now on, you serve me breakfast in bed. Is that clear? Now, there. Get up off your knees. I didn't mean to frighten you.
What a ham.
Yes. I know I'm the finest husband in the world. Now, stop kissing my hand. Well, George, Did you listen and learn?
I sure did. Look behind you.
Hello, dear.
Oh. Hello, Greta.
That was quite a performance you gave in there.
Oh, did you like it? It's a scene from my new picture. Oh, by the way, dear, would you like some flowers on your tray in the morning?
Oh, I'll be having breakfast with Edith in the morning, remember? Her husband's out of town, and I'm spending the night with her.
Oh, yes. Well, would you like me to come over and serve you breakfast in bed there?
This kid is a tiger.
Well, that won't be necessary, Greg. I'll be leaving. Nice to have seen you again, Mr. Burns. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. See you tomorrow.
Goodbye, darling.
Oh, you really are polite to your wife. I'm glad Gracie isn't here.
Hey, George, that gives me an idea. Let's put on an act for Gracie. I'll get a big kick out of it.
What do you mean?
Well, I'll call the studio and get an actress to pose as my wife. Then you and Gracie come over to dinner, and I'll be the meanest, orneriest, most slovenly, unromantic husband who ever lived.
Yeah. Then she'll stop wanting me to be like you. Greg, you're a genius.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. You better back up a little.
Well, you're smarter than I am.
Didn't have to back up that far.
I'll see you for dinner.
Just a 6-day-old baby. But dipping back into history, 49 is quite an anniversary. Just 100 years ago, the California gold rush was in full swing. And only 25 years ago, folks everywhere were humming and whistling a great song that could have been written in honor of that big event, judging by the title. Now let's see if you know it after hearing only the mellow harmony. Well, that's pretty difficult, so we'll add this rich counter melody. Remember, it's about California. Now we'll blend in the vigorous rhythm. You'll get it for sure after we add this final musical part, the full-bodied melody. Why, certainly, California, Here I Come, a grand favorite year after year. You've enjoyed it many times, but first, an expert musician must combine not one, but all its splendid musical parts. And friends, it takes the same expert skill in blending to create the rich, heartwarming flavor that has made Maxwell House Coffee America's favorite brand of coffee. Maxwell House is famous for its superb, good-to-the-last-drop flavor that no other coffee offers you. This mellow, deeply satisfying flavor is created by combining not one, but many choice varieties of coffee from the highlands of Latin America. It begins with the selection of Manizales coffees for mellowness. Next, Medellins add richness. Other choice coffees give the blend vigor. And then Bucaramanga's coffees are added for fine, full body. This perfectly balanced Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical tastes.
So tomorrow, discover all the extra flavor that's yours in every cup of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House Coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Here's the idea, Margie. When the Burnses get here, you'll pretend to be my abused, downtrodden wife, okay?
Oh, sure, Mr. Peck. But why have you made yourself look so repulsive? Unshaven, old dirty sweatshirt, blue jeans, and bare feet. Why are you doing this?
Oh, George Burns is a friend of mine.
I see. You don't want to look better than he does.
No, that isn't it. I want Mrs. Burns to think I'm the world's worst husband.
Oh.
I hope this won't interfere with any plans you had, Margie.
Well, I had a date with Bill Goodwin, but he'll keep.
He should. He's fresh enough.
Oh, here's some of Burns.
Now, you wait in the next room and come out when I call you.
All right.
Come in. Well, hello, George.
Hello, Greg. This is my wife.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Peck?
Oh, so this is Mrs. Burns. Well, bring the old battle axe in.
All right, come in, dear. Now, George, you'll see how a real cultured husband acts at home.
Cultured? Look at the way he's dressed.
Yes, isn't he gay and casual? You in your blue suit, you look like an undertaker.
Well, this is great.
Mr. Peck, where did you get those adorable slacks?
Mrs. Burns, these are jeans.
Oh, isn't he sweet, George? He's breaking those pants in for a girl.
Look, Gracie, he's barefooted.
Oh, Mr. Peck, you're the perfect host. You took off your shoes so my husband wouldn't look like a runt.
Well, we're doing great. Where's your wife, Greg?
Margie, I'll call her. Hey, woman! Come in here, on the double.
Here I am, sir.
Oh, isn't he masterful?
Woman, is dinner on the table?
Yes, sir.
Okay, folks, chow's on.
Gracie, did you hear that? He said chow's on.
Isn't he wonderful? I love men who can speak French.
Well, let's eat.
Well, pitch in. The food's free. Watch your head, George.
Watch my head?
There's a flower bowl behind you. I'll always blow my olive pips into it.
Okay.
Bombs away.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot, Mr. Peck. George, why did you take an interest in sport?
This is murder.
Bombs away. Gee, I can't get enough of these mashed potatoes.
George, why don't you be a gentleman and eat mashed potatoes like Mr. Peck does? With his fingers.
That's being a gentleman?
Well, of course. He does it so his wife won't have to wash the silver. You sit there with a fork. I'm ashamed of you.
Yeah, I'm a slob. Greg, can I speak to you alone a minute?
Sure.
Excuse us, Gracie.
All right.
Greg, it's not working.
I know. What does it take to make that wife of yours disgusted?
I don't know. She's got me.
Yeah. Yeah, even that didn't do it.
Should have talked faster.
Hey, George, I think I got it. I'll take Margie in the kitchen and pretend to beat her up. That'll convince Gracie I'm a heel.
Sounds great. Let's try it.
Margie, that was the lousiest meal I ever ate. Get out in the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
Those potatoes had lumps, and now you're going to get yours.
Oh, no, please don't hit me with that chair.
There. Now, gather up your teeth. I want this kitchen floor kept neat. Well, that's that.
Mr. Peck, how could you do such a thing?
I believe in treating women like slaves.
You, a man who looks so much like Abraham Lincoln?
Still want me to be like Peck, Gracie?
No, I don't. And I refuse to stay in this house another minute and watch him mistreat poor Margie.
Good.
Bring our wraps, George. I'll meet you out in the car.
Hi, Gracie.
Bill Goodman, what are you doing here?
I came to pick up Margie.
Well, that's a good idea. I don't think she can get up alone.
Huh?
She's lying on the floor, out cold.
How do you like that? When she's on a date with me, she won't touch the stuff.
On a date with you? You date Marge?
Oh, sure. 2 or 3 times a week.
But she belongs to Gregory Peck.
Oh, that's what he thinks. Margie's crazy about me.
Well, I'll never get used to Hollywood. Well, this changes things. No wonder Gregory Peck beat her up. She deserved it.
What? He struck Margie? Why, I'll murder him.
But, Bill, he's got a perfect right.
So have I, and my left isn't bad either. I'll fracture him.
But, Bill...
You wait here, Gracie. I don't want you to see this horrible slaughter. Ah! There you sit, you woman beater. Gracie told me how you slugged Margie.
Now, Bill...
Now, stand up, Peck. I'm going to divide you into quarts and pints.
Bill, you don't understand. Margie was taken apart.
So I heard, and now Peck's going to get taken apart. Let's step into the kitchen so I won't spoil the carpet. Come on, Peck. Stand up.
Okay.
Ooh. You didn't have to stand up that high. He's a big one, isn't he?
You should see him with the shoes on.
Well, Bill, you still want to step into the kitchen?
You bet I do. Let's step in there and make some Maxwell House coffee and talk this. Maxwell House is so delicious, it puts everybody in a good humor. And wait till you get a load of that rich, mellow, good-to-the-last-drop flavor.
Now you're ready to eat crow, huh?
Oh, sure. Anything tastes great with Maxwell House. Ah, what a coffee. No wonder more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price.
Well, Mr. Peck, I hope Oh, hello, Bill.
Why, Margie, honey, you're all right. Peck didn't leave any marks on you.
No, he doesn't play as rough as you do.
Well, come on, sugar. I'll make you forget all about Gregory Peck. Let's go up on Mulholland Drive and park.
Oh, Bill, I'd rather not park in the car. It's so public.
Well, nobody will see us, honey. The windows will be all steamed up.
The windows will be steamed up?
Oh, sure. I'm taking along a thermos jug of Maxwell House coffee. Well, there's nothing like a steaming, fragrant cup of Maxwell House on a winter's night. Come on, Margie. Let's live.
Coming, Bill. Goodbye, Mr. Peck. Goodbye, Mr. Burns.
Bill, is Margie leaving with you?
Oh, sure, Gracie. We're headed for Mulholland Drive, aren't we, baby?
You said it, Dimples.
Well, I'll see you later, Gracie.
Well, I was certainly unfair to Gregory Peck. His wife deserved the beating she got. I'll go in and apologize to him. Mr. Peck, I've changed my mind about you. You're wonderful, and I want George to be just like you.
But, Gracie, he beat up his wife.
Well, she deserved it running around with Bill Goodwin. Do I run around with a man? No, I run around with you.
Thanks, kid.
George, let's have another conference in the next room.
Okay.
Excuse us, Gracie.
I knew I was right about Gregory. He's as pure as 6.5 feet of snow. Not nearly as cold.
I'm home, Greg. Edith's husband came back and... Oh, hello. Who are you?
I'm Mrs. George Burns. Who are you?
I'm Mrs. Gregory Peck.
Another one?
What?
Well, one Mrs. Peck just left. Are you the night shift?
Are you trying to tell me there's been another Mrs. Peck in this house?
That's right. She chases after Bill Goodwin. Who do you chase after?
Mrs. Burns, I could use a little clarification.
Oh, now I know you're upset, but don't start drinking.
No, I'm very confused. What are you doing here?
Well, George and I had dinner with Mr. Peck and Peck's other wife.
You can't be serious about Gregory's two wives.
Yes, I am.
Good heavens, I have a blue beard.
Well, it doesn't show under your powder.
Gregory is the blue beard.
Oh.
Well, Mrs. Burns, George and I have decided... Oh, hello, dear. You've come home.
Yes. How's everything in the harem?
Uh-oh.
Now, sweetheart...
You seem to have quite a few wives. Perhaps we should wear numbers on our back. And have programs printed. You can't tell one wife from another without a program.
He isn't to blame, Mrs. Peck.
Oh, don't you lie for him, George Burns. I don't want you to have anything to do with a man who married 2 women.
Gracie, Gregory Peck wouldn't do a thing like that. He's a big name.
Yes, and if it wasn't a lady, I'd say what it was. Think, I wanted you to be like Gregory Peck.
Well, Gregory, I'm waiting for your explanation.
Honey, you know that mink coat that you've been wanting?
Yes.
Well, it's yours if you'll just forget this whole mess.
And consider it forgotten.
Well, gee, that was easy. Well, George, I'm waiting for your explanation.
Explanation of what?
Who cares as long as I get a mink coat?
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Harry Lubin, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Now, Gracie, I don't want to spend another night hearing about Gregory Peck, so go to sleep.
Yes, dear. He is handsome, isn't he?
Well, I guess I'll take my blanket and go to sleep on the couch.
Oh, darling, did I say something to hurt you? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. Go to sleep.
Please forgive me.
Forget it.
Believe me, you've got something Gregory Peck hasn't got.
Okay, go to sleep.
Well, I can't now. I'll be awake all night trying to think what it is.
Good things.
The easy way.
You like good things the easy way, then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Gregory Peck will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture Yellow Sky and can be heard regularly on the Prudential Family Hour of the Stars. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
Stay tuned now for Noah Webster Says. The preceding program was transcribed. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato. Here's where we smash a protection racket. That's right, boys. Load the barge as high as you go. You think we'll need another barge, Chief? One will be enough, Sergeant. Yes, sir. Hey, don't tie everything at one end. She'll sink right here.
Hey, Chief Ritter.
Yes?
I'm Lowers from the Sentinel, Chief. What's going on?
That barge is loaded with gambling apparatus picked up in recent raids. All of it will be dumped into the bay.
All of it?
Every single gambling device. As new chief of police, I can safely say the city is completely free of organized gambling.
Sounds like a speech coming on.
Speech? No, nothing like that.
Yes, spare it. Say, how about a picture of you, Chief? Yeah, stock shot, number 99. You know, chief of police smashes gambling machine. It's good every time the warehouse gets loaded with gambling devices and they have to be dumped in a bay.
Very well, get the photographer.
Way ahead of you, Chief. There he is.
Oh,
Hey, Moran.
Yeah, Lowry?
How about one of those slot machines and an axe? The chief is going to pose as a racket buster.
Okay. You don't sound very eager, Lowry.
No? Well, frankly, Ritter, you're not my first choice for chief of police.
Is that your opinion or the opinion of the paper you work for?
Both, Ritter, both. The Daily Sentinel doesn't...
Haven't I cleaned up gambling in the city?
Oh, sure, but for how long? Well, Ritter, I hear tell that Frenchie's going to open up a gambling joint in a couple of weeks.
That's a lie.
You don't say. Can I quote you on that?
And the same goes for every other gambling joint. I closed them when I took office, and they'll stay closed.
You don't mind if I keep my fingers crossed?
Here's the slot machine. This will do, Flannery, right here. Okay, I'll get back and keep loading that barge. And for Pete's sake, put some of the stuff on the far side. You're overloading one end.
How about the axe, Moran?
Right here.
Okay, Chief, start swinging. Lock will fire when ready.
You sure you get a good one? Here goes.
Hey, that's pretty good. You swing a mean axe.
And you can quote me as saying that the gambling racket has been smashed as thoroughly...
As thoroughly as the slot machine. Yeah, yep, we got it. We use the same quotation every time.
Now you've got your picture. The police have work to do.
Say, Ritter, where's Frenchie's stuff?
Who?
You know, Frenchie runs the biggest gambling joint in town.
He used to run it. We raided him the day after I was appointed.
Where's the equipment from that joint?
It'll soon be at the bottom of the sea.
Frenchie's stuff was bright red, wasn't it?
Was it?
Sure, you know. It was a pet superstition of his. Everything red. I don't see it on the bars.
It's there, probably underneath. Why?
Just asking. The rumor's going around that Frenchie's planning to open up again. And another one of Frenchie's superstitions is using the same equipment.
Then the rumor is false. He won't open, and he won't get his old equipment.
Okay, just asking. Oh,
what's that?
Hey, that barge is beginning to...
Chief, the barge is tipping. I told those guys to tip it evenly. Do something, Sergeant.
Come on, Moran.
Watch those ropes.
Hey, you, bring that camera.
Look out. He's going to tip.
Holy mackerel, look at Axford. The blame fool's pulling in a hawser.
Axford, let's go.
Let go of that rope, you dope. It's as tight as a fiddle right now.
Watch out for that rope. That's back.
There she goes. She's turning over. Look at it go. You should have seen it. The whole barge tipped over.
Right on the riverfront, eh?
Yeah, those gambling devices are sunk right beside the police wharf.
Won't interfere with docking, will it?
I don't think so. It's plenty deep there. But what a yarn.
We have the pictures, Mr. Reed. They're still wet from the morgue.
How'd they turn out, boss?
Very well, Lowry. The photographer did a nice job.
I didn't notice. I yelled to him to take some shots.
He took them. Yeah, see, the barge itself didn't sink. It tilted up, spilled off its load, and then bounced back to the surface.
And did we get a shower?
Yeah, this shows you an Axford.
That lunkhead. Boss, they almost got clipped when a hawser powdered. You'd think you'd have enough sense to know a snapped rope is a kick like a mule.
And this, lying on the wharf?
Where?
Right here, this man.
That's Ritter, boss.
Ritter?
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
The flying rope end must have knocked Ritter cold, Lowry.
Like a mackerel. Oh, gosh, why was I in such a hurry to get back to the Sentinel? I'd have given a week's pay to see that.
I wish the Sentinel could get something on Ritter that would knock him as cold as this. You checked on Frenchie's equipment, Larry?
I didn't get any place, boss.
Was it there?
Ritter says it was on the barge, but I didn't see it.
Oh, how could you miss it? It's bright red.
Listen, Casey, that barge was loaded high. It might have been there, and it might not.
Case.
Yes, sir.
Take these snaps out to the newsroom.
On my way.
Tell Gunnigan to slap him on page 1 big. Give it a good play.
Yes.
Hey, Casey, tell Gunnigan to do me a favor, will you?
Yes?
Tell him to spell Ritter's name wrong.
Even for a pal, the answer is no.
Lowry, we need some action on Ritter.
You tell me how, boss.
He's crooked as a roller coaster, and we know it. All he needs is 6 months in the saddle, and this town will be overflowing with rackets.
You need a lot of raids.
Just front, Lowry, that's all. He just took office, so he's making things look good. Getting a big play for the publicity. And how long do you think that'll last?
If you ask me, it's over already.
Frenchie?
Yes, Frenchie.
Top man in the gambling racket, that's true. If anyone has the inside track with Ritter, it's him.
If we could print rumors, we'd need a dozen front pages.
Hello?
It's the Sentinel?
It's the Sentinel. Who's this?
That's you, Mr. Reed. This is Moran. Sergeant Moran.
Oh, yes, Moran. You were connected directly to me. Miss Case isn't in her office. What is it?
I think I got something for you.
Where are you?
I'm right across the street from Frenchie's place.
French?
Holy mackerel, boss.
What is it? Moran.
If you want to see something, better send a reporter over to... Hey, look out.
Moran.
There's a guy here. He's... Oh!
Moran!
Boss, what's the matter?
Moran! Hello!
On your horse, Lowry. Somebody struck Moran. Get over there now.
Hurt? One side, let me through there. Gangway! Out of the way!
Moran, are you okay?
Get me out of here, Lowry.
We heard it over the phone. Who slugged you?
Give me a hand, will you?
Yeah. Are you okay?
Yeah, a little dizzy, that's all.
I'll take you back to headquarters, Moran.
No, back to the paper. To the Sentinel, Lowry. I'd rather go there.
Come on, it's all over. Get out of the way. Go on, watch the building excavation. One side. Taxi! Hey, taxi!
Bump you've got, Moran. Sure you don't want to go home and lie down?
Ah, I ain't that soft, Mr. Reed.
But what hit you?
I don't know, Miss Cave. I was on the phone.
No idea who it might have been?
Yeah, I got an idea. I think it was one of Frenchie's boys, and it's a good idea.
Moran, what was that phone call about? You learned something?
How come you didn't call headquarters? After all, you're a cop.
Mr. Reed, when I saw that rope smack Chief Ritter, I ducked away.
Why?
Well, I'd heard Lowry arguing with Ritter about them rumors, about Frenchie's gambling joint.
So you took it on yourself to do a little independent sleuthing. Is that it, Moran?
Why not, Mr. Reed? I don't give that for Ritter.
You and everyone on the Sentinel, Moran.
He'd love to get your stripes, Moran. The less honest cops Ritter has, the better.
All right. Let's have it, Moran. You went to Frenchie's place.
I didn't get inside, Mr. Reed.
Nevertheless, you went. You found something too hot to tell over the phone. What?
Mr. Reed, sure as I'm sitting here, Frenchie's joint is open, and I'm betting Ritter knows all about it.
But it was closed down 2 months ago.
You can open again, can't it, Miss Cave? Moran, will you keep on this?
Yeah, you couldn't stop me.
If you get anything, let the Sentinel have it. We could use it, Scoop.
Sure I will, Mr. Reed. The Sentinel's done me plenty of favors, and with Ritter heading up the department, I ain't going to report to him.
Good. Now, where can we get a diving outfit?
Well, we got a diving outfit.
Yes, helmet, air pump, divers, the whole works.
Holy mackerel, boy.
That barge tipped over, Lowry. Ritter says Frenchie's equipment was on it. Well, we're going to find out. Look in the phone book, Miss Case. I want that equipment checked as soon as possible. Thanks. We got your check in the mail.
That was the diving company, Mr. Reed?
They went down yesterday, Miss Case. Not a sign of Frenchie's equipment. That doesn't prove it isn't there, but it certainly doesn't prove that it is.
Button. Who's got the roulette wheel?
Reed, I want to see you.
Ritter.
I picked my callers, Ritter.
Never mind the formalities. Am I police commissioner or not?
Unfortunately for the city, you are.
What do you mean by sending down a diver? That wharf is police property. You should have gotten my okay first.
A detail we overlooked. And tell me this. What's happened to the gambling apparatus in Frenchie's place?
If you didn't find it in the Red Rifle,
didn't.
It's there. You don't believe a diver could go through all that, do you?
Thank you, Ritter. I think Frenchie's is open again.
I see. You've been talking to one of my police sergeants, eh?
How did you know one of your men had been over there?
Well, that's neither here nor there. The point is that I deny any gambling joints are open, anywhere.
At least a dozen of them. And what's more, I think you're getting paid to let them open.
I deny that.
Then will you raid one of them?
Raid?
Yes. Frenchie's, for instance. You're bluffing, and I'm calling it. Are you afraid to raid that place?
You mean tonight?
Yes. And I'd like to come along.
All right, Reed. I'll show you in the Daily Sentinel you can't say I'm covering up for a racket. That racket doesn't exist, and I'll prove it tonight.
Okay, here's where we get up. Is that the place, Moran?
That's it. Does it look like a gambling joint?
That's Moran, Ritter.
Yes, Mr. Reed. That's it. You haven't much faith in your chief of police, Reed.
I haven't. The reason is right behind that front door.
All right, you men. You know your jobs. When the whistle blows, get in. Baggage covered, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I'll get to that door. What do you think, Larry?
I don't know, boss. Looks as if it's on the up and up, but Ritter doesn't seem worried.
Hello.
Well, I'll be... Boss, we got company.
Miss Kate, what are you doing here?
Going on a raid. The girl can't miss all the fun.
But... All right, you're here. You might as well stay.
This is it. Blow your whistle, Moran.
Inside, through the door. Come on. In we go. Two men, stagger. Go through the room.
Let's go into this room.
Get upstairs, Larry.
On my way, boss.
Hey, wait for me, you guys.
Well, Reed. Hey, you, come out here.
Well, I've got something.
Come on, you. Here's one guy, Chief. Found him in that side room.
Let go of me. What's going on here?
This is a police raid.
All right, let's have it. Where's the gambling equipment?
You're nuts, mister. This is French's gambling joint.
Gambling? Police? Say, you're crazy.
There ain't nothing on this floor, Mr. Reed. It's clean as a whistle. Well, Reed, does this convince you?
I'll take a look for myself, thanks.
Nothing.
Don't seem.
I was going to gander upstairs, boss. It's empty.
Empty?
Sure. There ain't no gambling here. I'm the caretaker.
There you are, Reed. The sentinel claimed I was the lad with gambling interest. Now, where's the gambling?
All right, but I admit the place is empty. I suppose you had them tipped off.
Nothing of the sort.
You were someone else. Let it go. But get this. You may have taken this round, but the fight isn't over yet. Not by a long shot. I'm lower than an ant in step. We made a mess of things last night. Calling Ritter's hands. A raid, and when we get there's nothing to raid.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Lowry, put on another record.
One guess is all you need to pick the bird who gave the tip off.
Don't tell me.
Ritter must have phoned Frenchie ahead of time, so Frenchie has time to pull his gambling equipment out of the joint.
Very good, Sherlock. So far.
Huh?
So what good is knowing something unless you can back it up with facts? Ritter's in a position to give them advance notice, and he'll do it all the time.
Looks that way.
It is that way, and I'm sick of seeing you grouse about it.
All those letters coming this day.
No, they're not. There's too much static around.
Oh, me, huh, Casey? The trouble with you is you lose your temper too easily.
Haste him back to the newsroom, will you, Mr. Reed? I'm speechless.
Well, it was about last night, forget it. As long as Ritter's in the saddle, we'll need some other method of breaking this story.
Hey, Miss Kate. Oh, hello, Mr. Reed. I got something for the Sentinel.
Is it better than last night, Moran?
Please, that's taboo.
Mr. Reed, that hunch last night wasn't wrong. Frenchie is running his gambling joint.
What?
Sergeant, don't tell me Ritter changed his mind.
There ain't nothing definite. But get a load of this. You know, there's a couple of boys over to headquarters who feel like I do about Ritter.
There must be plenty. Ritter's tactics aren't anything to brag about.
That's how come I got a quick look at the letter that come into Ritter personal.
Go ahead.
This letter was from a party that wanted to know how much Ritter would want to protect other gambling joints.
Holy mackerel, you saw it? Yeah, that's carrying things pretty far, Moran. You wouldn't think any racketeer would be that confident.
When it comes to confidence, that's this crook's middle name. Mr. Reed, you can't let on where you got it. It may cost me my badge, but that note come from the Green Hornet.
Yes, I did get a letter from the Hornet.
Oh, it's about time. They gave me the runaround at your office, Ritter, so I decided...
You came to my home.
What about that Hornet note?
What about it? It's ridiculous. An attempt to sling mud on me. If it was the Green Hornet, he had a nerve.
It's simple. He wanted to open a gambling.
Why, you... Where did the Sentinel get its information? How did you know about this letter?
Little birdie, Ritter.
What's the number of your paper?
What for?
I'll put a stop to this constant heckling of a public official. I'll withdraw all police cards. What's the number?
It won't do any good, Ritter. I took my orders straight from the publisher, Mr. Reed. And this time of night, he won't be at the Sentinel.
Reed, eh?
If he isn't at his apartment, he's out doing the night spot or at the theater.
Yeah. Playboy, eh? Telling me how to run my department. I'll call him tomorrow.
It won't do any good, Ritter. The Sentinel's after you all the way.
Get out. Get out of here.
And we'll keep it up. Chief of police. That's a laugh.
I'll have to step on the Sentinel. Teach him a little respect. That note from the Green Hornet. I wonder how much he'd be willing to pay. Hello? Yes, Ritter speaking. Who's this? Yes, I'm alone. Who? Green Hornet. Now, look here. That's the note you sent. Huh? How much? Yes, go ahead. I'm listening.
All right, Ritter. I knew we could do business. Yes, we'll make it Frenchie's place then. Goodbye.
Well,
The bed?
Hook, line, and sinker, Cato. Our Ritter's a cool baby.
Did he say something about the note?
He said not to worry. He could cover it.
It's bad.
He's a racket salesman if I ever saw one.
Customer's always right.
Cato, that's it. The Green Hornet is a customer for protection, so Ritter acts pleasant.
He opened a gambling place?
Well, that's what Ritter believes. The chief of police sworn to uphold law and order. That's a fight.
You meet him, Mr. Ritter?
Yes, Cato, tonight at Frenchie's place to arrange the details.
See?
Right in the middle of that den of thieves. It's going to be a close call, Cato. 3 or 4 of them to my one. They should decide to unmask me.
What about me, Mr. Ritter?
You won't be in the room with me, Cato.
But
You'll have other work to do. A job that's twice as important as any conference the Green Hornet may be holding.
Oh, very well.
Don't look so glum. We've been in tight jams before. Got the Hornet mask and the gas weapon. We're going out in the Black Beauty. And relax. We're the only two who know that I'm the Green Hornet, and we'll keep it that way. I hope.
When Cato returned, Britt Reed opened a secret panel concealed behind his clothes press. He led the way along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house, but connected directly with an adjoining building. Supposedly abandoned, this building served as a hiding place for the supercharged Black Beauty, streamlined, high-speed car of the Green Hornet.
Now, you know what you're to do, Cato?
I think so, Mr. Ritter.
Plenty of smoke bombs in the Black Beauty?
Right there.
No, that'll be enough. I'll take a couple of them in my pockets just in case you don't have time enough to plan all of them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hop in, take the wheel. All set? Let's go. Turn here, Cato. This alley.
Here, Miss Ritt? Bridge is on next to it.
We couldn't get any closer, Cato. If it is, we'll have a tough time getting through the fire line.
There's no fire line, Miss Ritt.
Not now, Cato, but there will be. Come on, I don't want to keep Ritter waiting.
Hello, Rita. Come in.
Evening, Reggie. He'll arrive any minute.
I don't like this, Rita. Using my place for a meeting with the Green Hornet. I have a room full of sucker here, and if he pops his nose in wearing that mask, they'll all leave.
Coming directly here to your office.
So? You told him about the back entrance.
It was necessary to have some place to meet.
Why, nobody even know who the Hornet is. He wore a mask.
That's enough, Reggie.
You are collecting from a dozen places already. There's more competition to me.
Don't you want protection, Frenchie?
Huh?
The other evening, your place was raided. You remember that?
Sure, that was a phone. You tipped me off ahead of time.
You'll do as I say, or the next time you may not be tipped off.
Listen, Rita. Maybe you can cross me up, but I can tell plenty about you, too. Put that in your pocket.
All right, Frenchie, all right. Then we'll trust each other.
Yeah, until I get mad. But if I do, Rita...
You won't? Not while I'm police chief. That is.
Wait a minute, Rita. Let me look through the people. It might be a raid or...
We've just gone over that. I order the raid.
Oh, yeah? But I'm looking anyway. Yeah?
Open up.
Who are you?
Ritter's expecting me.
Just a sec. It's the Hornet, Rita. I recognize the man.
Open the door.
Sure, but get this. I'll be sitting in on this conference, see? Before it is over, I'm going to get a look behind that mask. You understand? Okay, Hornet. Come in.
Seven red. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Get 'em on the little ball. Start spinning.
David.
Huh?
Come away from the wheel a minute, will you?
Yeah, I'm running the game.
It's important.
Oh, you'll excuse me, ladies and gents. Got a new croupier. My partner will take over.
Okay. What's up? Where's the boss? Frenchy? He's inside in the office. Him and Ritter is holding a meeting with this Hornet Lux. I was thinking I ought to tell him. He don't want to be disturbed. Yeah, I know. Take a look at this. Well, where'd you get that? I'm covering the upstairs, Steve. You know, the fire escape doors up there on the outside of the house. The guy can cover the whole joint out front. Skip the story. Well, anyway, I think I see a guy up there. A little guy. Did you nab him? He had a kind of mask on. I went over to look, but he was drawn. Figure maybe I'm seeing things, and then I find this. What do you think? Give me it. Where you going? Frenchy's going to see this, and you get upstairs and start looking around. Get moving. On my way.
Frenchy, get back to the roulette wheel, David. You're not supposed
How can we get this matter started with interruptions all the time, Ritter? Well, Frenchy?
There won't be any more of them, Ritter. Now, go on, David.
Take a look at this first.
I haven't got time. Oh, that, it looks like a bomb.
It is a bomb, Frenchy.
You know about it?
I know all about it. I had it planted there.
Huh?
What?
Good Lord, get rid of it. Suppose it blows up.
Get back, Ritter. It's not going to blow up. Smoke, not explosive.
Smoke? What's going on?
David, I told you not to trust this lug. Take off that mask, Hornet.
That mask stays
Flashing
on.
smoke bomb, pulling
Ritter and I are making a deal, Frenchy.
I don't like this kind of deal.
Yeah. Don't be a sap, Ritter. This guy is playing with loaded dice. If he don't take that mask off, we'll make him.
Say the word, Frenchy.
What, Frenchy? There's smoke going all over the place.
But shoot it,
It's
Smoke.
upstairs, because of it. I called the fire department on the phone upstairs. You called them. You fool. There's no fire.
All right. He called already. We got to get the gambling stuff out.
And the customers. There'll be cops coming in with the firemen.
Yeah. Get moving.
Stay away from that door.
What the gun?
You're staying right in this room, all of you.
But we turned in an alarm. They'll be here in a
We can
minute.
phone the fire department. Tell them it's a mistake. You're staying here, understand?
Oh, so that's the way it is, huh? 4 against 1, Hornet. Come on, you guys. Rush in.
You asked for it, you lad.
I can
This police station's deader than a morgue.
Well, if you can think of any better place to pick up a tip on the Green Hornet, Lowry, go ahead.
Go ahead and what?
Shut up. I'm listening to the teletype. It's from the fire department. Alarm coming in from... Jumping codfish!
Hey, what goes on?
On your feet, Lowry. There's a fire over on Smith Avenue. Come on.
Who cares about a fire?
You care plenty about this one.
Huh?
It's Frenchy's gambling joint.
Frenchy?
Yeah. Maybe now we can get some of that evidence we've been looking for.
Holy mackerel, that's a new way to make a raid. Up to it, Moran. I'm right with you.
Oh, it ain't no fire. Just a lot of smoke.
Okay, here's my press card.
Sergeant Moran, headquarters.
You ought to see the gambling stuff in there. Yeah, we have seen it.
Yeah, us and dozens of other people, Lowry.
Same joint that was empty the other night. And Ritter said there was no gambling.
That critter lying over there, Sergeant. Him and 3 others. Found him out cold in the back room. There wasn't any smoke. Don't know why they passed Ritter. out. Okay. Skip it.
Come on, let's take a look.
4 of them, huh?
Well, here they are. That's Ritter, all right. Who are these other guys?
These 2 are small-time gamblers. Used to work for Frenchy.
Yeah, then they still are. Because here's Frenchy himself.
Hey, he's coming around.
Why, let's see what he says.
Yeah. Stop him. Ritter brought him here, the fool. Get him. Where am I?
You're going, Frenchy. You're doing swell.
What's going on? Who are you guys? Fire engine. Hey, I'm outside.
Sure, outside your own gambling joint.
I don't run no gambling joint.
Save it for the comic strip, Frenchy. Listen, pal. Every fireman saw the inside of that place with the customers in it.
You mean weaknesses? The roulette wheel, the dice
The
table?
works, Frenchy.
This is one raid that proves something. You didn't have time to clear out the evidence this time. Ritter couldn't tip you off.
Ritter, that's the lout. He's the guy.
Yeah?
I'll fix his wagon. When I get through talking, there'll be a new police chief.
Now, maybe you can besell me.
Ritter won't like it, but I do plenty.
What have I got to lose? This is a rap I can't duck anyway. Listen, I can prove Ritter give me protection. I paid him for it, and so did all the others. I'll learn him to bring that guy here.
What are you talking about? Bring who here?
The guy that gassed. We rushed him, but he was too fast. He pulled the trigger, and we go out like a light. I wanted to see under that mask.
A mask? Holy mackerel, you mean
He got away. Yeah, the Green Hornet.
But what's that crook got against Ritter?
Just he doesn't like him, Moran. And when the Hornet doesn't like somebody, he's poison.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, no man did more to bring law and order to the frontier than the masked rider of the plains. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals in 7 states. Although history does not record his deeds, his name will never be forgotten. Now let us return once more to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Tonto's waiting on the trail to Carson City! Hi-yo, Silver!
When gold was discovered near Carson City, the town boomed into prosperity. Dozens of gold strikes brought new money into circulation, and the town bank was forced to keep its doors open from shortly after sunrise till sundown. In the first scene of our Lone Ranger drama, the light of dawn colors the surrounding hills as we find the masked man and Tonto approaching the town.
I'm glad we camped for the night, Tonto. It brings us to Carson City early in the morning with our horses fresh.
Maybe it's not good.
What do you mean?
Maybe it's bad. Waste time.
But we don't even know that Pete Lorenzo headed for Carson City. Why have we wasted time?
Me not know why.
You have a feeling that he's there, huh?
That's right.
One of those feelings that you can't explain.
Ah.
I wish we knew what Pete Lorenzo looked like. That would help in bringing that killer to justice.
That trouble. We not know.
He must have heard that there's a lot of the new paper money in the bank at Carson City.
Everyone know that.
Knowing it, he'll surely make a play to get it. If he does, we might capture him and reach the end of this long trail.
There, town.
At last. Go on, Silver, old boy. There's Carson City.
What's that?
Something has happened. It isn't just a cafe fight at this time of the morning. Come on there, Silver. Tonto, there's a crowd of people running toward the bank.
Tonto, see him.
We'll stay in the fringe of the crowd until we find out what's happened. I'll have to depend on the disguise on my face and take off the mask.
That's right. Get him up, white feller.
Come on, Silver!
Dead as a doornail.
Just when he was opening the bank.
Anyone see the thief?
How much was stole?
Where's the sheriff? Somebody get the law. It's robbery and murder.
Hey, wait there. Let me through. What's going on here at the crack of dawn?
Sheriff, the banker was shot.
Yes, and killed.
Who seen it? Who done it? How'd it happen? Come on, one of you speak up. Must be someone knows something about it.
Sheriff, that's my boss.
I see that, Clem. What about the money? Was it stolen?
He's took as much folding money as a man can carry. A whole stack of it. Thousands of dollars.
Who did?
I don't know. All I know is that the cash is gone and the banker's dead.
Quiet down. All of you, hush up. Now, what was you saying?
I just got to Carson City a few weeks ago, Sheriff Conard.
I know. Your name's Felden.
Yeah.
Well, what about it? You know anything about this?
I can help you.
Well?
You see, Sheriff, I was a witness to the murder.
What?
Yeah. I was coming this way when I heard the shots and seen the killer riding away.
Which way did he go?
To the east.
What did he look like? Did you see enough of him to get a description?
Yeah. I can describe him and I can name him. But there ain't no use trying to get him.
What kind of talk is that?
You gotta get him. He killed my boss.
What's the reason it won't do no good to describe him?
Because, Sheriff, the critter's name is Pete Lorenzo.
Pete Lorenzo? You mean to say you know that killer?
Yeah. I'm one of the few men that's seen him and lived to tell about it.
Who's Pete Lorenzo?
Pete Lorenzo. If he's done this, we'll never get him.
Who is he? Can't you tell me who he is?
There ain't a worse killer in the whole of the West. Lorenzo stole land and cattle, bullion and folding money. And he's killed any man that's got to see him close enough to identify him.
He ain't killed me. And I'm here to tell you what he looks like.
Well, go on. Describe him.
He's a man about my size, but his hair's long and straight. It straggles down from under his hat. He carries a bullet in his leg, and it makes him walk with a limp.
What sort of horse is he riding?
A chestnut.
Do you hear that, boys?
Well, what are you wasting time here for? If you know who you're looking for, why don't you go and get him? There's one of the best men in Carson City, laying dead. Ain't you going to do anything about it?
We're going to do plenty about it, Clem.
Let me ride in your posse, Sheriff.
Every man that can pack a gun and ride a horse will ride. We'll get that killer if we have to go from here to Kingdom Come.
Count me in, Sheriff.
You're in, Felden. I'm going to need you to identify the coyote.
Take me along.
All of you boys, go home and get your horses. Load up your 6 guns and fetch your rifles. Bring food enough to last for several days. We ain't coming back until we bring Pete Lorenzo with us.
All right. You hear that, Tonto? Me here. That man the sheriff calls Felden has described Pete Lorenzo. Not right. Wonder how nearly right that description is. Me not know. Felden seems to be the only living man who has seen Lorenzo. I don't know how much we can depend upon his description, but we're going to find out. What we do? We're going to ride. With posse? No, Tonto, not with a posse. We ride behind the sheriff's men. Why do that? Pete Lorenzo has been trailed by posses before this. He's avoided every trap that's laid for him. He's outwitted every man who's tried to trail him. That's right. He's too clever to be caught by the sheriff. We ride behind the posse and see what the lawmen do. That's good. Come on. We ride back away from here until the posse gets underway. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, white fella.
The sheriff's posse was soon organized and thundered out of the town. Throughout the long day, the posse searched the surrounding country for many miles around, but without success. Toward sunset, the lawman called a halt.
Hold up here. Boys, we ain't found no sign of a trail yet. Now, that ain't going to discourage us none.
We still got some daylight left, Sheriff.
We're splitting up. Hank, Pete, Lamb, Jake. Each of you take 4 men and make a unit. We'll fan out and go till dark. Then camp for the night and start early in the morning. Go to Lamar this time. If you ain't found Pete Lorenzo, head back for Carson.
We can't give up the hunt, Sheriff. We just got to
One of us will find him before tomorrow night. Helen, you ride with me. Clem and Biff, come along with us.
Right, Sheriff.
Great. Now get moving and ride. Get up there. Come on, get up.
Tonto, we'll follow the group with the sheriff and Felden and keep just this far behind them. Come on.
Get him up, white fella.
Late the next afternoon, Felden found a trail. And instead of turning back at sunset, the group of 4 riders kept following the dim tracks of a single rider. They saw where he had camped for a meal, and then continued. It was nearly dark when Felden asked,
Is this still the same trail, Sheriff Conrad?
This is it, all right enough. We're closing in on him, too. That place where he built a fire wasn't cold yet.
Then we ought to come on him right soon.
Reckon so, Felden.
Sheriff, I want the personal privilege of putting a bullet in that critter.
None of that, Felden. We take him back alive and string him up in public as a warning to other crooks. I aim to show folks that not even Pete Lorenzo can get away from the law.
He's a clever critter, Sheriff. There ain't many men have seen him and lived to tell about it.
I reckon there ain't.
Sheriff, look over there. A campfire.
Sure enough. Come on, surround that camp. Get up there. Get up there, boys. Get up there. Get up there, boys. There he is, boys. Get him. Don't let him get away.
Reach for the sky.
You're under arrest.
What's this mean? What are you arresting me for?
Make a break and you'll stop lead.
But what have I done?
That's a good one. You ain't fooling anyone, Lorenzo.
Felden, are you sure that's Pete Lorenzo?
It's him, all right.
Long black hair, sure enough. Hey, you. Walk over here.
I am, but
unload that shooting iron of his, Felden. And by ginger, he walks with a limp.
I told you, Sheriff. It's him. I'd know him anywhere.
See here, what's all this mean?
It means you're under arrest for shooting a banker in Carson City and for robbing a bank. And it means you're heading for the rope. Search him, Felden.
Sure thing.
Hold on. I ain't Pete Lorenzo. I'm hunting for that varmint. I'm trailing him same as you are.
Likely story. Did you find anything, Felden?
He's hid the money somewhere, Sheriff. It ain't on him now.
No matter. We got him, and that's enough. We'll make him talk.
You can't do this. If you think I'm Pete Lorenzo, you're crazy. I told you I'm hunting for him.
Trailing him, eh?
Trying to.
Well, we trail him from Carson City. And that trail ends right here at your fire. Ain't it so, boys?
Right you are, Sheriff.
Well, like as not, it was me you trailed.
He admits it, Sheriff.
I don't admit nothing. I lost Lorenzo's trail the other side of Carson City, so I just kept on in the same general direction, hoping to pick it up again.
Some yarn, that is.
It's true, darn ya.
If you ain't Lorenzo, who are you?
My name's Pete Atwell.
Pete, eh?
Sure. I come from the mountains to Carson. I seen the whole robbery and holdup. And when Lorenzo let out, I went after him.
What'd he look like?
Well, I don't know. His face was covered with a hood of some sort.
Maybe you can prove you're Pete Atwell.
Yeah, sure I can. Here's a couple of letters. Read them. You can see their address to me.
I'll do that same. Pass them over.
I wouldn't take no stock in them letters, Sheriff. Like as not stolen from somebody.
You didn't find no money on them, did you, Felden?
No.
Pete Atwell, eh? Well, that name's on these letters, all right. But that don't prove nothing. You might have found them.
I didn't. Them letters are mine. And I'm not going to let you frame
Shut
them.
up! You say your name's Pete Atwell, but you got long black hair like this fellow Lorenzo, and you're limp. And what's more, that horse you got tethered over there is a chestnut.
Sheriff, I ain't him. I've been trailing him. Swear me in as a deputy and let me go along with you to hunt him.
The hunt is ended right here and now.
We can't get back to Carson tonight, Sheriff. What are you aiming to do?
This is a likely place to camp. We may as well stay here till morning. Tie this fellow good and tight, Felden. Hands and feet both. And then lace him to that tree over yonder.
I will.
But wait. Don't you see, Sheriff? If you take me and stop the hunt now, the real Pete Lorenzo will get away and you...
I'm willing to take a chance on it. I got an idea we got the man we want right now.
But you ain't. Them letters tells who I am.
You probably stole him. Tie him up, Felden. We'll hold him till morning. And then take him to town to hang.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. to continue the drama. You will recall that a murder started the sheriff's men on the trail of Pete Lorenzo, a killer who never left survivors to identify him. A newcomer in Carson City named Felden claimed to have seen Lorenzo. He described the outlaw and led the way to capture him. The Lone Ranger, riding behind the sheriff and his men, saw them make a prisoner of a lone camper. The posse bound him, disregarding his pleas of innocence, and roped him to a tree until morning. The Lone Ranger and Tonto were not very far distant.
We'll stay right here. The horses will be all right where we left them, Tonto. We can keep a close watch on the prisoner.
That's right.
I doubt if he's Pete Lorenzo, though. Camp's pretty quiet now. I might slip over and help the man get free. I don't want to see him taken back to town just yet. I want the chance to talk to him.
You, wait.
What is it?
Feller, neat campfire.
I see him.
Go to tree. The prisoner.
Can you see who it is?
That feller, named Felden.
Come on, Tonto. We'll get close enough to hear what he's saying.
Huh? Shh, keep it soft. I wanted to make sure you was awake.
Of course I'm awake. How can I sleep like this?
Take it easy. I'm going to help you. You? Yeah. I've been thinking about this capture. It was me that led the law here.
I know.
If they take you back to Carson City, you'll be lynched without a chance for a fair trial.
Of course I will. And I'm innocent. I ain't no more a killer than you are. I ain't Pete Lorenzo.
Take it easy now. I'm making these knots loose so you can slip out in them, savvy?
What are you helping me for?
I don't want to be the cause of you being lynched. I'd sooner see you get away.
You're going to give me that chance?
Yep. I helped hang a man once. After he was dead, we found he wasn't the guilty one after all. Since then, I don't take chances on the same mistake happening. And now, you slip out in them ropes with a little work.
You'll never regret giving me this chance. I ain't Lorenzo.
If you'd have had cash on you, I'd let you go to the rope and glad of it. Just because you limp like Lorenzo and have long black hair ain't enough to convince me.
Thanks, Felden.
You'll need a gun. I'll drop one on the ground beside you. Get the ropes loose and be ready. I'll give you the signal when to make a break.
I don't need a gun.
You might.
I got my hands and feet loose already.
Good. Now, you better wait a couple hours more until the sheriff and me take our turn at guiding you. And if he sees you making a break, I can get in his way so he can't shoot you. I'll cough when you're to run for it.
All right.
I've dropped a gun by your side.
I got it.
I'll leave you now. Good luck to you.
Luck. I'll need it. I only hope I don't fall asleep.
Don't move, Pete.
What?
Quiet. Unless you want to bring the men here to find you untied.
But look here. Who are you?
I'll have a look at that gun.
Are you the real Pete Lorenzo? You're masked.
I'm not Pete Lorenzo.
Then what are you doing here? Who are you?
Be quiet while I examine this gun.
But I don't...
Tonto.
Me here.
Look at the gun, Tonto, and the cartridges.
What matter?
Examine it, then give it back to him. I'll have a talk with him in the meantime.
2 hours later, the camp was quiet. Pete still lay near the base of the tree, pretending sleep, but tensely alert. Near the campfire, Andy Felden was just waking Sheriff Connard for his turn at watching the prisoner.
Gosh, Felden, I could do with more sleep.
Here's coffee on the fire, Sheriff, if you'd like some.
Good. It'll wake me up. Is the prisoner all right?
I reckon so. I looked at him just before you waked up.
I'll be glad to get him to town. Only thing I regret is not having the cash.
This night air.
Getting a cold?
The prisoner. He's making a break. Look.
I can't see in the dark.
I can. Shoot him. Wait till I get my guns. They're on the ground over here by my blanket. Boys, wake up. Lorenzo's on the loose. Get him. Come on, get after him. He can't get far.
He's shooting back at us. Get him, boys.
Where'd he get his gun? I got him. Hold him. Grab him. Hop him, boys.
Hang on to him. Throw some brushwood on that fire so they can see what we're doing.
I got him tight. He's strong as a bull. He's dead, ain't he? Ain't he been shot?
Stand back there. You boys get that brushwood on the fire.
I'll put some on, Sheriff.
Hey, this ain't the prisoner.
I'm right where you left me, tied to the tree.
That ain't the prisoner. How did this happen? Who's this?
Let him up. Let me take a look at him.
There's the fire. Now you can see.
This is an Injun.
Me Tonto.
What's this mean? Where did you come from?
You not know?
What are you doing around here?
Me look for outlaw.
Looking for an outlaw, huh? Looks to me like you was trying to help the outlaw we already captured get away.
Not true.
That's what he was doing. Pete Lorenzo's got an Injun helper. That's it, Sheriff.
Well, doggone, I don't know. We ain't no proof.
Far as we know, the Injun ain't done nothing. But just the same...
You must have good eyes, Felden.
Steady.
Where'd you come from? You listen. Here, Tonto, you take one of the guns.
Now, both of them are in cahoots with Lorenzo.
That isn't the case, Felden. We're trying to locate Pete Lorenzo and take him to justice. And I think we've accomplished our purpose.
Just who the Sam Hill are you?
Sheriff, did it occur to you that Felden would have to have awfully good eyesight to see the prisoner escaping in the dark?
Well, I couldn't see nothing, but just the same...
He didn't see it either. He thought the prisoner was escaping because he'd already loosened the ropes to make that possible.
That ain't so. That ain't the case, Sheriff. You know better than that.
Let's go over to where the prisoner's tied and let him tell his story.
It's you he's saying that about, Felden. By thunder, you must have eyes like an animal to see in the dark that way.
Of course I seen him. Didn't I tell you?
Pete.
Yeah?
Suppose you tell the sheriff what Felden did.
Well, Gosh, I don't know. He acted friendly to me, and I...
Acted friendly to you?
Yeah.
Tell him the truth, Pete.
But I ain't sure that he was
going
to...
It's the only thing that will save your life.
Well, Sheriff, Felden come to me and said that he'd already helped to hang an innocent man, and he didn't want me to be the second.
Did you say that, Felden?
The whole thing's a pack of lies. None of it's true.
Go on, Pete.
Well, I told you, Sheriff, that I wasn't Pete Lorenzo. I showed you them letters in my pocket.
What'd Felden say to you?
Well, he loosened the rope so as I could get away. He told me that when he coughed, that was a signal for me to run.
He did, eh?
That was the first step in Felden's carefully made plan, Sheriff.
Go on, tell me the rest.
Then he dropped a gun by my side where I could get it when I escaped.
Did you do that, Felden?
It ain't true. It ain't true, I tell you.
We'll get to the proof later. Now tell the sheriff what I did, Pete.
Oh, you come and roped me tight again so as I couldn't get away.
Exactly.
Then you looked at the gun and you handed it to the Injun.
Yes, and what did I tell you?
Well, you told me to stay right here and not to make no sound.
Then what happened when Felden coughed?
Oh, the Injun was here.
You know the rest, Sheriff.
Yeah, we captured the redskin.
I examined the gun Felden left with this man.
Yeah?
He loaded it with prepared cartridges.
Well, look here. I ain't going to stand for no more of this. Sheriff, you know I'm the one that helped you get this prisoner. I've been right on your side from the start.
Shut up, Felden.
But what did I want to help him escape for?
I said shut up. I'm going to hear what this man has to say.
The cartridges and the gun left here were blanks. The lead had been dug out of them with a knife, and a wad of paper put in its place. Felden had no intention of letting Pete hurt anyone with a gun, especially himself.
Yeah? What do you want to do that for, stranger? Maybe you can tell us that.
I can. I'll go back to Pete Lorenzo. He knew things were getting hot for him. He knew that sooner or later he'd come to the end of the trail. And he felt the best way to shake the law off once and for all would be to die.
To die?
Have everyone consider him dead. There was one man in particular who was closing in on him, and he knew it. It was a man who walked with a limp, with long black hair. A man named Pete Atwell.
Pete Atwell?
That's the fellow we captured.
That's what he said his name was.
Atwell is the man who's tied to that tree. Pete Lorenzo went into Carson City and stayed there until he knew that Atwell was close by. Then he robbed the bank, killed the banker. But instead of escaping, he stayed right in town.
Don't you believe a word he says, Sheriff. He can't prove nothing like that. That's all a cock and bull story to help this critter.
I told you to be quiet, Felden. I'm controlling things here, and I'm going to hear what the masked man has to say. Go on, stranger. Talk.
Lorenzo described the man he knew was chasing him. I was in the crowd when he did so. I knew he didn't tell the truth, because he said Lorenzo escaped to the east. If he had done that, I'd have seen him as I rode into Carson City.
But you and your mask. Doggone it, I can't account for you.
Never mind me. We're talking about Lorenzo. Lorenzo led you on the trail. He circled until he came on the footprints of the man he knew was following him, Pete Atwell. Then he led you here. He'd already described this man, so you assumed you'd captured Pete Lorenzo.
Sheriff,
shut up! Go on, stranger.
His plan was to let Pete Atwell get away so he could shoot him. That would end all hunting for Pete Lorenzo.
All right, you're all covered.
Felden.
Then Felden is Pete Lorenzo.
Well, I'll stand back. I'll shoot the first man that makes a move to get me. You think you're pretty smart, eh, stranger? Well, I'm just a little too fast for you.
So you're confessing, you dirty rat?
I'm Pete Lorenzo, and I still ain't going to be taken by the law. I got the drop on you, every one of you, including the masked man. Thought you were smart, eh? Well, you're just smart enough to die right here on the spot.
You'll probably find the stolen money in his saddlebag, Sheriff.
Yeah, but...
Look here, Lorenzo. You'll get a fair trial.
I ain't taking a chance on no trial. Dead men don't talk. I got 12 bullets in this brace of guns.
Then why don't you use them?
I'm a-going to. And I'll still be Felden to everyone in town.
Boy, you...
Stand back, all of you. I'll go back with the yarn about how Lorenzo shot the bunch of us up. I was the only one to survive. How do you like that, Sheriff? The critter at the tree there will still be Pete Lorenzo. Savvy?
Lorenzo, I'm coming to take those guns away from you.
Stand back. Unless you want to be the first one to be drilled.
Put down those guns, Lorenzo.
Stand back, I tell you.
Put down those guns. You're under arrest for murder.
He'll drill you. He'll drill you, stranger.
Why don't you shoot?
I will. I swear I will.
Go on, shoot.
I'll show you.
That's all that's needed. Now I'll take those guns.
Let go my wrist.
Here's one of his guns, Sheriff.
Great Scott.
Here's the other.
Let go me. Let go me, I tell you.
Get a rope on him. Me hold him.
You ain't human. You ain't human. I fired point blank at you.
Got him, Tonto. Me got him.
I'll show you. You can't hold me. I'll kill every last one of you.
Holy mackerel.
That make him quiet. Did you see that Indian wallop him?
Now you can tie him easier, Sheriff.
But gosh, all fish hooks. Stranger, I seen him. He shot point blank at you.
He shot twice.
He had a good idea, Sheriff, in framing Pete Atwell. It was such a good idea that I used it myself.
Yeah, but I don't savvy. Don't bullets hurt you?
The wads of paper stung, but my shirt is thick.
Wads of paper?
Call our horses, Tonto.
You're white, fella.
You see, Sheriff, I took the gun he left for Pete Atwell to use and left it with one of his own guns. I took the lead out of the cartridges of his other gun.
Well,
how in blazes could you do that while we was all guarding?
You were guarding Pete Atwell. None of you saw Tonto slip up and put the fixed guns in Pete Lorenzo's holsters that were lying on the ground near his blanket.
The real Pete Lorenzo. By thunder, and there he is, stretched out on the ground, knocked out by a redskin. Boys, untie Pete Atwell. Untie him and take him into town with us. He's to share in all the rewards. And the masked man
The
here...
masked man doesn't want rewards. Yep. Come on, Silver! There's trouble near River City! We've got to hurry! Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is door. D-O-O-R.
I didn't know you could spell it, George.
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! What a ham. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Just before we went on the air, we asked if there were any young people present who'd like to get married if they found the right person. And here come the two who were chosen. Miss Brigitta Lindholm, Mr. Bill Wendland. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, you handsome couple, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Brigitta Lindholm, is that right?
That's right.
That's a charming name. What kind of a name is that?
That's a Swedish name. I came from Stockholm, Sweden.
From Stockholm, huh? Well, in Sweden, what do you pay for a room in Smorgasbord?
Oh, well, you don't live in Smorgasbord.
Oh, you don't live in a smorgasbord? Well, could you say something in Swedish? How does it sound? Tell me what you think of me in Swedish.
Well, I'll tell you. Jag tycker ni är väldigt trevlig, men en ganska lustig typ.
Now, I dare you to say that in English.
Well, I said I thought you were a very nice man, but a funny character.
Would you mind qualifying that a little more? How long since you were in Sweden, Brigitta?
Oh, I came over here last year in January.
And what kind of work are you doing here in America?
I have a job with a Swedish consulate.
You have a job with the Swedish consulate? You know, job is boy spelled backwards. In other words, you have a backwards boy at the Swedish consulate. Bill Wendland, is that right?
That's right, sir.
What kind of a name is that?
That's a German name, sir.
German. Were you born in Germany?
No, sir. In Minnesota, Duluth, Minnesota.
Oh. Didn't you like Minnesota? Were the winters too rigorous?
They were too rigorous, yes.
I took the words right out of his mouth, didn't I? How old are you, Bill?
I'm 30.
What is your age, Brigitta?
I'm 25.
You're 25? No, you don't look it. Thought you were 24 and a half. Huh? Would you like to get married one of these days?
I wouldn't mind if I find the right one.
Uh-huh. Well, why do you want to get married?
Well, I'd like to have a home and a family.
That's a good preliminary step in that case. How about you, Bill? Would you like to get married?
Yes, I would.
Why don't you marry Miss Lindholm?
Well, that'd be rushing things.
Well, she isn't Russian. She's Swedish. What sort of work do you do, Bill?
I work for the Associated Telephone Company.
In what capacity?
I'm a repairman.
Well, in that case, you could associate with Miss Lindholm if you were with the Associated Phone Company, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And she's looking for the right connection. And suppose my phone isn't working. How do I get you to fix it?
Well, you call a repair clerk at the Associated Phone Company.
Well, how do I do that? Do I just dial your phone company and tell the girl my phone is out of order?
Oh, you go to a neighbor's phone and call.
It happens that's the one I'm already using. How do you think I got in this trouble? Huh? Now, Brigitta, is that right, Brigitta?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Sounds like an Irish name. Brigitta, let's be getting out of here. Now, tell me something about Sweden. Is it true that all Swedes are blondes?
Well, I would say about 30% of them are light.
30% of them are light, huh? How light? They weigh about 15 pounds?
I mean, they are light-headed.
Miss Lindholm, you just lost your job. Well, we practically exhausted the subject of telephones in Sweden. Now, let's see how you two will make out in the battle for the big question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
Have you ever had your car serviced by a DeSoto Plymouth dealer? No matter what make of car you own, you'll find a DeSoto Plymouth dealer offers you the best service you can get anywhere. The folks at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers are certain that once they have a chance to serve you, you'll come back whenever your car needs attention. What's more, They'll do their utmost to treat you fairly and squarely at all times. That's their creed. So won't you give them a chance to show you what service really means? Drive in wherever you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
So you think I'm a funny character, huh? All right, let's see if you two will be high for the night and get the chance at the $2,000. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they won in each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Okay, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with numbers in the title as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, how much of the 20 will you risk?
I think about $8.
$8, huh? Is that all right with you, Brigitte? Okay, give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry.
3 Little Words.
3 Little Words is right, by Harry Ruby.
They're on their way. They have $28, Groucho.
Now you've got $28. Now, remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 28 will you try?
15.
Okay, $15. What is the title of this song? It has a number in the title. What is it, kids? Take a stab at it. Don't know? Don't know. Well, you've just lost $15. I'm very sorry.
They now have $13.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't you want to know what it is? It's just one of those things. All right, here's your third question. How much of the 13 will you risk?
We'll risk 5.
$5. Let's see if you can identify this one. Okay, Jerry.
Tiger Rag.
What is it? What's the answer you've decided on?
Bugle Call Rag?
No, I'm sorry. You're close, but it's the 12th Street Rag.
They now have $8, Groucho.
How much of the 8 will you risk?
3?
Or $3.
Make it 5.
Make it 5. Okay, play, Jerry. Take a guess.
2 Sleepy People.
2 Sleepy People is right.
With $13.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still door. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a house painter, Mr. Milton Carg, and his partner is a housewife, Mrs. Grace Walker. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, and if you say the secret word, you divide $100 in cash between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A house painter and a housewife, eh? Mr. Cog, eh? Milt Cog. Where are you from, Milt?
Coney Island.
Coney Island, huh? Were you born on a Ferris wheel? Or on a...
No, one of the flats.
You were born on a flat?
In a flat.
Oh, in a flat, huh? They call them apartments out here.
I know.
They're just as bad, but they're much more expensive. Mrs., what is your name?
Walker.
Grace Walker?
That's right.
Uh-huh. Where are you from, Grace?
Well, I was born in New Jersey.
And what sort of work does your husband do?
He's a miner, or he would be a miner. Right now he's pruning trees in Texas.
You say he's in Texas, and
he's in Texas.
Why aren't you with him, Mrs. Walker?
Well, I'm a miner, too.
You're a miner?
That's right.
What kind of a miner are you?
I'm a copper miner. I worked a mine for 16 years, mister.
Oh, I see. Well, is there any copper in your mine, or you just get down there to escape
well,
from something?
There's copper in it. I wish I could get all that's in it out.
Why don't you get some strong, brawny men to help you get this copper out?
I can get it out if the Navy would let me.
Oh, now you're in the Navy, huh?
Yes, I'm in Gunnery B.
You're in Gunnery B?
That's right.
Oh, Mrs. Walker, am I confused? Your husband is pruning trees in Texas. You work in a copper mine, and you're in the Navy. Now, would you...
just took 1,600 square miles for a gunnery, and I was in the middle of things, and they asked me to get out.
Well, did they reimburse you for this?
They will, but I hate to hold my breath until they do.
Would you like me to hold it for you? How did you get to be a miner, Mrs. Walker?
Well, I went prospecting. You know, once you get bit by that bug, it's terrible.
Well, that's the only kind of bug that hasn't bitten me so far. Now, Painter, tell me, how is business with you, Milt?
Picking up right now.
What kind of painting do you do?
House painting, interior, exterior.
Which
homes.
would you rather paint, the inside or the outside of a house?
It don't make much difference.
Well, it'd make quite a difference to the house, I think. You mean if I hired you to paint the inside of my house, you'd go ahead and paint the outside?
No.
Why not? Have you got something against the outside of the house?
Nothing against the outside
Well,
of the
you
house.
better have a ladder against it if you're going to paint it. Have you ever painted yourself into a corner, Rembrandt? Honest now. Tell the truth.
I didn't exactly paint myself in a corner. I painted myself up to a door and thought the door...
Milk, you just said door, and that's the secret word tonight, so you and your partner split $100 in cash. Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Thank you.
Now, where were we while you were knocking the door down, huh? You painted yourself?
I was painting a floor, and I was painting up to a door, and the door was supposed to... I thought the door opened out. Instead, the door opened in. I walked back on the floor and open the door and then go and paint it over again.
Sounds funny. I don't understand it, but it sounds funny. Well, now I know all about painting thanks to you, Milt. Now, let's see how much you two know. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. You run your $20 and more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The girl from Sweden and the telephone man won $13.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames of states as your category. How much of the $20 will you bet?
Bet 10.
$10? What state is called the Hoosier State?
Indiana.
Back home in Indiana.
And on my way with $30.
All right, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. How much of the 30 will you bet?
20.
$20. What state is called the Sunflower State?
Kansas.
Kansas is right.
Now they have $50.
Mrs. Walker, you haven't been in that copper mine all the time. Now you got... Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to go for?
Oh, 30.
All right, you're betting $30. Here's your third question. What state is called the Empire State?
New York State.
New York is right. Coney Island.
They're really climbing now. They have $80.
All right, you got $80. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 80?
Bet the 80.
What state is called the Bluegrass State?
Kentucky.
Kentucky is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $160.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $2,000 question.
Friends, no matter what make of car you own, I hope you'll look for the sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
What's wrong, Fenneman? Is it lost?
Oh, no, Groucho. But you can lose your driving worries at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers because their mechanics are factory trained in the latest methods.
Do they play canasta?
I can't say, Groucho.
Can't say Groucho? This'll make it very embarrassing for you on this program, Fenneman. Fenneman, who's ahead in the battle for the $2,000 question?
Well, the house painter and the housewife are leading with their $160. And the secret word is still door. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a junk dealer, Mr. Howard Martin, and his partner is Dr. Harry Husky, who is a designer and a builder of an electronic brain. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gentlemen, to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mr. Junkman, Howard Martin, you're the junk man, huh?
Yes, I am.
Pretty flashy dresser for a junk man. Well, stick around tonight. Before the night's over, I may junk the whole program, huh? Where are you from, Junkie?
Burbank, California.
Burbank, huh? Have you ever crossed a vegetable with a boulevard or something?
Oh, not yet.
Dr. Harry Husky, huh? You have an electronic brain?
That's right.
What should I call you, Doctor, Harry, or Husky?
Anything that you like.
Now, don't go that far. Where are you from, Doctor?
I come from the Smoky Mountains in North Carolina.
Smoky Mountains. Well, welcome to the smoggy plains of L.A. Now, Dr. Husky, straighten me out about your electronic brain. Precisely, what is it?
Precisely?
Exactly.
It's a large-scale electronic computing machine.
Well, what does it compute?
Well, it's just being put together. We still have some parts to put into it. It doesn't compute anything yet.
Can't even add 2 and 2? What a schlemiel that is, eh? Just a moron, huh? Doctor, what is this machine for, this robot?
Well, it's to carry out sequences of computations to compare figures.
If you're going to compare figures, I don't need an electric brain for that. It's called an automatic reflex in my case. Now, as a brain surgeon, are you engaged in private practice, Doctor?
No, I'm not an MD. I'm just a mathematician. I work for the National Bureau of Standards, and the computing machine we're building is being financed by the Air Material Command of the United States Air Force.
What does your giant mixmaster look like?
Well, it covers about 50 square foot of floor space, about 4 foot wide, 12 foot long, about 8 foot high.
Look at the junk man drooling over all this. What a haul, eh, Howard? Doctor, what's inside this idiot?
Well, there's about 2,000 radio tubes, about 40 television tubes, and miles of wire.
2,000 radio tubes? No wonder it's feeble-minded, huh? It's got a screw loose, too, I suppose. Now, junk man, let's talk to you for a moment, huh? How do you get your junk? Do you park your horse and wagon outside radio studios and wait for the winning contestants to come out?
Well, people bring it into our shop, and then we have our own pickup trucks to go out to the plumbing shops and electrical places and industries and so forth and bring it into us.
I've got a lot of paper at home, all my old jokes I've saved through the years. How much do you pay for paper?
Well, at the present time, we're paying about $4 a ton.
Now, how much are the jokes worth?
Well, I'd say nothing.
That isn't fair. You must have heard the jokes. Now, Doctor, when you push a button, what goes on inside this chowder head? Providing, of course, he's got all his buttons by that time.
Well, it carries out these operations of addition and multiplication, division, and so on. It does these at extremely high rate of speed, and you must make sure that the correct instructions are there.
Say I want to add 2 and 2. Now, how do you go about commanding it?
Well,
that ought to be pretty easy for that Jake. Oh, I hate that machine. I didn't like him from the minute I saw him.
To carry out the addition of 2 and 2, you must tell the machine where the 2's are in its memory, and that you want the numbers added, and where the result is to be placed in the machine's memory.
Wouldn't it be just simpler to take off your shoes and count on your toes? Let's say it's been fully instructed. Now, what happens?
the control part of the machine, or brains of the machine, if you like, looks at the instructions.
What? How do you know it's looking at it? Maybe it's looking at something else. And you don't know. They're pretty tricky, those machines. I wouldn't trust them if I were you. They'll turn on you like a mad dog, Doctor. You be careful when you're alone with that machine, Doctor. I like you. You're a nice fellow, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Okay. Suppose it comes up with 5 for an answer. What do you do then?
Well, it shouldn't do that. You can't...
That's right, but I warned you about the machine. Told you to watch yourself. You just won't listen, that's all.
Well, you can't confuse the machine. Probably you gave it a wrong instruction if this happens, you see.
Oh, now you're going to blame it on me. I hadn't even seen the confounded thing, and he's blaming it on me. Who gets to use that brain, Doctor?
As I said, the Air Material Command has financed the construction of it, so Air Force contractors will get to use it. Also, as scientists with worthwhile problems will have access to the machine.
Well, you've convinced me. That's some baby you've got there. Now, Junkman, wake up. Tell me, how much would you say Dr. Husky's machine is worth?
How much does it weigh?
Now, there's a practical man. All right, Doctor, tell him, huh?
It probably weighs 2 or 3 tons.
Well, I'd say with all the steel and copper and so forth, why, it'd be worth about $100.
How close is he, Doc?
Well, it's costing us about $200,000 to build it.
Junkman, your estimate was very fair. After all, we realize you have to make a small profit, too. Well, Doctor, I'm convinced you're doing a worthwhile work that will make life easier and better for all of us. And I congratulate you and the National Bureau of Standards. All right, now let's play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The house painter and the housewife are ahead with $160.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected adjacent states as your category. Is that right? Here's your first question. What state is directly north of Oregon?
Washington.
Washington is right. Remember you... Oh, wait a minute. All right, well, leave it up to their honesty. How much would you have bet?
We were going to bet $10.
That's a fair bet. I trust him. A man who's got a $200,000 machine isn't going to... At any rate, it was my responsibility. Remember, you're going for $2,000 tonight. Now you've got $30. How much of the $30 are you going to bet? I'm taking no more chances, huh?
We'll bet $25.
You're going to bet $25. What state is directly south of Oklahoma? Texas is right.
They're climbing. They have $55.
How much of the $55 will you bet?
Bet $40.
$40. What state is directly north of Alabama?
Tennessee.
Tennessee is right.
Now they have $95.
This doctor doesn't need any mechanical help, I can see that. How much of the 95?
90.
$90. What state is directly north of Missouri?
Kansas.
Is that the answer you two have decided on? I'm sorry, it's Iowa. That's a shame, that's a shame. Well, you're practically cleaned out, and we want you to go away from here a little better off than when you came in. So if you get this question right, you'll be $10 richer. The University of Ohio is in what state? Ohio is right.
They wound up with a grand total of $5, and that means the house painter and the housewife with $160 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. You can't be particular about your car without being particular about where you take it for service. That's why more and more motorists every day take their cars to DeSoto Plymouth dealers. For these dealers, more than 3,000 of them, from one end of this country to the other, offer you the very best service you can get for your car, and at a price that's fair. They have factory-trained mechanics working with factory-designed and approved tools and equipment. Efficient mechanics who do the job right, who do it fast, and who do it with a smile. Keep this in mind next time your car needs expert attention. And drive in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the housewife and the house painter, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question, Groucho.
This is the gal with the copper mine and the painter, eh? Well, let's see if you can paint yourself $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you for $2,000, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. The colony of Rhode Island was founded in 1636 as a haven of religious tolerance. Who was the founder of Rhode Island? All right, what's the answer you two decided on?
The Pilgrims.
No, I'm sorry. It's Roger Williams, pioneer of religious liberty and freedom. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $160 in the quiz, plus $100 for saying the secret word. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You'll Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $2,500.
By the way, folks, if you notice a prehistoric monster glaring at you from the newsstands, don't be alarmed. It's only me on the cover of Newsweek. They have a comprehensive story about us in Newsweek, which appears on the stands tomorrow. Of course, I deny everything. So good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Good brakes stop many accidents before they get started. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
In honor of the Ides March, I am going to entertain you with my reading of Mark Antony's speech from Julius Caesar by one William Shakespeare. Here goes nothing. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is often interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievous hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and rest, for Brutus is an honorable man, so they're all honorable men. Come I to speak on Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me, but Brutus says he was ambitious. And Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransom did the general coffers fill. did listen, Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see on the Lupercal, I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Of this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? Oh, judgment, thou art led to Brutus' beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me. And with that, I guess it's time to say good night, because I see mate over there getting the club ready, so I'm going to go take a bath. See you tomorrow, folks.